his voice cracking. What the vedo? Sarora swallowed nervously, trying to steady herself. Young master, you should run. I'll do my best to hold him off and buy you time. It's my duty to protect you even if I have to sacrifice myself. No way. Rikuo argued, voice shaking. I'm not leaving you here. You have to. Young master. Sarora insisted desperately, tugging at his arm. I'll buy you as much time as I can. I sighed, turning around and giving them both a gentle but firm bop on the head. They blinked at me in surprise, momentarily forgetting their panic. Relax, you two, I said, keeping my tone light and reassuring. No one's sacrificing anything. Kokobeel's not worth that kind of drama. Naruko stepped forward, her tails flaring behind her as she cracked her knuckles, clearly irritated. This loser seriously thinks he can threaten my man? She growled confidently. He's about to learn today. I smiled proudly, watching her step confidently in front of me. Honestly, there was something incredibly hot about Naruko when she got fired up like this. Kokobeel sneered down at her, clearly unimpressed. And who exactly are you supposed to be, girl? I'm Naruko Uzumaki, she announced loudly, cracking her knuckles again as she glared up at Kokobeel. And I'm about to give you the beating your father should have given you the second your ugly face came into this world. Sick burn, I muttered under my breath. Kokobeel's face twisted in rage. With an angry snarl, he hurled a light spear directly at Naruko. Die, you insolent little bitch. Naruko didn't even blink. She easily dodged to the side as the spear slammed into the street behind us, exploding into a burst of energy and rubble. Rikuo and Tsurara screamed and clung to each other. I grabbed them both quickly by their collars and dragged them several meters back, safely away from the chaos. Stay here, I said firmly, placing them carefully behind me. Naruko's got this. Are you sure? Rikuo squeaked nervously. Trust me, I reassured him confidently. Kokobeel's the one who should be worried. Meanwhile, Naruko had already blitzed onto the rooftop. Moving so quickly, Kokobeel was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock as she closed the gap in seconds, launching herself straight at him with fierce intensity. What the? Kokobeel started, clearly startled. He tried to react, but before he could, 3 identical copies of Naruko burst into existence around him, one behind, and 2 flanking each side. The fallen angel spun around frantically, completely overwhelmed. All 4 Narukos closed in, unleashing a ruthless barrage of blows. Punches and kicks came at Kokobeel from every angle, battering him mercilessly. Even without enhancing herself further with magicules, Naruko was still a 9-tailed fox demon and definitely ultimate class in raw strength. Her fists struck like hammers, and Kokobeel staggered back helplessly under the relentless assault. The 4 gorgeous fox girls continued beating Kokobeel into submission. Watching Naruko work was honestly mesmerizing. Each punch she landed sent Kokobeel stumbling backward, dazed and completely unable to defend himself. He couldn't even lift his arms to block anymore. Her fists were moving too fast. Is that really all you've got, Crowboy? One of Naruko's clones mocked as she drove a knee right into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Another clone punched him squarely in the jaw, snapping his head sideways. Damn you! Kokobeel spat, but another clone quickly silenced him with a brutal uppercut to the jaw, sending a spray of blood and a tooth flying into the air. I couldn't help but grin proudly. Naruko was something else. Beautiful, strong, and completely ruthless when provoked. She was perfect. The 4 beautiful red-headed foxes continued beating Kokobeel mercilessly for another few moments, each strike landing with crushing force until the fallen angel finally collapsed onto the rooftop, groaning pathetically. Naruko, clearly satisfied, dismissed her shadow clones with a casual wave. They vanished in small puffs of smoke, and she hopped gracefully from the roof, landing effortlessly beside me. You did amazing, I said warmly, wrapping an arm around her waist and kissing her softly on the cheek. She giggled happily, pressing herself closer to me. Thanks. That guy was annoying. I feel way better now. Rikuo and Tsurara both stared at Naruko with open awe mouths practically hanging open. Sarora even rubbed her eyes, as if she still couldn't quite believe what she'd just seen. Before they could say anything, an elderly voice cut through the quiet street. "That was quite impressive, young lady. I wasn't aware that Yasaka had hidden away another nine-tailed fox. Quite sneaky of her." Indeed, all of us spun around. Standing calmly a short distance away was a short old man with an elongated head, dressed in a traditional yukata. Nurera Hyon. I hadn't sensed him at all. "Impressive. And just how long have you been standing there?" I asked, raising an eyebrow at him with a playful grin. Nurera Hyon turned slowly toward me. "Long enough to see this foreign fool try to murder my precious grandson," he replied calmly. His gaze then shifted down to Kokabeel, who was lying unconscious at Naruko's feet, and all amusement vanished from his expression. I glanced upward as a flash of golden teleportation magic lit up the street. "Ah, shit," Azazel groaned, rubbing his forehead as he appeared in midair along with Surzex and Seraphol. "We're too late, aren't we?" "Afraid so," I said casually, waving at my future brother-in-law. "Hey, Surzex. Didn't expect to see you tonight." Surzex offered a strained smile, shaking his head as he landed beside Azazel. "We were trying to stop Kokabeel before he caused another interpantheon incident," he sighed, clearly exasperated. He eyed Kokabeel's battered, unconscious form on the ground, then glanced at Naruko with mild amazement. "Though it looks like we weren't really needed." Naruko grinned proudly beside me, crossing her arms confidently. "You definitely weren't." Seraphol glared daggers at Azazel, hands on her hips, making him shift awkwardly under her icy stare. "I told you," she snapped. "Look, I said I was sorry." Azazel protested, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "I honestly had no idea he was this reckless." "Clearly," Seraphol muttered darkly. Before Azazel could attempt another weak excuse, Nurera Hyon marched right up to him, eyes cold with barely contained fury. "Speaking of reckless, Azazel, how exactly do you intend to make amends to the Nura clan? Your subordinate just tried to murder my precious grandson. Surely you know how serious this is." Azazel paled slightly under the yokai's piercing gaze. Well, we'll discuss compensation. I promise that won't be good enough." Nurera Hyon said sharply. "This isn't something that can be waved away casually." I felt the sudden spike in tension clearly, like everyone around us was collectively holding their breath. Rikuo and Sarora shuffled uncomfortably, glancing nervously at each other. I caught Naruko's eye, but she just shrugged helplessly. Politics wasn't her thing either, apparently. Just when I thought things couldn't get any more complicated, a familiar, gentle voice echoed playfully down the street. So many distinguished guests have come to Kyoto tonight." I smiled, feeling a wave of relief as my mother gracefully stepped out of thin air, her presence sliding effortlessly around everyone's senses. Even Nurihyon flinched in surprise as Yasaka appeared beside us, her 12 magnificent tails spread out behind her in an unmistakable display of power. Surzex, Seraphol, and Azazel all stared at my mother, clearly astonished by the sheer weight of power she radiated. It made me grin slightly. My mother always knew how to make an entrance. The old yokai's eyes widened in shock. He stared at my mother openly, his voice barely above a whisper. "So it's true," he murmured softly, clearly awestruck. "The rumors were right. The yokai truly have her own goddess now." Yasaka chuckled softly, neither confirming nor outright denying his words. Not quite yet, Nurihyon, though I appreciate the sentiment." Seraphol finally broke the stunned silence. "Wow, Yasaka, you feel ridiculously strong." Her curious gaze flicked over to me. "You know, Aru feels much stronger, too. Way stronger than the last time we met." "I've been eating my vegetables," I joked lightly, unable to resist. "Cooked by yours truly, of course." Silence. I cleared my throat awkwardly. Tough crowd Naruko giggled softly next to me, squeezing my arm gently. At least someone appreciated my humor. Yasaka, ignoring my failed attempt at comedy, calmly raised a delicate hand. Kokabeel's unconscious, bruised body immediately rose off the ground and floated through the air, landing unceremoniously in Azazel's startled arms. He almost dropped him. "Please," my mother said coolly, giving Azazel a stern glare. "Try to keep your trash in Grigori territory next time." Azazel swallowed nervously, shifting Kokabeel's limp weight awkwardly in his arms. "Yeah, sorry about this mess, Yasaka. I'll do better." Yasaka then turned to me and Naruko and smiled. "You two look adorable together as always. Sorry your date got interrupted by all this. Hazu, why don't you take young Master Rikuo and Tsurara-chan back to your restaurant for a few hours while the rest of us discuss everything that went on back in my palace? It's a little late, but I guess I can make some coffee." I shrugged and gestured for the teens to follow me. Chapter 70. Ice Sky Talk and the Adventures of a Fox Girl Prologue. Haru, Rikuo, and Tsurara were slumped in a booth, both completely knocked out. They'd managed to stay awake for maybe 2 hours, but the heated discussions back at Yasaka's palace dragged on for so long it was now well past dawn, and they still weren't done. Politics was a nightmare. I yawned, fighting off exhaustion despite the borderline supernatural coffee I'd brewed for myself all night. I'd enhanced it with a touch of yokai magic, figuring it would keep me alert longer, but even that wasn't enough. My eyelids felt heavy. Naruko had surrendered to sleep a while ago and was now curled up comfortably in my bedroom down the hall. She wasn't much of a coffee drinker or tragedy, really, since coffee was the greatest beverage ever created according to Tanya. At least 8 gentle creak sounded from the restaurant front door, pulling my attention away from my thoughts. Lupus Regina Beta poked her head in, those cute wolf ears of hers twitching lightly beneath her signature hat. Her eyes brightened when she saw me sitting alone at one of the tables, nursing my coffee. "Havu," she said brightly, stepping fully inside and waving enthusiastically. "Hey, long time no see. Sorry I've been so busy lately. Ain Samus had me running around nonstop. We haven't even had a chance to play together." I chuckled softly, giving her a casual wave. "Don't worry about it, Lupus Regina. Life's been a little chaotic here, too." Her eyes flicked toward the 2 sleeping teens in the booth and then back to me, an amused smile on her lips. "Looks like it," she giggled softly. "Did you have some kind of sleepover party without inviting me?" She jokingly pouted. "Not exactly," I sighed, smiling despite myself. "Just an attempted assassination followed by politics. Nothing fun or exciting." Unfortunately, she tilted her head curiously, taking in my tired expression. "You look exhausted. Maybe you should get some rest?" "I'll manage," I assured her. My eyes lingered briefly on Lupus' playful expression. Her company was interesting, though our relationship was still ambiguous at best. We'd had exactly 1 date, and while she seemed genuinely interested in me, part of me wondered if that was just her werewolf instincts trying to find a suitable mate. Either way, her playful teasing kept things interesting. Just then, the front door behind her opened wider, and Ain stepped calmly into my restaurant. He was in his human form. He glanced around quietly, noting Rikuo and Tsurura's slumped forms before returning his gaze to me. "Ah, good. You're here," Ain said, his voice polite and calm as always. He then glanced at Lupus Regina and told her that he'd like to talk to me alone. Lupus Regina pouted dramatically but nodded obediently. Right, Ain-sama. You boys want privacy." "Lame." As she backed out through the dimensional doorway, she shot me a playful wink, her tail swishing behind her. "Catch you later." "Haru," she teased softly, before closing the door behind her. Ains watched the door click shut, then turned to me with a thoughtful look. "Who are those 2 over there?" he asked, gesturing toward Rikuo and Tsurara as they slept in the booth. I don't recall meeting them before. I rubbed my tired eyes. They're Rikuo Nura and Tsurara. Rikuo's the grandson of Nurere Hyon, which makes him the future head of the Nura clan. Tsurara's his Yukiana attendant and sometimes guard. Long story short, an annoying fallen angel tried to kill them and me, and now everyone is all worked up about it. Ains nodded slowly, taking that in. "Your life is strange," he said evenly, though I'm probably not want to talk. "I've had my fair share of bizarre experiences myself lately. He made a subtle gesture with his hand, and a shimmering barrier appeared around the teen's table. I recognized it as a silencing spell, no doubt meant to keep our conversation private and avoid waking them. I raised an eyebrow at him curiously. "So what's on your mind, Ains?" For a moment, he seemed uncertain how to start. Finally, he exhaled softly and looked me in the eye. "You're a good friend, Haru." That caught me off guard. My chest tightened in a strangely pleasant way. "You're a good buddy too, man," I replied with a grin, genuinely touched. Ains hesitated, like he was weighing his words. "I used to have a lot more friends, but they all left me. Life happened, or maybe they just moved on. Either way, I ended up alone. So meeting you, it meant a lot more than you might realize." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said gently. "I can relate, though. Before I opened this restaurant, I never really had any friends either. Most of my time was spent with my family. Sometimes I wonder if that makes me some kind of mama's boy." I shuddered dramatically at the thought. Ains let out a quiet chuckle. "I wouldn't worry too much about that. But actually, that's part of what I wanted to talk about. Lately, I've realized I probably wouldn't have liked the person I would have become if you weren't here." I tilted my head, my ears flicking with curiosity. "What happened?" He glanced at me, expression grim. I was on a battlefield, looking down at hundreds of thousands of soldiers forced to fight me. I seriously considered wiping them all out. My old friends would have been ashamed if I'd gone through with it. I swallowed, the weight of his words sinking in. "Damn, Ains, that's heavy." After a brief pause, I shrugged helplessly. "I can't really judge, though. None of the soldiers sent to attack Karne survived either. Sure, I didn't kill them, but I didn't save them when a dragon swooped in and devoured them all." Still gross to remember, Ains looked slightly disturbed, clearly wanting to ask more. Instead, he seemed to push the thought aside and blurted, "Haru, I used to be human." That made me freeze for a second. "Wait, seriously?" I stared at him for a long moment, trying to process what had just said. "You went through an ice sky?" I finally asked, my voice sounding more curious than shocked. Ains nodded, looking strangely relieved to share this. "Yes, I used to be a human in a different world, one that was pretty harsh, to put mildly." I rubbed my forehead, letting out a small laugh. "You know, the first rule about ice sky is that you don't talk about your ice sky," I joked, half to lighten the mood. Although I was a firm follower of that rule myself, he managed a quiet chuckle. "I'm well aware. I was quite the otaku back in my old life, despite how terrible the world itself was." I gestured for him to go on. "Terrible in what way?" Ains sighed, his tone turning grim. "Evil corporations basically ran everything. People worked for almost no wages. The environment was destroyed by World War III, and everyone had to wear masks outside. Real food was a luxury most people got by on this processed paste." He paused, seeming to recall the taste with disgust. "The only good thing was gaming. Technology reached a level where virtual worlds were basically real." I frowned. "Damn, that sounds rough." It was Ains confirmed, but there was a game called Yggdrasil. That's where I met all my friends. We built a guild together, and it was like a second home for us, until real life eventually pulled everyone away. One by one, they all quit, leaving me behind. "Sorry to hear that," I said quietly. Ains waved a hand dismissively. "I don't blame them. They had lives and responsibilities. I just ended up loving the guild too much to let go. Then, when the servers shut down, I was transported to this new reality along with the entire place we'd built. That's how Nazarick and all my subordinates came to life. I made them with my friends." My eyes widened. "So you're telling me Nazarick wasn't just something you found. You actually created it along with every loyal servant inside?" He gave a small, proud nod. "Pretty much." "Damn, that's impressive," I muttered. "Yeah," Ains replied, laying out a soft breath. "Thanks for listening, Haru. ID never betray a bro." My lips are sealed. I gave him a playful salute. He smiled slightly, looking relieved. "I appreciate it. Honestly, I've been feeling the pressure lately. My subordinates see me as a supreme being, and it's a lot to handle sometimes." He took a moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he spoke again, voice quieter. "There's one more thing. If your restaurant ever connects to my old world, I want to save it. I want to take down those evil corporations that ruined everything and give my old friends the lives they deserved." My lips curved into a grin. That's a noble goal. Count me in. Ains nodded firmly. Teres no rus. It's only been a few months since I left, and it's not like conditions there can get much worse. My friends had jobs, so they should be safe for the time being. Well, whenever it happens, you've got my support, I said. Ains let out a relieved sigh, as though shedding a heavy weight. He glanced me over again, his eyes lingering on my tails. So, he said in a lighter tone, what have you been up to since our last party? You have 10 tails now. I can't even get an accurate reading on your power level anymore. What happened? I chuckled, giving my tails a quick glance. It's a long story, and it's mostly Ramira's fault. He raised an eyebrow. How about time? Albedo and Shaldir are both asleep. Apparently I wore them out. He smirked slightly. Nice. We shared a quick fist bump. About an hour later, we had a fresh pot of coffee sitting between us. Rikuo and Sorara were still out cold in the booth. I finished explaining my latest adventures, everything from meeting Malim Nava to the evolution process that gave me the extra tail, and then being named on top of that. Ains murmured thoughtfully, sipping his own cup of coffee. So, just how strong would you estimate this Malim Nava is? I shrugged, leaning back in my seat. Hard to say for sure, but way stronger than me or my mom. She's got 12 tails now, I've got 10, and we're roughly equal in power. But even together, I doubt we could so much as scratch Malim. Ains gave a low whistle. That's something, all right. Maybe I should visit that world myself, if it's handing out level-ups for free. He chuckled, no longer bothering to hide his gaming jargon now that I knew he was an iSky video game character. Not gonna lie, the free power-up was nice, I admitted, but the evolution process itself is freaky. You hear this world voice in your head, and you can't move at all while it's happening. Closest thing I can compare it to is sleep paralysis. Ains looked intrigued, but also a little uneasy. I guess nothing in life comes without a catch. I was about to suggest we could head to that dimension sooner rather than later, but suddenly the restaurant's front door swung open. My little sister, Kunu, burst inside with an energetic shout. I'm here for breakfast, Oni-chan. Her multiple tails swished happily behind her as she raced across the room. I couldn't help but smile, even through my fatigue. Kunu was too adorable to turn away. No matter how worn out I felt, I'd never be too tired to cook for her. Still, I was hoping to collapse in bed with Naruko soon. But Kunu wasn't alone. My mother Yasaka entered next, followed by Azazel, Murahyan, Serafal, and Surzex. They all had dark circles under their eyes. Apparently, the palace discussions had finally ended. Nurehyan immediately made his way towards his grandson. Nurehyan carried Rikuo and Tsurura over his shoulders like sacks of rice, looking only slightly inconvenienced by their weight. He gave me a nod of thanks. I appreciate you looking after my grandson and his attendant, he said politely. I waved a hand, trying not to yawn in the process. No problem at all. Nurehyan glanced around my restaurant with mild curiosity. You have a nice setup here, Haru. I'd like to check it out more, but it'll get out of your fur for now. He cast a sidelong look at Azazel and smirked. I've gotten all the information I wanted, not to mention certain reparations. Azazel winced slightly, but said nothing. Damn, they all must have all really reamed him in the discussions. That's what he gets for not looking after his subordinates, though. Although, Kokabeel was always going to be an asshole regardless. Nurehyan then turned his attention to Ains, studying him for a moment before letting out a low chuckle. Interesting, he murmured. Then he headed for the door, carrying Rikuo and Tsurara as he left. Surzex caught my eye, noticing how I could barely keep my head from drooping. Haru, if you want to get some rest, we can leave. Absolutely not. Kunu interjected with a pout, stamping her foot. Haru and I has to cook breakfast for me first. Yasaka gave her a scolding look. Your brother is exhausted, Kunu. He was up all night. I held up a hand, offering a tired grin. It's okay, Mom. I don't mind making everyone a meal. They'll sleep after. I enjoyed cooking too much to say no, and I was kind of hungry myself. With that settled, I slipped into the kitchen. As I started prepping ingredients and cracking eggs into a hot pan, I overheard Serafal and Surzex greeting Ains. It's nice to meet you both, Ains replied in a relaxed tone. Haru is my best friend. I nearly tripped when I heard him say that. I couldn't help but grin, though. Don't let Agner hear you say that. Yasaka teased from the dining area, pushing 2 tables together so everyone could sit comfortably together. We wouldn't want him getting jealous. I chuckled under my breath, plating the first of the omelets. My exhaustion wasn't going away, but hearing Ains call me his best friend gave me a welcome boost of energy. Sometimes, it was the little things that kept you going. I made everyone breakfast before I decided to head to bed for a few hours. Kunu pouted deeply when breakfast ended, and everyone began rising from their seats. She wasn't ready for breakfast to be over yet, but it seemed nobody else shared her enthusiasm. Her mother, Yasaka, stood up, gently rubbing her temples, and yawned. Even Haru, who usually spoiled her with attention, trudged off to the back of the restaurant with a sleepy wave, heading straight to his bedroom without another word. Kunu blinked in disbelief as everyone started to leave. They'd completely forgotten about her. She crossed her arms, scowling fiercely at Haru's closed door. On top of that, Tanya, her best friend and usual partner in crime, was busy spending the day with Victoria. Whenever those two were together, Tanya became all lovesick and boring. Kunu sighed dramatically. She couldn't even get to tease Rikuo since his grandfather had whisked him away before she had the chance. She still had plenty of ideas on how to torment him stored up, but it looked like those would have to wait until his next visit to Kyoto. He got lucky this time. I need something fun to do, she muttered to herself. Recently, both her mom and big brother had become a lot stronger. Kunu could feel their new strength. Whenever they were nearby, it practically buzzed in the air around them. When she had asked her mother about it earlier, Yasaka had mentioned visiting another dimension, the world of someone named Rimuru, whoever that was. Kunu glanced thoughtfully at the door. Well, why not? Her lips curled into a mischievous smile as she skipped toward the doorway. If her family could power up there, then she could too. She didn't need anyone's permission for this after all. They'd all abandoned her for sleep anyway. But her excitement quickly turned into panic. The moment she stepped into the new world, her body froze completely. Now commencing evolution after what felt like forever, the paralysis suddenly ended. Kunu stumbled forward, barely managing to catch her balance. Her breath came quickly as she examined herself. She still had 9 tails, so physically she seemed mostly the same. But she sensed a new power coursing through her body, a strange, warm energy that her instincts told her was called magicules. She had also apparently received a unique skill, whatever that meant. Kunu wasn't much of a gamer, preferring real-life mischief. So the concept felt vague and abstract to her. Still shaky, Kunu straightened up and looked around. The village was completely empty. Not a single person was nearby. How boring, Kunu sighed. Where was everyone? Suddenly, a cheerful voice called from behind her, nearly making Kunu leap out of her skin. Hey there, little fox girl. Where'd you come from? Kunu spun around, tails puffing up defensively. She stared up into the bright eyes of a smiling girl with long twin-tailed pink hair. Kunu raised a finger, silently pointing at Haru's restaurant door behind her. I came from there. The pink-haired girl tilted her head curiously, her smile growing even brighter. Oh, are you related to Haru, then? Kunu nodded quickly, feeling a spark of pride. Yeah, he's my big brother. She rolled her eyes dramatically. But right now he's asleep and being super boring. He was awake all night. So he's ignoring me. Ah, the pink-haired girl groaned dramatically. That's no fun. I was open play with Haru today, too. She smiled again, placing her hands on her hips. My name's Malim, but you can call me Big Sister Malim-chan. Kunu blinked at Malim for a moment, then smiled in return. Kunu. So, you came here just to play with my brother? He sure had a lot of new friends lately. Sometimes it made Kunu a bit jealous. She wanted more friends too, since Haru's being lame right now. How about you, and I play instead? Malim suggested. Kunu's tails immediately began wagging with excitement. Finally, someone who understood her priorities. Really? That sounds fun. Malim nodded energetically. Of course. What do you want to do first? Chapter 71. A fox girl, a demon lord, and 2 heroines versus the Kunu. Since Haru's being lame right now, how about you and I play instead? Malim suggested. Kuna's tails immediately began wagging with excitement. Finally, someone who understood her priorities. Really? That sounds fun. Malim nodded energetically. Of course. What do you want to do first? Kunu considered the question for a moment before her ears perked up. Do you want to play heroes together? She asked. Malim smirked and placed a hand on her hip. You know, I'm actually a demon lord, right? I don't think I've ever tried playing the hero before. How exactly does that work? Kunu giggled, her excitement growing. We run around punching bad guys and saving the day, obviously. Oh, Malim laughed, cracking her knuckles playfully. I can definitely handle that. Punching people is one of my specialties. Kunu grinned broadly and took Malim's hand, leading her back toward the foxhole. Her mind raced, considering which dimension would be best for playing heroes. She was so wrapped up in her thoughts that she didn't realize she had walked right into someone until she stumbled backward. Oh, sorry, Kunu said quickly, glancing up at the person Shed bumped into. It's fine, Kunu, a familiar voice responded warmly. Kuna's eyes widened in surprise. Vicky? She exclaimed. Glory Girl stood smiling at her in full costume. Vicky's sister, Amy, stood slightly off to the side, wearing a bored expression as she glanced around the restaurant. Next to Amy were two adults who appeared to be their parents, both also dressed in bright, superhero costumes. What are you guys doing here? Kunu asked curiously, tilting her head slightly as her tails waved gently behind her. We came to see Haru, the older woman replied in a crisp voice. She had short blonde hair and a serious expression. I'm Carol Dallin, but you can call me Brandish when I'm in costume. What might you be, little one? This is Haru's adorable little sister. Vicky answered with an affectionate grin, ruffling Kuna's hair and ears lightly. Kunu quickly shook her head, fixing her hair while puffing her cheeks slightly in embarrassment. Where's your brother, anyway? Vicky asked. Kunu scrunched her nose and stuck out her tongue. He's asleep in the back with his girlfriend, she said, making a face. Immediately, Vicky and Amy's cheeks turned bright red. Carol sputtered slightly, caught off guard by Kuna's bluntness, and shot her husband a sharp look. The dad, however, seemed uninterested and distracted, his eyes drifting around the restaurant as though he wasn't entirely present. Kunu tilted her head slightly, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Just as Kunu opened her mouth to ask another question, Malim loudly cleared her throat from behind. Everyone jumped slightly, turning their attention toward the annoyed-looking pink-haired girl. Malim crossed her arms beneath her chest, pouting exaggeratedly. Hey, how long were you all planning on ignoring me? And who might you be? Carol asked. Malim's lips curled into a confident grin, placing one hand proudly on her hip. Emilim Nava, Demon Lord Extraordinaire. But today, I'm playing the role of a hero, and he'll be fighting crime alongside Kunu here. Carol blinked, clearly skeptical. Demon Lord? She echoed uncertainly, glancing toward Kunu. Kunu shrugged at Carol's skeptical look. Malim's a friend of my big brother's. Oh, Malim whined dramatically, quickly wrapping her arms around Kunu from behind and squeezing affectionately. I want us to be friends too. Didn't I tell you to call me Big Sister Malim-chan? She pouted. Kunu blushed, her ears flattening slightly against her head. Malim's hug was surprisingly tight, squishing her a bit. Feeling both embarrassed and happy, she finally murmured shyly, Okay, Big Sister Malim-chan. Yay! Malim cheered triumphantly, hugging Kunu even tighter, her grin wide and joyful. After another moment, Malim released her and turned her gaze toward the group of startled humans. Anyway, Haru is sleeping right now, so you should all just leave him alone and go home. Amy scoffed softly under her breath, crossing her arms and clearly unimpressed by Malim's blunt dismissal. Carol frowned slightly, glancing at her husband, who was now staring blankly at one of the restaurant's walls with a vacant expression. Kunu tilted her head curiously, concerned by his strange behavior. What's wrong with him anyway? He's acting weird. Vicky sighed deeply, her cheerful demeanor momentarily slipping. That's my dad. He has severe depression. We actually came here hoping Haru or with someone he knows, might have a way to help him. Kuna's ears twitched in confusion. Depression? She glanced toward Amy for an explanation. Amy gave another frustrated sigh before answering. It's like being really, really sad all the time. He barely talks anymore, and he doesn't want to do anything. He's basically just existing right now. Kunu frowned sympathetically. That sounds sad, she said softly. Malim, however, seemed less sympathetic and more curious. She tilted her head sharply, eyeing Amy specifically. Well, if that's the problem, why haven't you fixed him yet? Amy stiffened visibly at Malim's blunt words, her cheeks turning red. What are you talking about? She stammered, suddenly nervous. Malim gave her a puzzled look. One of my skills tells me you can fix him easily if you wanted to. You could just heal his brain, right? Amy quickly shook her head, eyes wide and defensive. No, I don't do brains. It's complicated. Kunu blinked, confused by Amy's reaction. Wasn't this man her father? Why wouldn't Amy want to help him if she could? Humans were so weird sometimes. Carol, clearly uncomfortable with where this conversation was headed, stepped forward and gently wrapped an arm around her husband's shoulders. I can see we're not going to get anywhere here today. He'll be taking Mark home. Girls, are you coming? Kunu immediately turned her gaze up at Vicky, giving her the most pleading, puppy dog eyes she could manage. Her tails drooped slightly, adding extra dramatic effect. Vicky melted instantly, letting out an ah, before glancing apologetically at her mom. Actually, Mom, he'll stick around here a little longer. Amy will too, she added confidently, elbowing her sister gently. Amy looked like she wanted to protest, but Vicky shot her a stubborn, expectant look that clearly said she wasn't taking no for an answer. Amy groaned softly in defeat, rolling her eyes. Fine, whatever. Carol sighed again, shaking her head slightly, but clearly deciding not to argue. All right, just don't cause trouble. I'll see you girls back home later. She gently guided her husband toward the door, and they exited the restaurant, leaving the four girls behind. Kunu felt a little relieved as soon as the adults left. Now it was just her, Malim, Vicky, and Amy. She glanced back up at Malim, but looked pleased at having chased off the older humans. Vicky, on the other hand, just seemed eager and excited again. So, Vicky began brightly, turning toward Kunu and Malim with sparkling eyes. Weren't you two about to go hero ing? Kunu nodded enthusiastically, tails wagging behind her. Yeah, want to come with us? Vicky grinned eagerly. Of course. Right, Amy? Amy groaned quietly, clearly less excited but resigned to her fate. Like I have a choice now. Malim had a feeling playing heroes with Haru's cute little sister was going to be pretty fun. Kuna's excitement was adorable, and she couldn't help smiling whenever the little fox girl bounced energetically beside her. She was slightly annoyed that the two human girls decided to tag along, though, especially the grumpy one named Amy, who hadn't smiled even once since they arrived. But Kunu seemed to like Glory Girl, and seeing Kunu happy put Malim in a good mood, too. So, where should we go first? Kunu asked cheerfully, turning to Glory Girl as they walked along this place called the Boardwalk while all the nearby humans gawked at them. Vicky considered the question carefully. Honestly, this world has tons of villains. Especially Brockton Bay, she explained. But if you mean the absolute worst villains around, it would have to be the Slaughterhouse Nine. Malim cocked her head curiously. Slaughterhouse Nine? Interesting name. Are they strong? Amy gave a dark scowl at the question. They're psychotic mass murderers, she said bitterly. They travel around wiping out entire towns, slaughtering as many people as possible in the most disgusting ways they can think of just for fun. Kunu visibly flinched at Amy's blunt explanation, her ears flattening against her head and her tails drooping anxiously behind her. Even Glory Girl's expression darkened noticeably. Malim, however, perked up. Oh, they sound pretty strong then. She grinned eagerly. Maybe we should find them first and punch their faces in. Hero stuff like that, right? Amy groaned, staring at Malim in disbelief. You seriously just heard me describe people who butcher entire towns, and your first reaction is excitement? Well, yeah. Malim answered cheerfully, placing her hands on her hips. They're obviously evil, right? That's exactly what heroes are supposed to fight against. Kunu regained her courage at Malim's confident attitude, nodding quickly. Big Sister Malim-chan is right. It's our job to stop people like them. Glory Girl gave a weary sigh, gently patting Kunu on the shoulder. Normally, I'd agree. But no one's seen the 9 in almost 2 months now. They disappeared off everyone's radar completely. Amy nodded in silent agreement. Honestly, it's been nice not having to deal with them, she muttered bitterly. Malim was about to argue that fighting them would have been far more exciting, but before she could speak, a shrill, piercing scream shattered the calm of the morning. The terrible noise shattered windows all along the boardwalk, raining shards of glass onto the sidewalk. Dozens of humans nearby ducked in terror, screaming in panic and covering their ears as chaos erupted around them. Malim winced slightly, covering her ears. Ugh, who's making that annoying noise? Vicky's eyes went wide, her body tensing up instinctively. Shit, that scream at Shatterbird. Armsmaster Colin Wallace Armsmaster stood in his workshop aboard the rig, patiently demonstrating his latest tinkering projects to director Rebecca Costa-Brown, head of the PRT. She watched him with a neutral, assessing expression as he walked her through his newest creations, though Colin knew she wasn't really here for his tech. She had traveled to Brockton Bay to meet Haru, the interdimensional restaurant owner who had single-handedly killed an Endbringer. Well, technically a facet of Haru's restaurant existed here, not Haru himself, but that was just semantics. Colin wasn't naive, he understood politics. He also wasn't above taking advantage of her visit to further his own ambitions. Funding was tight, and tinkers were expensive. If showing off his inventions could secure more funding, he'd gladly swallow his pride. Director Armsmaster began confidently, gesturing toward his latest creation, a sleek flying motorcycle gleaming under the workshop lights. Allow me to demonstrate the newest enhancement I've incorporated. The propulsion system utilizes advanced mass effect-inspired tech. It's capable of vertical takeoff and landing with unparalleled maneuverability. Director Rebecca Costa-Brown, head of the PRT, examined the bike coolly, clearly interested but trying to remain neutral. Impressive, Armsmaster. Before Colin could continue, a high-pitched alarm blared from the monitors in the corner, cutting him off. Both he and Director Costa-Brown turned toward the screens, instantly alert. Dragon's voice filled the room, sounding tense. Armsmaster, Director, we have a critical situation unfolding downtown. It's an emergency. The Slaughterhouse 9 just reappeared. What? Colin growled, immediately grabbing his halberd and securing his gear. Where? Brockton Bay Boardwalk. It's serious, multiple casualties already, Dragon reported urgently. Director Costa-Brown narrowed her eyes, frowning deeply. We haven't seen the 9 in months. Why now? Dragon hesitated briefly before answering. Unclear. Surveillance was disrupted. It appears they're targeting the area near the Dimensional Restaurant. Armsmaster clenched his jaw, quickly strapping his halberd to his back and preparing his armor. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Every second the 9 were allowed to roam freely meant innocent lives lost. I need to deploy immediately, he stated sharply, moving toward the motorcycle. Agreed, Costa-Brown said briskly. They'll coordinate from here. Dragon, keep us updated. Just as Armsmaster was about to mount his motorcycle, Dragon's voice returned, sounding astonished this time. Wait, there's something else. The 9 have engaged in combat, but they're losing? Colin paused mid-motion, raising a brow behind his visor. Losing? To whom? Dragon sounded baffled. For young women are fighting the 9. Glory Girl and Panacea are present, along with 2 unknown parahumans. One is a fox girl similar in appearance to Haru himself, possibly his younger sister. The other dragon's voice grew uncertain. The other is a pink-haired girl displaying power levels beyond anything I've ever recorded. Director Costa-Brown Estefanez. Clarify beyond anything, Dragon. Dragon sounded slightly shaken. She's fighting the Cyberian, Crawler, and Hatchet Face and absolutely dominating them. Her attacks, just punches are registering stronger than Endbringer-level forces on my sensors. Are you serious? Colin asked sharply. Very, Dragon confirmed firmly. Incoming. She warned out of nowhere. What was incoming? Before he could ask that out loud, the entire rig violently shook, throwing both him and Director Costa Brown off balance. The wall nearby exploded inward in a cloud of shattered metal and concrete. Colin reflexively gripped his halberd tighter, shielding the director with his armored body as debris rained down around them. What the hell was that? Rebecca demanded sharply. Colin stared grimly through the dust and wreckage, instantly identifying Hatchet Face's limp, mangled corpse sprawled on the ground. The villain's twisted body was crumpled, broken bones jutting from shredded flesh. Whatever or whoever hit him had done so with horrifying force. Kunu flinched hard at another ear-splitting shriek, covering her sensitive ears with a sharp whimper. And then, the annoying bird lady Shatterbird was abruptly silenced when Malim casually punched her head off. Blood sprayed everywhere as the villain's decapitated body crashed onto the pavement, twitching for a moment before going still. Ugh! Malim groaned, shaking the blood from her fist. She was way too loud. The Demon Lord just shrugged happily before immediately zipping toward the other villains nearby. You three look strong. Want to play with me? Meanwhile, Glory Girl was in midair, barely dodging streaks of blazing flame hurled at her by a crazed, laughing woman. That left Kunu and Amy, Glory Girl's grumpy sister, to face the remaining villains. Kunu turned nervously to the girl beside her, who had gone completely pale and looked genuinely afraid. Holy fuck, Amy whispered in dread, her voice quivering. That's Jack Slash, Mannequin, and Bonesaw. Kunu swallowed hard, feeling a cold chill run down her spine. Even without knowing much about these people, the way Amy reacted told her everything she needed to know. They were definitely terrifying. But Kunu reminded herself that she wasn't just a little fox girl today, she was playing the role of a hero. Heroes weren't supposed to get scared. She straightened her back, crossing her arms defiantly as the Cape Malim had made fluttered dramatically behind her. Surrender, villains. Your evil deeds stop here, Kunu declared bravely, even as her heart raced in her chest. Jack Slash simply smiled calmly at her, his cold gaze sending another chill down Kuna's spine. Well now, look at this little fox trying to play hero, he mocked softly. You're related to the one who killed the Endbringer, aren't you? How fascinating. I can't wait to see his expression when he finds your corpse. Little fox. He cackled like an obvious villain. Bonesaw's eyes lit up brightly, excitement written all over her young face. Oh, are you really related to Haru? I can't wait to cut you open and find out why your kind is so powerful. Bonesaw then glanced over at Amy, suddenly cheerful. Oh, Pun. I wanted to meet you forever. Let's be friends, okay? Amy glared coldly at the girl. Fuck off, she replied bluntly. Bonesaw pouted dramatically, looking genuinely disappointed. Mannequin stepped forward, twitching unnaturally. His voice was emotionless and artificial, coldly mechanical. Usually, I prefer killing foolish tinkers who think they can improve this pathetic world, but I suppose it'll make an exception. Killing the sister of an Endbringer Slayer sounds delightful. Kunu clenched her fists tightly, trying not to tremble. She refused to show them how nervous she was. You'll try, but you'll fail, she declared valiantly. Kunu quickly glanced around for Malim. The pink-haired Demon Lord had effortlessly defeated Ugly Big Guy and was now violently beating down the zebra-striped villain. Kunu wished Big Sister Malim was at her side right now. She also wished Haru was here too suddenly. Both Malim and Haru stood right beside her. Wait, no, not the real Malim or Haru, but copies of them. They glowed faintly with magicules, and Kunu suddenly felt a bit tired. Her unique skill, Fox's Pack, had activated instinctively, summoning illusionary yet real duplicates of her loved ones. Kunu could tell they weren't nearly as strong as their real counterparts, but they were definitely still powerful. The Haru copy reached down affectionately, gently scratching Kuna's ears, making her instantly relax. "Don't worry, Kunu," he said softly with a familiar warm smile she loved so much. "I'm right here. Let's take these bad guys down." The Malim duplicate giggled excitedly, flashing Kunu a bright grin as she clenched her fists eagerly. "You ready, little sister? Let's kick some villain ass." Suddenly, Jack Slaw didn't look nearly as confident as he had a few seconds before. Kunu reeled back her hand and tossed a fireball at the other blonde girl while her copy of Haru attacked Jack Slash, and her Malim copy blitzed at the robot guy. Amy had never felt comfortable on the front lines, and she sure as hell wasn't comfortable now. Facing off against the fucking Slaughterhouse 9 of all people, even knowing Kunu had summoning powers, amazing ones, apparently didn't ease her nerves that much. Still, part of her was quietly hopeful these psychopaths might finally get what they deserved, especially since Malim, the crazy demon girl, was tossing America's most infamous villains around like they were ragdolls. Holy shit, did the Cyberian just freaking die? Even Alexandria had failed to pull that off. A scream suddenly pierced the chaos above, a familiar voice filled with pain and terror. Amy's heart jumped straight into her throat. Vicky crashed hard onto the pavement, rolling violently before lying still, her force field flickering weakly before vanishing entirely. "Vicky!" Amy shouted, panic gripping her instantly. She sprinted toward her sister, ignoring the madness around her. Burns' car, the villain responsible for Vicky's injuries, stood laughing like a maniac just a few feet away, flames dancing in her hands. Without thinking, without hesitation, Amy reached down and grabbed Burns' car by the exposed skin of her ankle. The villain froze, her insane smile abruptly disappearing as Amy seized control of her biology. Amy could feel every twisted, damaged nerve ending in Burns' car's body, along with the mental illness that pushed her toward violence. A single second passed as Amy hesitated, her heart pounding furiously. Then Burns' car raised her hand, flames igniting dangerously. Amy didn't have time to think. She simply turned off the villain's heart. Burns' car collapsed instantly, hitting the ground like a lifeless puppet. Amy stared down at the corpse, nausea twisting her stomach. She had just killed someone, but the shock quickly faded, replaced immediately by a much deeper fear. Vicky was still lying motionless on the ground. Amy rushed to Vicky's side, dropping to her knees and placing her hands on her sister's broken body. Vicky was barely breathing, her body trembling in pain, skin blistered and burned, clothing blackened and smoldering. Amy's fingers traced her sister's biology, her powers revealing extensive internal trauma. Third-degree burns covered most of Vicky's back and shoulders, with severe bleeding beneath her skull. Brain swelling. "Fuck! Thud!" Amy turned and saw Malim land next to her with her hands on her hips, staring at Amy with a judgmental look. "Well, what's it going to be, little human girl? I thought you don't heal brains." "Malim, that was pretty fun," Malim declared cheerfully, pulling Kunu into a tight hug. "Did you see how far that ugly monster guy flew when I punched him?" Kunu giggled, happily squirming in Malim's grasp. Her exhaustion was obvious, but the little fox girl was still glowing with excitement from their battle. "Yeah, Big Sister Malim-chan was amazing," Kunu said proudly, her tail swishing in delight. Malim set Kunu back down and glanced around at the ruined street. Those evil humans and that weird illusion zebra thing had been interesting at first, but ultimately, none had been strong enough to make her break a sweat, so she decided to finish them all off. She even punched the zebra thing so hard whoever was controlling it died from the feedback too. However, Kuna's new power had been the real highlight of the fight. Malim's eyes sparkled with excitement. Kunu had summoned duplicates of Malim and Haru. It was one of the coolest, unique skills Shed ever seen. In fact, Malim and her duplicate were still facing each other, both eagerly sizing one another up. The air between them practically vibrated with anticipation. "You're pretty strong for a copy," Malim teased, eyes narrowing with excitement. "And you're not bad either for the real thing," The duplicate responded playfully, mimicking Malim's eager stance. Want to fight? Of course. Malim laughed eagerly, but paused when she saw Kunu sway slightly, clearly exhausted. She sighed in disappointment. As exciting as this fight would be, it wouldn't be fair to push Kunu further today. The copy obviously drew her power from Kunis' Magicule reserves. Malim was going to have to name Kunu later to give her bigger reserves. But not now, since that would knock Kunu out. On second thought, Malim said regretfully, "It looks like Kunu-chan is too tired right now. We'll fight next time." The copy pouted dramatically, but gave a nod of understanding. Next time, then. The Malim copy vanished along with Haru's handsome duplicate. Malim tilted her head, puzzled by a sudden odd thought. Handsome? Weird. She didn't normally think about stuff like that. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden rush of wind and noise. Heroes had begun arriving in droves, far too late, of course. A man in shiny blue armor rode in on some weird metal horse thing with wheels. More brightly dressed humans, other heroes, she guessed, were appearing nearby too. Malim smirked, noticing Amy kneeling beside her injured sister. Of course, the moody human girl had broken her silly rule about healing brains. Malim knew from the start she'd been lying. Humans were complicated and silly creatures. Sometimes, hey, big sister Malim-chan? Kunu tugged softly on Malim's hand, drawing her attention again. The little fox girl looked up with tired eyes. What should we do now? Malim smiled gently, kneeling down to face Kunu at eye level. Do you want to stop playing heroes now, Kunu-chan? She asked gently. Kunu frowned determinedly, her tails bristling. No way. We haven't even been heroes for half an hour yet. Malim laughed fondly. All right then, we can keep going. The armored man approached them now, finally deciding to talk to them. He eyed Malim cautiously, clearly wary after seeing what she'd done to the villains. Playing? He echoed incredulously. You two are calling this playing? Malim narrowed her eyes and stared intensely at his shiny helmet. The armored hero visibly tensed, quickly turning his gaze away, intimidated. Good. At least he recognized who was stronger. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Anyway, thank you for your help taking down the Slaughterhouse 9 and protecting Brockton Bay. You're welcome, Kunu declared proudly, striking a heroic pose. That's what heroes do, right? They protect people. And today, we're heroes. The armored man seemed amused. Only today. Malim flashed him a confident grin. Yep. Usually, I'm the villain since I'm actually a demon lord. He sputtered, nearly choking. Wait, what? But Malim was already done with this boring human conversation. She swept Kunu up onto her shoulders, turning back toward Haru's restaurant. Come on, Kunu-chan, she said cheerfully. Let's find another world to play heroes in. Okay. Kunu cheered happily, gripping tightly onto Malim's hair. Malim laughed, ignoring the confused shouts of the armored hero behind them as they walked away. Whoa, that's a really big tree, Malim said as she looked up and up and up. She tilted her head back, so far she almost dropped Kunu off her shoulders. Kunu was chittering on her shoulders excitedly. I think this is a new world. Big sister Malim. New world? Malim asked. It's a world that Haru hasn't been to yet. We got here first, and that means we get to name it, Kunu declared smugly. Millen nodded her head. That made sense to her. She glanced around the area and even spread out her senses a bit. They were in the middle of a massive forest with all kinds of very weird plants and animals Malim never felt before. Although for some reason, it seemed like all life on this strange world was connected in some strange way that was making Malim's senses feel all funny. Scree. Malim and Kunu glanced up again as a bunch of large blue people suddenly flew down from the large tree while riding cool-looking bird dinosaurs. Malim definitely wanted one. The last pet she had died, unfortunately, after she hugged it too hard. The large blue people hopped off their flying birds and pulled out bows and arrows, pointing them at Malim and Kunu, and started obviously threatening them in some weird language. Hi there, blue people. I'm Kunu, and this is Malim. Do you guys need any heroes? Chapter 72. Haru, a couple hours later, I woke up feeling warm and relaxed, with Naruko snuggled comfortably in my arms. As I slowly opened my eyes, I smiled at the sight of her peacefully sleeping face, her breathing slow and steady. My golden tails were wrapped gently around her soft, fluffy red ones, and it felt so comfortable that I almost wanted to drift back to sleep again. Naruko stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open to meet mine. We both chuckled softly, slowly untangling our tails, taking our time and enjoying the soft sensations. "Morning, beautiful," I said quietly, leaning in to kiss her softly on the lips. She kissed me back eagerly, holding the moment a little longer before pulling away with a small sigh. "Morning, Haru," she said sleepily, rubbing her eyes as her fox ears drooped slightly. She looked adorably disgruntled as she glanced at the clock on the bedside table. "Ugh, I really don't want to get up. Can I just stay here with you instead?" I laughed gently, brushing her silky hair out of her eyes. "You can stay here as long as you want," I told her gently, still running my fingers softly through her hair. Naruko laughed, rolling her eyes with playful exasperation. "Yeah, I could, but then I'd have to deal with Tsunade yelling at me again. I might be a demon fox now, but she's a real devil. You have no idea how scary she gets when she's pissed." She shuddered dramatically at the thought, and I couldn't help chuckling. Naruko was probably the only person I knew who could face down literal endbringers, but still tremble at the idea of getting scolded by her boss. Although Tsunade had become Rias Rook now, so her fists were probably pretty scary. I briefly thought about suggesting we shower together, but I hesitated. I wasn't sure if she was ready to move our relationship forward yet. We hadn't crossed that boundary so far, and I didn't want to pressure her. Then, without warning, Naruko stood up from the bed and began nervously tugging off her shirt. I felt my heart rate spike immediately as her breasts bounced softly into view. My mouth went dry at the sudden sight, and she glanced shyly in my direction, her cheeks flushed bright red. "I was going to take a shower," she stammered softly, looking both nervous and hopeful. "Do you want to join me?" I suddenly felt very self-conscious as I watched her, completely speechless for a second. "Are you sure about this?" I finally managed. She blushed even deeper, fidgeting slightly. "Just so you know, we're not having sex yet." "But," she bit her lower lip shyly. "We could do other things if you want." She turned around quickly, giving me a full view of her perfectly shaped backside as she walked into my bathroom. Any hesitation I felt immediately vanished, and within seconds I was out of bed, stripping off my boxers eagerly before following her inside. I walked out into the restaurant from the back hallway, unable to stop myself from grinning. I paused just inside the doorway, leaning comfortably against the wall as I watched Naruko hurry toward the front door. Her cheeks were still glowing a deep red, and I couldn't help feeling proud that I'd put that blush there. "See you later," I called softly, enjoying the sight of her twitching foxtails and shy smile as she paused by the exit. She glanced over her shoulder, gave me a quick, embarrassed wave, and slipped outside. We'd gotten into some fun in the shower, chuckling to myself. I moved behind the counter and started drumming my fingers absently on the wooden surface. The restaurant was empty, which wasn't surprising since I'd overslept well past noon. I hoped no one had shown up earlier only to find the place closed and be disappointed. Just as I was starting to wonder who my first customer of the day would be, the door swung open and Harry Potter stepped inside. It had been weeks since I'd seen the young wizard, and he looked around the restaurant with obvious relief at finding the place empty, except for the two of us. "Hey, Harry," I greeted him, smiling warmly. "It's been a while." "Hey, Haru," Harry responded, giving a relaxed wave as he approached the counter. "Yeah, sorry about that. Things at school have actually been going pretty well, believe it or not. I'm kind of enjoying being a student these days, which still feels weird to say." I raised an eyebrow at that. "So, does that mean you've changed your mind about dropping out after the Triwizard tournament?" Harry shrugged thoughtfully. "Honestly, I don't know anymore. At first, leaving after the tournament seemed like the only option. But lately, with Hermione and everything going on at Hogwarts, I'm actually starting to rethink it. If things keep going like this, maybe I want you to leave after all." I nodded in understanding, then asked curiously, "Speaking of Hermione, how come she isn't with you today?" Harry rubbed the back of his neck nervously, shifting his weight. Well, actually, she's kind of the reason I'm here. Hogwarts is having this big dance. Soon the Yule Ball and Hermione and I are going together. I grinned broadly. Sounds fun. What's the issue? Then, Harry grimaced slightly, clearly embarrassed. Apparently, since I'm one of the champions, I'm supposed to lead the first dance. But I've never danced in my entire life. I don't know the first thing about it. If I don't learn, I'm going to embarrass myself in front of everyone. I couldn't stop myself from laughing. Harry shot me a playful glare, and I quickly raised my hands in apology. Saw thee, Zealot? I'm sure we can find a yokai around here who'd be more than happy to teach you how to dance. Trust me, you'll be fine. At that exact moment, the front door of the restaurant swung open again, and Henry stepped inside, followed closely by Alice. My girlfriend had an amused look on her face when she saw me standing awake behind the counter. Oh good, you're finally up, Alice teased lightly, giving me a playful smirk as she approached. I was prepared to kick you awake if you were still sleeping. I chuckled and rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'd love to see you try. Henry blushed softly, ducking her head with a shy smile. I would have just gently woken Lord Haru up. I gave her a grateful smile, appreciating her kindness as she moved behind the counter and started putting on her apron. Henry hadn't been spending as much time in the restaurant lately. After Carne Village was destroyed, she started attending high school in this world instead. ID thought about it a lot and decided it wasn't fair for her a teenage girl to work here nearly full-time, even if she was from a magical feudal world originally. She deserved to enjoy life as a regular girl, too. Henry let out a sigh when she noticed some leftover dishes from the night before still piled next to the sink. Really, Lord Haru? You're hopeless sometimes, she muttered affectionately, immediately loading them into the dishwasher. Alice had already turned to greet Harry, giving him a warm smile. Hey, Harry. Long time no see. How've you been? He flushed slightly when he glanced at her, suddenly embarrassed. He repeated the same explanation had just given me, although he seemed much more uncomfortable admitting that he couldn't dance to my beautiful, psychic, red-headed girlfriend. Alice simply shrugged, unfazed. Honestly, I can't dance either, or at least, I don't have any memories of ever dancing. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, she reassured him. Harry visibly relaxed at her words, giving a relieved nod. Alice then turned back to me, a curious look on her face. By the way, Haru, where's the pipsqueak? Your mother was looking everywhere for Kunu, but she's not at the palace. My good mood evaporated instantly. Kunu? She's not here, I said slowly, feeling worry start to claw on my chest. I thought she was with Tanya. Did she seriously run off again? Alice frowned, concern flickering in her eyes. Already checked with Tanya. She hasn't seen Kunu since earlier. I let out a deep sigh, running my hand through my hair. Shit, Mom and I were both exhausted. Kunu must take advantage of that. Harry quickly pulled out his wand, aiming it toward the center of the restaurant. I can try a locator spell, he offered hurriedly, muttering under his breath. A faint white glow pulsed from the wand. It spun for a few seconds and then pointed directly toward the front door. Yeah, not very helpful. I sighed, running a hand down my face. Of course. That confirmed exactly what I suspected. Kunu, my mischievous little sister, had definitely run off to play hero in another world. For a 10-year-old kitsune, she managed to create more chaos than anyone else I knew. I guess we're going on a little rescue mission, I said reluctantly, stepping around the counter. Knowing Kunu, she's probably causing trouble for someone. Just as I started toward the door, the whole thing exploded inward with a loud crash, sending splinters flying everywhere. My heart jumped into my throat as Kunu ran inside, breathless, her golden hair a tangled mess of leaves and dirt covering her clothes. Thankfully, aside from looking like she had just fought an army, she seemed perfectly fine physically. But she wasn't alone. Malim sprinted in right behind her, skidding dramatically across the restaurant floor, fists clenched and a huge grin plastered on her face. She whipped around to yell through the now wide-open doorway. Your aim stinks, you big blue meanies, she shouted, laughing gleefully. She then waved her hand, and the wood started to collect back together. The door was fixed and started closing itself. As the door slowly began to close, I caught a glimpse of a dense, alien forest beyond. Right before a volley of massive arrows came streaking through the doorway, directly toward us. Henry screamed, immediately ducking behind the counter for cover. Harry panicked, fumbling awkwardly to cast a protective charm. Before he could even finish, Malim sprang into action. In a blur of motion, she effortlessly plucked every arrow right out of the air, twirling them like they were nothing more than sticks. That was so awesome, Kuna shouted excitedly, practically bouncing on her toes. Did you see that, big brother? We totally beat up those evil aliens and then got away successfully. We were real heroes. As she struck an exaggerated heroic pose, I finally noticed the small, colorful mask covering part of her face, along with a little cape fluttering behind her back. Of course, she ran off to play hero somewhere. I rubbed my temples slowly, torn between relief and exasperation. Kanu, seriously? You can't just run off into random dimensions like that. You know better, I scolded her. Kunu immediately puffed her cheeks, looking up at me defiantly. But today we're playing superheroes, and we had to save everyone from those bad guys, Haru and I. Besides, I wasn't alone, Big Sister Malim was with me. We totally beat up those slaughter-something guys, and then we beat up the mean blue aliens that tried to attack us later. What? I felt like I was missing so much information from that explanation. Malim nodded energetically, placing a protective hand on Kuna's shoulder. Don't worry, Haru. Nobody got hurt. Well, except for the bad guys I killed and the evil aliens we beat up. But trust me, they totally had it coming. We were being friendly, and they tried to capture us. And then when we wouldn't let them, they tried to attack us with arrows and spears. That's really rude. You know, so I punched a bunch of them, but more and more of them kept pouring out of that big tree. We beat up almost 100 of them before we decided to just leave. Justice prevails, Kuna declared. 100? Who did they beat up 100 of? Did I even want to know? Now that Kunu was safely back, I decided it was probably best to start making lunch for everyone. Besides, we could all use something to settle the chaos. Kunu was currently animatedly telling Harry all about her supposed adventures, her tails wagging with excitement. I had a feeling I'd need a much more accurate explanation later. Once Mom arrived, right now, her story involved way too many villains and epic battles to be fully believable, I hoped. I headed into the kitchen, Henry following close behind, ready to help out. We worked comfortably side by side, prepping ingredients and cooking up everyone's favorites. For Alice, I fixed up her favorite classic burger and fries. She was already seated at a table, chatting pleasantly with Harry and laughing along at Kuna's wild storytelling. Harry himself was easy enough. Crispy fish and chips. The smell of fresh fish frying quickly filled the air as I worked. Kuna's choice was obvious, one of her favorites, katsudan. Hopefully, this would settle her down enough for the interrogation she was inevitably going to face from Mom when she arrived. Yeah, I texted her Malim, demanded something tasty and super unhealthy. So I threw together a massive meat lover's pizza piled high with extra cheese and toppings. When I placed it down in front of her, her eyes practically sparkled with joy. "Oh, this looks amazing. You're the best, Haru," she declared, immediately devouring half a slice in one bite. I chuckled, sliding into my seat beside Alice as Henry served Kunu her katsudan. Kunu immediately dug in with a delighted squeal. I wasn't very hungry yet, so I just had a glass of water. Everyone was happily eating when the front door opened quietly, and Mom stepped gracefully into the restaurant. Yasaka looked better now that Shed had a chance to sleep off the exhaustion from a night full of politics. She walked straight toward us, her 12 golden tails swaying behind her as she gave the group a friendly smile. Then her eyes landed squarely on Kunu, and her expression immediately turned stern. "Kunu, you're grounded," she declared calmly, folding her arms beneath her ample chest. Kunu instantly whined in protest, her ears flattening dramatically. "But Mama, we saved so many people from bad guys today. We were heroes." Yasaka raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "We'll discuss exactly what you did later. For now, You're grounded until further notice. Malim paused mid-bite, looking genuinely curious. Wait, am I grounded too? She asked, glancing back and forth between Yasaka and Kunu. Yasaka gave Malim an incredulous look. You're not my daughter, Malim. Malim tilted her head thoughtfully, suddenly grinning mischievously. I could be if I married Haru. I choked on my drink, coughing roughly. Alice immediately sputtered, dropping her fry onto her plate as she stared at Malim in shock. Enri, standing nearby with a pitcher of water, made a soft, jealous hissing noise under her breath. Mom looked startled for a brief moment before quickly regaining her composure. She lifted her chin elegantly and said calmly, "That would be between you and Haru." Then she turned her sharp gaze directly toward me, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Hazu, dear, is there something you haven't told me? I quickly raised my hands defensively, shaking my head. No, Mom. Seriously, Malim and I are just friends. Malim immediately pouted, looking genuinely disappointed. So I quickly added, but she is very cute, though. Malim's pout instantly transformed into a triumphant smile, nodding happily. That's right. Imzupa Kuta, am the cutest of all demon lords. I didn't actually know if that was true, but I nodded along anyway. After Yasaka finished gently yet firmly scolding Kunu, she finally decided it was time to head home. Before they left, though, I quickly put together a nice bento box filled with some grilled salmon, rice, vegetables, and rolled omelets just the way Mom liked. I handed it to her with an apologetic smile. Here, Mom. Something for later, since you've had such a rough night and morning, I said softly. Yasaka gave me an appreciative look, nodding gracefully as she took the box. Thank you, dear. At least I have one child who isn't constantly causing trouble. Kunu gave a dramatic whine as Yasaka took her by the ear, gently but firmly pulling her toward the door. Manga, you're embarrassing me. Yasaka ignored her protests entirely. Goodbye, everyone. After they left, the door opened again, and my cousin Karara stepped gracefully inside. She was an elegant three-tailed kitsune with silver hair who usually handled tailoring Yasaka's kimonos. But she was also skilled in many traditional arts, dancing among them. ID called her earlier, hoping she'd be willing to help Harry learn some ballroom dancing. Karara approached with mild annoyance, though she maintained her usual polite demeanor. Haru, you do realize I'm a busy woman, right? Teaching your friend to dance in such a short time isn't exactly easy. I know, Karara, I said sheepishly, giving her my most charming smile. But you're the best person I know when it comes to anything elegant. Consider it a favor? She sighed lightly, giving me a stern yet fond look. Very well. I'll do my best. Harry stepped forward nervously, nodding respectfully to Karara. Thank you so much, miss. I really appreciate the help. She smiled warmly at him, clearly charmed by his sincerity. You're very welcome. Now, let's not waste any time, we have much to cover. She gently ushered him out the door. With Harry and Karara gone, customers gradually began to filter into the restaurant, trying to catch the tail end of lunch. Among them were a couple of familiar faces from the companions, though neither Ela nor Agner was with them today. Still, the Nords were polite enough, if a bit loud as usual. Malim remained seated at the counter, happily finishing off her pizza. Alice was leaning against the counter beside her, arms crossed, thoroughly interrogating her about today's misadventure. Seriously, Malim, what exactly were you thinking taking Kunu on such a dangerous adventure? She's just a kid. Malim puffed out her cheeks stubbornly, crossing her arms. I am a very responsible demon lord. Kunu-chan was perfectly safe the whole time. Alice raised an eyebrow, skeptically. Oh, really? Because from what I've heard so far, your little hero outing involved fighting an entire group of murderous psychopaths. Malim grinned proudly. Exactly. And Kunu-chan handled herself super good. It stinks, though, that I didn't get to officially name her. I would have picked something super cute. Oh well. Next time, please don't change her name, Malim, I asked her. We all like her name. Fine, I'll name her Kunu, just like I named you Haru, Malim said. Just then, the door opened once more, and Counselor Tevos stepped inside, accompanied by a few other beautiful Asari women I didn't recognize. Probably her secretaries or just friends. Did she have friends? They paused briefly in the entrance, glancing around the busy restaurant. Malim's eyes immediately widened, and she jumped dramatically to her feet, pointing aggressively at the Aseri delegation. The blue aliens have returned. Come at me, you big meanies. Fire your bows if you dare. I'm ready for you. Tevos froze in surprise, looking completely bewildered. Her companions shifted nervously, clearly unsure how to react. Everyone else in the restaurant went silent, awkwardly watching the unfolding scene. Malim, no, these aren't the aliens you fought earlier. They're guests. I scolded her. Malim paused, squinting carefully at Tevos and the other Aseri. After a long moment, recognition finally flickered in her eyes. Oh, Haru is right. You're different blue aliens. Sorry, my bad. She shrugged casually and hopped back onto her stool as if nothing had happened. I exhaled a sigh of relief, giving Tevos an apologetic look as she cautiously approached the counter. Haru, what exactly was that about? Tevos asked, confusion clear on her usually composed face. Alice answered for me. Apparently, Malim and Kunu just had a run-in with another species of blue-skinned aliens in a different dimension. They didn't speak any recognizable language, at least not one that Haru's restaurant can translate. I'm guessing it's because none of those aliens have ever been here yet, and the restaurant couldn't scan them or whatever it does to make us all understand each other. Huh, that was a pretty reasonable explanation for the language problem. Maybe if one of them ever visits here, the issue will be solved. Although that involves getting a large, hostile, and primitive alien through my front door willingly. And why exactly were they fighting these aliens? Tevos asked Malim. Well, Malim claims she and Kunu try to be friendly, but the aliens attacked first. So naturally, Malim retaliated and ended up fighting around 100 of them before escaping back here, I explained. Tevos' expression shifted into disbelief as she turned to stare incredulously at Malim. Who exactly is this problem child? Malim puffed her chest out, looking deeply offended. Problem child? Emilim Nava Demon Lord Extraordinaire. She declared confidently. I'm Haru's future wife too, you know. Wait, what? Alice sputtered. Liar. Henry huffed nearby. Do you even know what a wife is, Malim? I asked her. Yes. It means I can be with my bestie forever. She said cheerfully. So that was a no. She did not know what it was. The other girls all exchanged glances, obviously coming to the same conclusion. Tevos gave me a look, probably questioning my sanity for the company I kept, but I just shrugged in response. She then asked me if I would like the help of some Aseri delegation to try and reason with the hostile aliens from the forest world. Aseri could meld with other species to instantly learn any language. Also, since they were both blue, they might be less hostile. Maybe tomorrow? I shrugged. Give them some time to cool down a bit. I kind of just felt like cooking today and not dealing with all that political stuff. Chapter 73. Dr. Grace, what the hell am I looking at here, Grace? Parker demanded impatiently, staring at the remote drone footage displayed on the monitor. The video replayed scenes of chaos unfolding at the Navi home tree. Grace exchanged a baffled glance with Norm, who stood just as stunned beside her. Honestly, Parker, I have no idea, she admitted, her voice trailing off as she leaned closer to the screen. The footage was from yesterday, and it showed something utterly impossible. Behind them, Colonel Miles Quaritch clicked his tongue loudly, clearly irritated. Looks like some kind of goddamn superweapon someone decided to unleash on these blue bastards, he said gruffly. An experiment. Maybe? Androids or secret super soldiers. Didn't even know we had that kind of tech operational yet. Grace shook her head sharply. We don't. At least this company doesn't. There's nothing like that anywhere in our inventory. The room went silent as everyone watched in disbelief. On screen, a small, pink-haired girl and an even smaller, golden-haired girl with unmistakably fox-like ears and 9 waving golden tails were effortlessly defeating dozens upon dozens of fully grown Navi warriors. Both girls were wearing colorful masks and capes, as if they were playing dress-up superheroes rather than waging an actual battle. Norm leaned in, eyes wide. Are they actually catching arrows midair? Grace nodded slowly, completely dumbfounded, and throwing warriors 5 times their size around like toys. Colonel Miles let out a low, appreciative whistle. He crossed his arms, his expression calculating. I don't care if they're androids, super soldiers from another outfit, or little aliens from God knows where I want those girls. Find out how to bring them here. Grace rolled her eyes at the Colonel's predictable fixation on weaponry. What interests me, she said pointedly, is how 2 humanoids are running around Pandora without oxygen masks or protective gear. Not to mention their clearly enhanced physiology. No human or Navi child could possibly perform feats like that, not even close. The video showed Jake clearly recognizable even in his avatar form charging into the fray, only to be promptly knocked unconscious by a blazing blue fireball that exploded at his feet. Well, at least nobody died, Grace murmured dryly, relieved despite herself. Looks like most of the Navi just suffered bruises and injured pride. Colonel Miles frowned, leaning forward with intense interest. Patch us through to Sully. I want a first-hand report of exactly what happened down there. One of the technicians immediately contacted Jake. Moments later, Jake's bruised and battered Navi face appeared on the main monitor. He looked dazed, clutching his head painfully, eyes unfocused. What the hell happened out there, soldier? Colonel Miles demanded. Jake went slightly, clearly still reeling. Honestly, sir, I don't even know. 1 minute everything was quiet, and the next the entire clan was screaming, grabbing their bows, and attacking 2 little girls who looked like they'd stepped right out of a comic book or something. He rubbed his head again, grimacing. When I got closer, one of them, the little fox girl, threw a blue fireball at me. I dodged, but the explosion knocked me out cold. Grace clicked her tongue anxiously, frowning at the evident concussion symptoms Jake was exhibiting. Hopefully, his avatar Bodis natural healing would sort out quickly. Colonel Miles exhaled sharply, clearly frustrated but understanding. Don't sweat it, soldier. None of us anticipated this shitstorm. Any idea where these little intruders came from, at least? Grace perked up immediately, intensely curious herself. Yes, Jake. Where exactly did they come from? Did you see how they entered the area? Jake hesitated, looking unsure how to phrase his next words. Well, they came from this weird restaurant that popped up right underneath Home Tree. Silence enveloped the room as everyone froze, processing his statement. Parker finally exploded. What fucking restaurant? Colonel Miles eyed Jake skeptically, his tone softening only slightly. So, are you sure you're all right? Maybe that hit was worse than you think. Grace ignored their reactions entirely, stepping forward eagerly. Jake, wait, are you saying the Navi actually have restaurants now? That's groundbreaking anthropological news. No, Jake clarified quickly, shaking his head. Not the Navi. The building looked human-made, like a decent-sized wooden restaurant. It just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, right at the base of Home Tree. After those girls beat up everyone, they ran straight inside and haven't come back out. The Navi are all freaked out. Nobody dares go near it. He paused, visibly gathering his courage before continuing. I only just woke up, Colonel. But if you need someone to go investigate directly, they'll volunteer. Colonel Miles considered this, clearly intrigued. Grace stepped forward, cutting him off before he could respond. Jake, first recover fully before you head anywhere near it again. We need you healthy. In the meantime, Norm and I will run more scans and see if we can pinpoint exactly what's going on with this restaurant. Parker groaned, rubbing his temples dramatically. A random fucking restaurant full of superpowered little girls, suddenly popping up in the middle of our mining operation. Perfect. Just what we needed. He then turned his attention to Grace. You're our expert when it comes to weird shit on this planet. I want you to figure out what the hell this all is, and if you can't, then the Colonel here is going to kill it. The Colonel chuckled darkly at that, staring at the images of the 2 girls on the screen almost obsessively. Damn right I will. Never mind the scans, then she huffed. Grace turned to Norm and told him to get ready because they were heading out immediately before the Colonel did something dumb haru. I stood next to Kunu in the kitchen, watching as she scrubbed dishes by hand, soap and water splashing everywhere. Using magic was strictly forbidden, right now Mom's orders. After we learned Kunu had snuck off to Ramirez's world behind everyone's back to gain new powers, Mom was understandably pissed. That only got worse when Kunu finally spilled the full details of her and Malim's adventure. It wasn't like Mom or I were upset that Kunu had gotten stronger. We both knew how dangerous things could get in the supernatural world and in other worlds as well. But running off without permission, especially to Ramirez village, which was completely empty since Rimuru and his people were off at war, was reckless. Even for Kunu. Ironically, Malim's presence probably kept my little sister safe. Ramirez Forest was home to some seriously powerful monsters, and Malim being there with her scary demon lord aura at least guaranteed Kuna's safety. Kuna let out an exaggerated whine, shooting me pleading eyes. Oni-chan, haven't I suffered enough already? Nope, I said firmly, gesturing toward the stack of dirty pans. Keep scrubbing, Kunu. You know the rules. She groaned dramatically, but continued washing the dishes, her ears flattened unhappily. Inri, who stood nearby drying some plates, smiled gently. Don't worry, Kunu-chan. There aren't that many left. Kuna pouted. You're just saying that because you're not the one scrubbing. Inri laughed softly, glancing at me with amusement. Maybe, but I'm helping, aren't I? At the counter, Malim sat happily munching on a large plate of chicken wings, trying to say something through a mouthful of food. She waved one of the bones at me, eyes sparkling with excitement. HMRPH, if gotta tell you something, I chuckled, holding up my hand. Malim, swallow first, please. I can't understand a word you're saying. She paused, cheeks puffed out with chicken, and nodded sheepishly before swallowing loudly. Sorry. Anyway, Haru, you'll never believe what I before she could finish. The front door opened, and I looked up, expecting someone else to be stopping by. Instead, Urza Scarlet walked into the restaurant, smiling warmly when she saw me. She wore a tight white shirt and a short blue skirt that perfectly showed off her toned legs. My mood brightened immediately at the sight of her, but Urza noticeably flinched as soon as her eyes landed on Malim at the counter. Malim tilted her head, narrowing her eyes slightly as if trying to recall something. Still chewing, she attempted to address Urza. Aren't you that girl who mad Haru shad other day? Urza stared at her blankly, clearly unable to decipher what Malim was saying. I sighed softly, shaking my head. Malim, seriously, swallow your food. Malim gulped down the chicken wing and then repeated herself, this time clearly and loudly. I said, aren't you that girl who made Haru sad before? Urza immediately blushed, embarrassment clear on her face. She glanced apologetically toward me. Yes. I'm really sorry again, Haru. Like I said before, my guild's first master and Master Makarov completely overreacted by forbidding everyone from interacting with you in your restaurant. Malim squinted suspiciously, looking between Urza and me. I gave Malim a reassuring smile. Relax, Malim. Urza came back and apologized properly after you left the other day. We're all good now. Oh. Malim brightened immediately, nodding and grabbing another chicken wing. Well, okay then. I forgive you for making my bestie sad. Urza relaxed slightly, relief evident on her face, but Malim wasn't finished yet. Leaning forward on her stool with a sly grin, she raised an eyebrow at Urza. So, baby dragon, why are you back? Are you trying to become Haru's wife or something? Sorry to tell you, but that spot's already taken. Urza sputtered, eyes widening in shock, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red as she glanced quickly toward me. I waved dismissively, giving Urza an apologetic look. Ignore Malim. She doesn't actually know what a wife is. Malim immediately puffed up, crossing her arms beneath her chest in indignation. I do to know what a wife is, Haru. Really? I said playfully. Then what's a wife, Malim? She paused, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully for several long seconds before confidently answering. It's the person who gets to eat tasty food cooked by Haru every single day. I laughed, shaking my head. See, told you she doesn't know. Urza laughed before shaking her head. Urza then glanced uncertainly at Malim. Wait a second. Why did you call me baby dragon earlier? Malim paused in the middle of another bite of food and then leaned close to Urza. Malim started sniffing her, inhaling deeply through her nose several times. Urza immediately blushed bright red, stiffening awkwardly as Malim invaded her personal space. She shot a helpless glance in my direction. Seriously, Haru, what's with the people in this restaurant always sniffing me? My own cheeks flushed slightly. Before I could even start explaining, Malim's eyes lit up and she bounced excitedly on her stool. Whoa, no wonder you smell so familiar. You're just like I used to be your half-dragon, she exclaimed triumphantly. Really, Malim? I know her mom's a dragon, but I thought Urza's blood was diluted, I said. Malim shook her head vigorously, with her pink ponytails bouncing wildly. Nope, you're wrong. Her dragon blood isn't weak at all. It's just magically suppressed and buried really deep. She turned back to Urza, a sly grin spreading across her face. You know, baby dragon, you could be a whole lot stronger if you let me name you properly. Naming you would awaken your dragon powers and unlock your full potential. Urza frowned slightly, clearly intrigued but still skeptical. She scratched her cheek thoughtfully. Stronger, huh? Am already considered the strongest woman in fairy tale. Her voice trailed off slowly, eyes darkening as an unpleasant memory flashed across her face. But even that strength meant nothing when that Valdragon slaughtered so many innocent people right in front of me and my guildmates. I couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Malim nodded firmly, looking genuinely sympathetic for a second. That's exactly why you should let me name you. Your hidden dragon blood would fully awaken, and you'd have the power to fight monsters like that. We could form our own super powerful faction. Together, we could definitely steal Haru away from all the other girls who have already sunk their claws into him. She thrust her finger dramatically into the air. Haru will be our wife. Wait, what? I sighed, shaking my head at her nonsense. Malim, I'm pretty sure you've got that backwards, Malim huffed indignantly, cheeks puffing out in annoyance as she shot me a stubborn glare. I held her gaze calmly, deciding to make things explicitly clear. Listen, Malim, I'm not leaving any of my girls. I'm a very possessive demon. Fox Malim pouted dramatically, crossing her arms. Ah, Haru, you're no fun. Urza cleared her throat softly, cutting back into our conversation. She looked torn, clearly wrestling with the idea of letting Malim name her. Wait, slow down a moment. What exactly do you mean by naming, anyway? How exactly would it make me stronger? Malim eagerly turned back to face Urza, eyes sparkling with excitement. Naming someone powerful is a special ritual. I share my magicules that's basically magical energy with you, which helps unlock your hidden potential. Because you have strong dragon blood inside you, it would mean awakening your dragon side fully. You become stronger, tougher, and faster. Basically, you become super awesome, like me. She placed a proud hand on her chest, looking exceedingly smug. Well, not quite as awesome as me, since I'm the bestest demon lord in the world, and now the multiverse, but you'll be pretty awesome too, Urza hesitated, clearly weighing Malim's offer carefully before finally shaking her head. I'll think about it, she said slowly. Honestly, I don't know if I'm ready to fully become a dragon, like my mom. Her mention of Irene suddenly made me curious. I leaned casually against the counter, eyeing Urza with interest. Speaking of your mom, any idea where she's been lately? I keep wondering when that crazy dragon mom might roll into my restaurant again. Urza let out a quiet, embarrassed chuckle at my blunt description of Irene, her cheeks faintly reddening. Honestly, Haru, I have no clue. It's been almost 2 weeks since she last contacted me. Before we could discuss Irene any further, the restaurant door swung open, distracting all of us. The person, or rather, alien I was expecting finally arrived. Counselor Tevos stepped inside gracefully, her gaze calm and professional as she approached the counter. She glanced around briefly before offering me a gentle smile. Not quite as many customers here today, she noted with polite curiosity. They come and go, I replied lightly, shrugging. It's the holiday season in a lot of Earth-type worlds, so I figure everyone's busy spending time with family. Tevos nodded in understanding, seemingly accepting that explanation. She then looked at me directly, her expression serious again. Are you planning to personally accompany me for this diplomatic mission, Haru? Of course, I said firmly. Are you handling things personally too? She nodded gracefully. Yes. Before becoming a counselor, I was an experienced diplomat. All Asari have a natural gift for calming other species and encouraging dialogue. Her face darkened slightly, and she added quietly, except maybe for the Yog, a small shudder passed through her. And it was clear she didn't want to elaborate further on that point. Malim and Urza exchanged curious glances at the mention of this mysterious species, but wisely didn't press for more details. Tevos quickly regained her composure and turned the conversation forward. So, who exactly will be joining us on this diplomatic visit? Me. Obviously, I replied without hesitation. I glanced over at Malim and Urza. I'm heading back to the giant tree to try talking things out with the big blue aliens before they decide to try burning down my restaurant or something. It wouldn't work. Obviously, my restaurant was nearly indestructible, but I preferred avoiding any more hostility with the locals. Malim immediately whined, slumping dramatically over the counter. Do I really have to say I'm sorry? They attacked me first. Tevos gently cleared her throat, addressing me directly. It might actually be wiser if Malim stays behind, at least initially. She and your little sister were the source of the conflict in the first place. Malim instantly brightened up, grinning widely. Yay, he'll stay here and talk with Ezra more. My name is Urza. The redhead sighed in exasperation. Malim simply wagged her finger, smiling smugly. Not yet, it isn't. It'll only be Urza once I've properly named you like a good little baby dragon. Urza groaned quietly, pressing a hand to her forehead in mild defeat, but she didn't argue back. I shook my head with an amused sigh, resigning myself to Malim's antics. Kunu, I called loudly toward the kitchen. Be good while I'm out. Enri, please keep an eye on her, okay? Of course, Lord Haru. Enri called back cheerfully. Kuno let out another exaggerated whine, but continued scrubbing dishes obediently. I turned back to Tevos and gestured toward the door. Ready? Yes. She replied smoothly, following me as we headed outside. The massive forest outside was definitely beautiful, but it also looked bizarre, with glowing plants and towering trees unlike any I'd seen before. It gave off the feeling of stepping into an entirely different universe, which, I guess, was exactly what it was. Counselor Tevos followed, right behind me, as we stepped out of the restaurant. The moment she took her first breath, though, she instantly froze, clutching at her throat in panic. She shot me a terrified look, gasping painfully before stumbling back inside the foxhole. Confused and worried, I immediately rushed back inside after her and quickly shut the door behind me. Tevos leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, her face pale with fear. What's wrong? What happened? I asked urgently, reaching out to steady her. She took several deep, ragged breaths, her eyes wide with shock. For the air on that world. It's toxic to my species, she said shakily, trying to regain her composure. I blinked, genuinely surprised. Really? It seemed perfectly fine to me. From her seat at the counter, Malim turned to us, her expression curious. You're back already? What happened? Tevos can't breathe outside. I explained simply, still keeping an eye on the Asari counselor as she gradually recovered. Oh, I can fix that easily, Malim said cheerfully. She hopped off her stool and ran over, her small hand glowing bright gold as she stood on her tiptoes and gently patted Tevos on the shoulder. There you go. Now you're blessed with the ability to breathe anywhere, even underwater. Without another word, Malim skipped happily back over to Urza, who just shook her head with an amused smile. Tevos stared at Malim, completely flabbergasted. She cautiously tested her breathing again, clearly amazed when she took in air without any discomfort. That's incredibly handy, she finally said, sounding impressed but a bit bewildered. She turned to me and lowered her voice slightly. Are you certain she's really supposed to be a demon lord? Because she seems quite sweet to me, though admittedly rather strange. I shrugged, smiling faintly. Honestly, I've never seen Malim do anything I'd actually call evil. In her world, I'm pretty sure Demon Lord just means someone extremely powerful who's not human. Tevos nodded thoughtfully, still glancing in Malim's direction with cautious fascination. Interesting. I'll take your word for it. With Tevos now safe, we decided to head back outside. This time, she stepped out much more slowly and carefully, taking a tentative breath. It worked. I can breathe normally now, she said, sounding pleased as she activated her Omni tool to scan the air around us. After a brief moment, she frowned. Strange, according to my scans, the air is heavily toxic. I wonder how you're able to handle it? I shrugged again, casually glancing around at the alien foliage surrounding us. Probably because of my evolution back in Malim's world. It must have given me some weird resistance to toxins. One unusual concept, Tevos murmured, scanning me briefly with her Omni tool before turning her attention back to the massive environment around us. Together, we headed toward the colossal tree looming ahead, its immense trunk easily dwarfing even the tallest skyscrapers I'd ever seen in Kyoto or Tokyo. Tevos scanned the roots as we approached. These roots are composed of organic material, yet they're nearly as strong as starship hull plating, she said softly. This whole world might be a treasure trove of science. I glanced upward sharply when I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy wings flapping. One of those flying dinosaur-like creatures Kunu had been excitedly rambling about earlier was rapidly approaching, soaring directly toward us. A large blue-skinned alien was riding on its back, watching us intently. Looks like we've got company, I muttered to Tevos. Chapter 74. Haru the Large. Blue-skinned alien gracefully hopped down from her flying dinosaur mount and immediately hissed at me, baring her teeth. It wasn't exactly aggressive, but it definitely felt like a warning, a clear message for me to stay away. Honestly, the action reminded me of a territorial cat. As the alien stared intently, I realized there was recognition in her yellow eyes. She had obviously noticed the similarity between me and Kunu. I sighed internally. My little sister certainly knew how to make life complicated. Trouble practically followed Kunu wherever she went, but as her big brother, I still loved her regardless. Keeping her safe and out of trouble, as best I could anyway, was part of the job. The blue alien kept her focus locked on me, her muscles tense as if she expected trouble. But suddenly, her gaze shifted to confusion as Counselor Tevos stepped calmly in front of me, raising her hands slightly in a universal gesture of peace. Please allow me to handle this, Tevos said gently, her voice calm but firm. First contact situations require great delicacy, Haru. I nodded in agreement, but moved slightly closer to her, carefully watching the alien. I understand, but if she makes any move to attack, I'm stepping in front of you immediately. Tevos turned her head slightly toward me, and, to my surprise, a soft, uncharacteristic giggle escaped her lips. That's very noble and sweet of you, Haru, she said warmly. But despite spending most of my days stuck in meetings or micromanaging galactic politics, I assure you, I'm more than capable of defending myself with my biotics. I couldn't help smiling at her confidence. Fair enough, Counselor. Just wanted to be clear. Meanwhile, the alien warrior had tilted her head, obviously bewildered by our interaction. Her bright yellow eyes darted from me to Tevos and back again, confusion deepening in her features. Her ears twitched slightly as if trying to understand our conversation, but failing entirely. A faint blue glow surrounded Counselor Tevos as she activated her biotic powers. Her eyes turned completely black. Slowly and carefully, she extended her hand toward the wary alien warrior, palm open in a gentle gesture of peace. The tall, blue-skinned female stared cautiously at Tevos' outstretched hand for a long moment, clearly hesitant about this interaction. Eventually, curiosity seemed to win out, and she carefully reached forward, placing her palm lightly against the counselor's. As their fingers touched, both women froze. Their gazes locked in silent communication, and the air felt heavy as I waited patiently. It took a couple of minutes, but finally, Tevos withdrew her hand and released a deep, steadying breath. Her biotic glow faded slowly, her eyes returning to normal. She turned toward me with a wide, fascinated smile. Wow, Haru, this planet and these people are absolutely amazing. I learned so much just now, and that was only scratching the surface. I chuckled softly, nodding at her excitement, but quickly raising my hand before she could say more. We'll just take the language for now, Tevos. Tevos laughed gently and gave a slight nod of understanding. Very well. Brace yourself, though it might feel a little strange. She stepped closer, placing her fingertips gently against my temple. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, like thousands of alien words flooding into my mind all at once. I clenched my teeth and closed my eyes tight, tails twitching behind me in discomfort. As soon as the download ended, I shook my head vigorously, trying to clear the lingering dizziness. Damn, I muttered, rubbing my forehead. You weren't kidding about that being unpleasant. But at least we can communicate now. Tevos smiled sympathetically. Sorry about that. Biotic mental transfers are intense, even at the best of times. With the new language freshly imprinted in my mind, I turned my attention fully to the towering blue alien. I now knew her species called themselves the Navi. Hello, I said gently, carefully speaking in her own language. My name is Haru, and I'm a demon fox. Tevos stepped forward, gracefully joining the introduction. And my name is Tevos. I'm an emissary from a planet called Thesha. Might we ask your name? The Navi female studied us cautiously, still slightly defensive, but clearly surprised we spoke her language so fluently. I am Neytiri, she finally replied, her voice guarded and wary. Why do you come here, sky people? And why do you both look so strange? She turned her yellow gaze fully on Tevos, suspicion clear in her expression. Are you another dream walker, like the others who pretend to be us? Tevos shook her head gently, speaking in a calm, diplomatic tone. I think you misunderstand. Neytiri, neither Haru nor I are humans or sky people, as you call them. We aren't associated with those who have come to your world previously. My species is known as the Asari. I come from Thesha, a vibrant garden world very similar to your Pandora. Neytiri tilted her head, clearly confused, but listening intently. She then glanced back at me, her eyes narrowing again. And you? You look similar to the tiny creature who attacked my people. Is it your child? I sighed, offering Neytiri an apologetic smile. Not my child, my little sister, Kunu. She's young, mischievous. I'm truly sorry about the trouble she caused. She got carried away playing hero. She and the other one hurt many warriors, Neytiri said bluntly and in anger. I bristled slightly at Neytiri's bluntness, my frustration surfacing before I could contain it. Maybe your warriors should have thought twice before attacking a little girl out of nowhere. I snapped back sharply. Of course, I knew Kunu was unharmed, but that didn't mean I liked the fact that the Navi had attacked her. Neytiri hissed at me again, her ears laid back aggressively, teeth bared in clear anger. She stepped forward, clearly offended, but before either of us could escalate things further, Tevos quickly stepped between us, raising her hands in a calming gesture. Haru, she reminded me gently but firmly, we came here to make peace, remember? I took a deep breath, forcing my tension back down. You're right. I'm sorry, I said grudgingly, though my annoyance still lingered. Tevos then turned back toward Neytiri, her voice gentle and diplomatic. Neytiri, was anyone from your clan killed or permanently injured during the fight? Neytiri's yellow eyes flicked away from us, clearly uncomfortable with the question. She shifted her weight uneasily and finally admitted in a quiet, reluctant voice, no one died. There's nothing that will not heal eventually. Then, Tevos continued calmly. No lasting harm was done. She hesitated briefly before adding in a softer but pointed tone. From what I understand, Neytiri, your warriors were the ones who attacked first without any provocation. Unless, of course, she glanced at me cautiously. Kunu and Malim lied about what happened. I immediately shook my head. Kunu and Malim might cause trouble, but they're not liars. If they said your warriors attacked first, then that's exactly what happened. Neytiri visibly bristled at that response, her tail flicking sharply in agitation, eyes narrowing further. Clearly, she didn't appreciate the implication, but she said nothing in response. Tevos seemed to sense the growing tension between us, and quickly shifted the conversation to a safer topic. She turned to Neytiri, her voice softening considerably. Let's not argue about blame anymore. Neytiri, could you tell us more about yourself and Pandora? Your world seems truly incredible. Neytiri immediately hissed again, defensiveness flaring up once more. Why should I tell you anything about our home? Her voice was sharp and bitter, full of mistrust. So you can exploit my people, just like the sky people already are? She then turned angrily toward me, pointing an accusing finger in my direction. And your filthy building sits right beneath our sacred home tree. Are you planning to steal our home from us as well? I blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her accusation. My restaurant filthy? Now, that genuinely offended me. Hey, I snapped back. My restaurant is not filthy. The foxhole is always clean and tidy. Its outside is enchanted specifically to stay spotless, you know? I'm not even sure it can get dirty. Tevos placed a calming hand on my shoulder, clearly suppressing a smile on my reaction. Haru, please. I don't think that's the main concern here. I crossed my arms stubbornly. Still, she could have just called it unwanted or something. But filthy? That's just rude. Tevos sighed gently, shaking her head with amusement before turning back toward Neytiri. Please understand, neither Haru nor I want to harm or exploit your people. Why would you even think we would do such a thing? She asked. I watched as Neytiri's eyes hardened with bitterness, anger blazing openly across her features. She let out a long, frustrated breath before finally beginning to speak, her voice trembling slightly with barely contained rage. You wish to know why I distrust you so deeply? Why my people distrust all outsiders? Neytiri spat the words sharply, her yellow eyes locked onto mine, then shifting accusingly toward Tevos. The sky people came to Pandora in massive metal ships that darken our skies. They burned and ripped apart vast areas of our sacred forest, forever scarring Pandora, disgracing Iowa herself with their careless greed. She clenched her fists tightly, her entire frame tense with fury and sorrow. At first, they promised us friendship. They promised to share their knowledge with us, to learn from each other. But all they truly wanted was to exploit our trust. They tricked my people into revealing sacred places sites of great spiritual importance, only to rip them open and mine their cursed metal from deep within our world. I felt my stomach twist with disgust at her words, realizing just how familiar humanity's greed sounded, even in a completely different universe. Neytiri continued passionately, her voice growing louder as she poured out the pain of her people. We have begged them to stop. We tried to reason with them, to make them see the damage they were causing, but they refused to listen. The sky people are greedy and powerful, armed with terrible weapons that we cannot fight against. Many of my people have died trying to protect our home, but still, they destroy more each day, mining until nothing is left. By the end of her rant, Neytiri was breathing heavily, her eyes glistening with tears of anger and frustration. Her voice dropped lower, becoming almost a whisper. So forgive me if I do not trust your kind words. The sky people made promises too, and now look at the damage they've caused. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Tevos. The counselor's expression was one of deep sympathy and barely contained anger. She stepped forward slowly, nodding gently as she absorbed everything Neytiri had shared. What you're describing is a catastrophic violation of sentient rights, Tevos said gravely, a cold edge of fury coloring her words. To exploit and destroy the home world of a sentient species simply for resources that goes beyond unethical. Such actions violate every law of basic galactic civilization. What the sky people have done would be considered a massive breach of Citadel law. She huffed in outrage, clearly disturbed by what Wed just learned. I felt exactly the same. True, I pointed out cautiously, but I doubt the Citadel Council even exists in this universe. Or, if they do, humanity here definitely hasn't encountered them yet. I whispered to Tevos. We had not gotten to the point in the conversation yet where Neytiri found out we weren't from her universe. Honestly, I doubt Shed even understand what I was talking about. She wasn't dumb, obviously far from it, just a bit primitive. Tevos sighed quietly, her shoulders slumping slightly in resignation. You're probably right. Still, it is deeply troubling to hear such a blatant disregard for life and sentient rights. She whispered back to me. Neytiri looked between us, confusion mixing with her lingering suspicion. What is this Citadel Council you speak of? And why would they care about what happens to my people? Tevos paused thoughtfully before stepping closer, clearly trying to phrase her explanation carefully. The Citadel Council is the governing body of the galaxy. It's composed of multiple advanced species who have come together to uphold peace, prosperity, and the rights of sentient beings. When a species like yours is discovered, especially one inhabiting a garden world like Pandora, strict protections are put in place immediately. Your world and people would have been under immediate council protection. Any attempt to exploit or harm you or your world would result in severe consequences. Neytiri stared at Tevos with widened eyes, clearly stunned at the idea of such a powerful organization existing solely to protect people like hers. Such a thing truly exists? Tevos paused at Neytiri's question, and a sly, knowing smile slowly formed on her lips. She glanced at me briefly, her eyes sparkling with mischief before turning confidently back toward Neytiri. Yes, she answered firmly, her voice full of diplomatic authority. The Citadel Council truly exists, and as a sitting member of that council, I've now heard firsthand the plight of your people. You have my word, I will do everything within my power to address this injustice. I shot Tevos a strange, questioning look, raising an eyebrow at her sudden and unexpected statement. What exactly was she doing? We didn't even know if the Citadel existed here in this universe, let alone if it would have any jurisdiction or power. Was she making promises she couldn't possibly keep? Tevos subtly waved her hand at me, silently signaling me not to interrupt or question her openly. She seemed confident in her approach, so I decided to trust her and stayed quiet. Neytiri studied Tevos closely, clearly assessing the sincerity behind her words. After a tense pause, she turned her sharp gaze toward me again, her suspicions slowly giving way to cautious curiosity. Neither of you are sky people, then? You truly are not humans? Neytiri asked again, clearly wanting to be absolutely certain. Tevos nodded firmly once more. That's right. Neither Haru nor I are humans. Neytiri's stance relaxed slightly, and she finally gave a cautious nod. Then I suppose I can allow you both into our home, she said carefully. But understand, clearly we extended the same courtesy to the sky people once before. They betrayed us and spat on our trust. I gave Neytiri a reassuring smile, acknowledging the gravity of her warning. We understand. Thank you for giving us this chance. Tevos grinned at me, clearly satisfied with the progress we'd made. Despite the rocky start, it seemed we were beginning to build some genuine trust. With tensions easing, an idea suddenly struck me, a practical way to smooth things over further. Neytiri, I began carefully, offering a respectful gesture of goodwill. Earlier, you mentioned that many of your warriors were injured during their encounter with my sister and Malim. I'm a chef by profession. I run that filthy building beneath your home tree. I paused, smiling slightly to soften my words. Neytiri's ears twitched with mild embarrassment at my gentle jab. What if I prepared food for your people tonight as a way to make amends? I love cooking, especially with ingredients I've never used before. Tevos turned toward me, with approval clear on her face. That's a wonderful idea, Haru. Sharing food is often one of the simplest yet most effective ways to build trust. Neytiri considered my offer thoughtfully for several seconds before slowly nodding. Her suspicion hadn't entirely disappeared, but curiosity had clearly won out. Very well, Haru, my people will accept your offer. Iwa had been asleep for a very long time, but even in her slumber, she dreamed vividly. Her dreams were filled with the lives of those who lived upon her surface, her children the Navi, and all the creatures of Pandora. She felt relief seeing that her beloved children had slowly begun to recover from what they now called the time of great sorrow. Iwa herself was still in the process of healing, slowly regaining her strength and energy after the devastating damage inflicted by the Sky People. She hadn't intended to awaken so soon. Regaining her power required deep rest, and yet something unexpected had forced her into consciousness. Yesterday, Iwa had opened her senses fully, feeling every heartbeat and breath on Pandora clearly again. She was intimately connected to all beings born or living upon her, from the smallest insects to the largest predators in her beloved Navi. Yet yesterday, something extraordinary and utterly foreign had stepped upon her surface, something powerful enough to rouse her from her healing slumber. The being had arrived in the form of a small, pale-skinned female with vibrant pink hair. At first, Iwa thought this creature might have been related to the Sky People, the humans who had recently arrived and were trying to exploit her and her children. But as she observed further, Iwa quickly realized that assumption was incorrect. This creature, who referred to herself as Malim in front of Iwa's naive and impulsive Navi children, was definitely not a child of the humans' dead and broken homeworld. She felt completely alien, possessing a vast, almost unimaginable amount of raw power. When Malim had first encountered her Navi, Iwa had feared the worst. She had expected death, destruction, and another tragic period of sorrow, as this terrifyingly strong being could have easily annihilated her children with ease, could have even devastated all of Pandora, but to Iwa's surprise, Malim had merely roughed them up and then retreated into a mysterious wooden structure that appeared from nowhere, one crafted from materials not born of Iwa herself. She watched the building closely ever since, curious and wary. Her curiosity grew stronger today when two more beings emerged from the same unusual structure. One was a male who bore striking similarities to the small golden-haired fox girl from the previous day, clearly related by blood, yet he carried a distinctly different aura. He felt powerful too, though not nearly as overwhelming or threatening as Malim. Beside him was another alien female, one with blue skin who seemed oddly similar, yet much smaller in stature than Iwa's precious Navi children. Intrigued, Iwa silently observed their interactions with Neytiri, carefully listening as they spoke together and shared information. She found their discussion enlightening and unexpected, especially learning that the enormously powerful pink-haired entity was something called a cook, one who prepared food for others to eat. A cook? Iwa pondered thoughtfully, surprised by such mundane behavior from a being of such incredible strength. It had been countless centuries since she herself had actively partaken in anything resembling a meal. She drew sustenance and strength from her world and her people's spiritual connections, never needing or even considering physical nourishment. Yet, as she sensed the sincere intentions and gentle compassion of the male fox being called Haru, an unusual curiosity stirred within her. If beings of such immense power and alien nature wished to share food with her children in goodwill, perhaps she, too, should partake of this offering. After all, Iwa mused, when was the last time she had ever enjoyed the simple act of sharing a meal? Trudy Chacon, this is a terrible fucking idea, Trudy muttered loudly into her headset mic, her eyes fixed on the looming shape of the gigantic fucking tree in the distance. The Samson's rotors thumped rhythmically overhead, filling her ears as she guided the aircraft toward their destination. Behind her pilot's seat, 15 heavily armed Marines checked their weapons, completely unconcerned about the insanity of the mission. Colonel Miles Quaritch had personally ordered this operation without informing the company leadership. Trudy wasn't officially part of the strike team, just their glorified taxi, but she didn't need a crystal ball to see how catastrophically this was likely to end. Their orders were simple: storm into the bizarre wooden building that had mysteriously appeared beneath the novice tree. Apprehend the two human-looking superweapons, a tiny blonde girl with literal fox ears and tails, and another girl with bright pink hair dressed like something out of old-time Earth comics, and drag them back to base for interrogation. Trudy shook her head again. It sounded even stupider every time she replayed it in her mind. From behind her, one of the Marines laughed dismissively, overhearing her complaint. "Relax, Chacon. We'll be fine. We've got iron, and I didn't see any guns in that drone footage." She snorted, glancing back over her shoulder at the soldiers with irritation. "They didn't need guns, you idiots. They kicked the shit out of dozens of Na'vi warriors barehanded. Not to mention that freaky-ass blue fireball shit. Seriously, did none of you actually watch the footage? It's fucking magic or something." Another Marine scoffed, loading a fresh magazine into his rifle. "Magic ain't real, Chacon. Those girls probably used some fancy special effects or smoke bombs to fool those dumb aliens. We'll show him how real soldiers handle things." Trudy rolled her eyes dramatically and sighed. "Whatever you say, tough guys." She tightened her grip on the controls as the Samson approached home tree, descending carefully to hover above the clearing. Through her cockpit window, she spotted the strange wooden structure beneath the massive roots of the tree. It looked oddly pristine, totally out of place in the lush Pandoran jungles. "What the hell?" Trudy muttered, her eyes narrowing. A large wooden sign stood out front, prominently displaying the name in two languages, Japanese and English. She zoomed her cockpit camera in, reading aloud to herself with confusion. "The foxhole?" Before she had time to ponder further, the Marines began jumping out, hitting the ground in practice formation. All 15 moved quickly toward the mysterious building, weapons raised, clearly eager to complete their mission. Trudy maneuvered her Samson higher, pulling back to maintain a safe distance about half a mile away, but she kept the camera focused on the unfolding situation. Her instincts screamed that this whole thing was about to go spectacularly sideways, and she fully intended to be far enough away to escape the aftermath. "Not my fucking problem," she whispered softly, relieved at least that none of the trigger-happy idiots currently rushing toward the wooden building were her friends. Most of them were fresh off the shuttle from Earth, cocky and inexperienced. Pandora didn't fuck around, and now they were about to find out. Henry glared at Malim, hands planted firmly on her hips. Once upon a time, the pink-haired demon Lord might have terrified her, but after everything Shed witnessed since meeting Lord Haru, Henry found herself a lot braver. Sure, she was still just a squishy, ordinary human girl, but she knew bravery came in many forms, and right now, it meant telling off an absurdly powerful and very impulsive demon lord. "Lady Malim, Lord Haru, and Lady Yasaka are both going to be very angry with you," Henry scolded, her voice carrying clear annoyance. Malim just pouted, crossing her arms defiantly beneath her chest. "But I wanted two new adorable little sisters." She whined childishly, her pink twin tails bouncing with each exaggerated movement. Henry pinched the bridge of her nose, groaning slightly. The trouble had started just minutes after Lord Haru and the blue-skinned woman had left for the Na'vi village. In their absence, Malim had taken it upon herself to name both Urza and Kunu, despite explicit instructions from Lord Haru that neither girl was to undergo such a major change without proper discussion, first especially Kunu. Haru had explained a little about the naming process to Henry, enough for her to understand it was serious business. It affected both mind and body, and he had wanted to wait until Kunu was older and ready. Perhaps he and Lady Yasaka had even wanted to do it themselves, which would have made it special. Henry sighed again, shaking her head slowly. "Lady Kunu is already Haru's sister," she reminded Malim firmly. Malim tilted her head, still pouting stubbornly. "Yeah, but I'm going to be Haru's wife anyway, which means Kunu would be my sister just the same." Henry stared at Malim blankly, utterly confused by the strange logic. She was very certain Malim still had no idea what the term wife actually meant. Was no one ever going to explain it to her? Henry decided with resignation that she would probably have to be the one to clarify things later, though she wasn't looking forward to it. Nearby, in one of the restaurant's comfortable booths, Kunu and Urza lay quietly sleeping, unconscious from the sudden rush of magical energy caused by Malim's naming. Malim had carefully moved both girls to the seats and watched over them protectively. Urza seemed to stir first, blinking awake after nearly half an hour had passed. Henry didn't know much about Urza, other than the fact she was a powerful human magic swordswoman, although now, after Malim's meddling, Urza probably wasn't fully human anymore. Henry couldn't help but feel a tiny pang of jealousy at that thought. What happened? Urza groaned softly, rubbing her eyes as she slowly sat up, clearly disoriented. Before anyone could answer, Malim sprinted over with a delighted cry and practically tackled Urza in a hug. Yay, you're awake. You're way stronger now, and you smell a lot more like a dragon. I bet you'll even be able to transform into one if you practice a bit. Wait, what? Urza asked, still groggy and clearly confused. Her eyes widened slightly, and she firmly pushed Malim back, holding her at arm's length. Malim, didn't I say I wanted time to think about this first? You completely ignored what I said. Malim suddenly looked sheepish, glancing down at the floor. Sorry, Urza, I was just so excited to meet another half-dragon. It's been a really long time. Her voice dropped quietly at the end, sadness creeping in. Seeing the awkwardness rising, Henry decided to interrupt gently. Lady Urza, would you like something to eat? You must be hungry after all that. Urza turned toward Henry gratefully, a relieved smile on her lips. Actually, yes. I feel incredibly hungry. Dragons always eat tons of food, Malim said proudly, her earlier melancholy evaporating instantly. Urza sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Great. Now my food budget is going to skyrocket. It'll have to take on even more guild missions. Henry chuckled lightly to herself as she moved toward the kitchen, planning to whip up something simple but hearty for the newly minted half-dragon. However, before she could even start cooking, the peaceful atmosphere of the foxhole shattered abruptly. The restaurant's doors were kicked inwards by someone very rude. Henry spun around in alarm as heavily armed soldiers stormed into the dining area, rifles raised and aimed directly at them. Hands in the air, shouted the lead marine, his voice cold and demanding. Nobody move, or we'll shoot. Another barked. You're all coming with us. A third growled menacingly, glaring around the room. Try anything funny, and we'll put you down. Henry froze for a heartbeat, her blood running cold. Her eyes darted nervously to Malim. Malim's playful, bubbly smile had completely disappeared. Instead, her face transformed into something far darker. Her expression hardened dangerously, her crimson eyes narrowing into a predatory glare. For the first time in a long while, Henry felt genuine fear ripple down her spine. Even more surprising, though, was the sudden shift in Urza's demeanor. It was as if the gentle swordswoman had vanished entirely, replaced by an enraged dragon eyeing its prey. Henry swallowed nervously and sighed, sensing exactly where things were headed. She ducked beneath the safety of the restaurant's sturdy counter. To hide away from the imminent violence, these strange soldiers clearly had no idea just how badly they'd messed up. Chapter 75. Haru. I stared down at the alien meat in front of me, raising an eyebrow curiously. This is some pretty interesting wolf meat, I murmured, inspecting the texture more closely. Well, alien wolf meat at the very least. Probably kind of like a blend between a wolf and an alligator if it came from another planet. Neytiri, who was standing nearby observing me with suspicion, tilted her head sharply. What is a wolf? She asked, confused. I paused, realizing explaining Earth's creatures to an alien warrior would be more trouble than it was worth right now. Never mind, I told her with a small smile, waving the thought away casually. I returned my attention to cooking. To feed an entire Navi clan, easily numbering in the hundreds, I had to create a makeshift grill. It was massive, cobbled together using metal racks, stone slabs, and other materials scavenged from my storage dimension and whatever ID found lying around inside Home Tree. The Navi didn't have kitchen equipment exactly, so creativity was crucial here. Dozens of large yellow eyes watched me warily from every direction. Even though Neytiri herself had introduced Counselor Tevos and me to her people, the Navi were clearly suspicious of us. They stood or squatted quietly in groups, talking in hushed voices, probably wondering if we were another trick sent by the Sky People. A little ways off, Tevos was speaking diplomatically to the Navi leaders I took in, the clan leader, and Moat, their high priestess. Those two were the most influential figures here, and Tevos was doing her best to convince them she had no connection to the Sky People or their exploitation. I kept my ears pricked up, subtly listening in on their conversation, just in case anything turned hostile. So far, Tevos was making solid headway, explaining herself with patience and diplomacy. But I did end up getting distracted. I turned my focus back to the cooking when a small group of curious Navi children wandered over, eyes wide with interest. One child stared up at me, clearly fascinated. "Are you really not a sky person?" I grinned and shook my head, flashing them my 10 fluffy golden tails. "Definitely not. Sky people don't have these awesome tails like I do they?" Several kids giggled excitedly, eyes sparkling in wonder. Another one, bolder than the rest, huffed defiantly. "Our tails are better. Yours are too fluffy." I laughed lightly, wagging my tails playfully. "Too fluffy? No way. Fluffy tails are obviously the best kind." The children argued back playfully, pointing out the supposed advantages of their smooth, slender tails. From the corner of my eye, I caught Neytiri watching us, and to my surprise, a tiny, brief smile formed on her lips. She quickly hid it when she noticed me grinning knowingly back at her, turning her attention back to Tevos and the leaders. The scent of grilling meat and strange spices filled the air as I cooked at high speed, flipping pieces rapidly across the huge grill. The kids cheered loudly as they watched me zip around, impressed by my supernatural agility. I could have just used shadow clones to make the job easier, but figured seeing multiples of me might freak out the Navi. One step at a time, as I was plating up some of the grilled meat, an injured Navi warrior approached slowly. His face was etched in a scowl, his eyes blazing with distrust and irritation. Neytiri noticed him and called out, "Sooty," her tone holding a subtle warning. Clearly, she anticipated trouble. Ignoring Neytiri, the warrior stopped directly in front of me, towering over me with a dark glare. A creature looking exactly like you burned my arm. He growled accusingly, gesturing toward his bandaged arm. I couldn't help but smirk a bit. "Oh, that would be my little sister," I replied casually, continuing to grill the meat calmly. "Maybe you shouldn't have started a fight with a young kitsune if you didn't want to get burned." Sooty's expression darkened even further, fury flashing in his yellow eyes. Several nearby Navi children overheard our exchange and immediately turned toward the warrior with confusion. "Wait, you got beaten by a little girl?" one of the boys asked, incredulous. The warriors told everyone the war party got attacked by a terrifying beast. Another child nodded eagerly, looking shocked. "You really lost a child?" "That isn't what they said." Sooty stiffened in humiliation, his teeth grinding together. Clearly, the warriors had exaggerated the incident, probably to save face. The kids whispered and giggled amongst themselves, eyeing the proud warrior with newfound amusement. Sooty turned his angry glare back on me, his fists clenched at his sides. I simply shrugged at him, unapologetic. I wasn't going to pretend Kunu had done anything wrong. Sometimes, you just couldn't make everyone happy. Decided to make a small gesture anyway. I took a freshly grilled meat skewer from the grill and held it out to him. "Here, peace offering?" I offered lightly, giving him a casual smile. He stared down at the skewer, clearly tempted by the delicious aroma, but also stubbornly trying to remain hostile. After a brief internal struggle, he snatched it roughly from my hand. "We Navi are not wasteful," he muttered gruffly, taking a reluctant bite. The moment the meat touched his tongue, however, Sudi froze, his eyes widening in shock at the delicious flavor. It was obvious he enjoyed it probably more than had admit openly. I chuckled softly under my breath, seeing his annoyance at how much he liked the food I'd prepared. Sudi caught my expression and shot me one last irritated glare before turning and stomping away to sulk alone. I finally finished grilling the last pieces of the alien meat. The savory scent filled the air, and the Navi clan slowly began to approach, cautiously accepting bowls, skewers, and plates from me. Despite my efforts, most still hesitated, clearly uncertain about tasting food prepared by a strange outsider. Well, except for the children I'd joked around with earlier. They weren't hesitant at all. They immediately dug in. "This is the best food I've ever eaten," one of the kids exclaimed loudly, stuffing his face with enthusiasm. "Yeah," another boy shouted excitedly, raising his skewer. "It's even better than my mother's cooking." Nearby, a Navi woman, presumably his mother, turned sharply, letting out an offended hiss at her son. The child immediately looked guilty, his ears drooping sheepishly. "Sorry, Mother, but it really is." She glared at her son for a moment longer before curiosity won out, and she took a hesitant bite herself. I watched her expression soften from irritated to reluctantly impressed, and she sighed, shaking her head gently. "It's true," she admitted quietly, looking slightly embarrassed. I chuckled softly to myself, pleased at their reactions, and turned to join Tevos, Neytiri, and the Navi leaders I took in and Moat, who were all sitting together nearby. I settled down next to Tevos comfortably. "You were right, Counselor," I said to her, leaning back with satisfaction. "Good food really does bring people together." Tevos gave me an amused smile, clearly enjoying the progress we'd made. "It certainly does," she agreed softly, glancing at the Navi leaders with a friendly nod. "I think we're finally making some real headway here." I took in, the stern-looking chieftain, regarded Tevos with cautious optimism. "Are you truly serious about helping us, then?" he asked bluntly. "You must understand our caution, given how much we have suffered from outsiders." Moat, the priestess, nodded in agreement, her sharp eyes carefully watching Tevos for any sign of deception. "Indeed, many have promised friendship and assistance before, only to betray us." Before Tevos could respond, a melodic, authoritative voice echoed clearly from nearby, startling us all. "Of course she is serious, my children." The Navi gasped collectively, turning their heads in shock as a mysterious female figure stepped calmly toward us. Unlike every other Navi, her skin was not blue, it was almost completely pure white, glowing gently in the fading daylight. Instead of typical hide clothing, she wore only a delicate arrangement of green leaves, resembling a natural forest bikini, tightly hugging her slender frame. She was slightly shorter than an average adult female Navi, yet every step she took radiated an immense, divine power, so powerful that it almost took my breath away. Instantly, I knew this was no ordinary Navi. She was clearly some kind of goddess, or at least an entity of incredible spiritual authority. I took in and Moat stood up in alarm, their expressions wary and defensive. "Who are you?" the chieftain demanded firmly, though his voice betrayed unease. The mysterious woman laughed lightly. Her laughter echoed softly by the rustling leaves around us, almost like the forest itself was amused. "You pray to me daily, my children, yet when I stand among you, you do not recognize me?" There was a moment of stunned silence. Neytiri finally broke it, her voice barely above a whisper. "Iwa." The moment Neytiri spoke that sacred name, the entire clan erupted into astonished gasps and whispers, awe and disbelief spreading rapidly among them. Iwa smiled softly at Neytiri, nodding gently. "Yes, dear Neytiri, it is I." Several Navi instantly fell to their knees, bowing their heads respectfully. Others merely stood frozen, mouths open in wonder, uncertain how to respond. I glanced at Tevos, who was watching the exchange with wide-eyed fascination. We exchanged a knowing look. I wasn't sure either of us had anticipated meeting another goddess today. Iwa approached our seated group gracefully, her golden eyes turning toward me with interest. Haru, is it not? You prepared this meal? Yes, that's me. I hope it was to everyone's liking. Iwa smiled warmly. Indeed, I have been observing you. It has been countless centuries since I last partook of a meal, and yours smells truly enticing. She stepped closer, reaching out gracefully and picking up a skewer, carefully inspecting it before taking a delicate bite. All around, Navi watched breathlessly, clearly amazed to see their deity casually tasting the food ID made. Iwa closed her eyes for a moment, savoring the flavors carefully before opening them again. Now bright and delighted. You are truly gifted, she said warmly. This is remarkable food. I couldn't help smiling with pride. Thank you, Iwa. Iwa then turned toward Tevos, her expression turning more serious but still gentle. Counselor Tevos, I have felt your sincerity from the moment you arrived. I am pleased you wish to help my children. Tevos was visibly startled for a brief moment, probably surprised by Iwa knowing both our names without introduction. I guessed Iwa had been quietly observing us long before she chose to reveal herself openly. But Tevos quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly at Iwa, nodding respectfully. I became a member of the Citadel Council precisely to help beings like your people, she explained gently. I do have a plan in mind, one that might scare the humans away from Pandora, at least for a while. However, if that fails, she hesitated, glancing meaningfully in my direction. I sighed softly, finishing her thought with reluctant honesty. There's always violence, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. Iwa bowed her head gracefully toward both Tevos and me in sincere gratitude. Immediately, gasps and murmurs rippled through the Navi clan, clearly shocked to witness their goddess showing such respect to outsiders. Iwa then straightened and spoke to the gathered Navi clearly, her voice calm but authoritative. From this moment forward, Haru, Tevos, and all their companions are welcome guests upon Pandora. There will be no more random attacks against them. Her gaze sharpened slightly, clearly chastising some of the warriors present. Am I understood? Several warriors, including those who had been injured earlier by Kunu and Malim, lowered their heads sheepishly, avoiding her stern gaze in embarrassment. Yes, Iwa, came their quiet acknowledgments. I broke the slightly tense moment by gesturing politely toward the grill. Would you like seconds, Iwa? Her eyes brightened, and her white tail flicked gently behind her. I would be delighted, Haru. Just as I moved to prepare another serving, my ears twitched suddenly. A powerful surge of magical energy burst forth nearby, followed immediately by a loud boom echoing through the forest. Moments later, the unmistakable sound of rapid gunfire rang out below Home Tree. The Navi warriors jumped to their feet, instantly alarmed. I took and was already reaching for his weapon, eyes blazing with anger and worry. What is happening? Are the sky people attacking us again? Iwa calmly raised her hand, silencing her people immediately. Her expression was thoughtful rather than fearful. No, my children. The sky people are not attacking us this time. She paused, seeming to search for the right words. They are attacking the home of our guest, Haru. She glanced at me, clearly seeking clarification. I frowned, annoyed that humans here were causing trouble in my restaurant. Technically, it's my restaurant. Although, I do have an apartment upstairs where I sometimes live. So yeah, it counts as my home too, I explained quickly. I narrowed my eyes, focusing intently, trying to figure out exactly what was going on down there. More strange yet, I suddenly sensed another powerful presence, something distinctly draconic. It felt oddly familiar, similar to Irene, yet not quite the same. It wasn't Malim either. Who else could it be? I wasn't exactly acquainted with many dragons. Deciding there was no point guessing, I stood up decisively. I'm going to go check out what's happening, I told Tevos quietly. She nodded in understanding. They'll stay here with the Navi for now and keep things calm, she assured me confidently. I shall go with Haru, Iwa suddenly declared, stepping beside me. One of the Navi warriors stood quickly, chest puffed out proudly. Then I will go as well. It would be my honor to fight beside a friend of Iwa. I gave him an appreciative smile, but shook my head lightly. Thanks, but that's not necessary. I've got this covered. Iwa nodded softly, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Indeed, the fighting below has already ended the sky. People have been swiftly defeated. Her statement immediately drew enthusiastic cheers from the Na'vi. Man, they really did not like the humans in this universe. Without wasting any more time, I walked confidently to the edge of home trees' enormous branches and leaped straight off. Behind me, the clan gasped again, startled by my sudden move. But before I could fall far, blue flames ignited beneath my feet, forming solid platforms to glide down on. Neytiri watched curiously as Counselor Tevos quietly stepped away from the feast and headed deeper in a home tree. She was going to speak privately with Neytira's parents Itukin, the clan's leader, and Moat, their high priestess, about whatever mysterious plan she had for protecting Pandora from the Sky People. Neytiri hoped that it would work. Her clan desperately needed peace. She glanced around at her clanmates, who were still joyously eating the strange yet delicious food Haru had prepared. Even Tsudi, as stubborn and proud as ever, had taken multiple helpings. The children laughed, and the adults looked relaxed, more relaxed than Neytiri had seen them in a very long time. Her heart still raced from the excitement and awe of Iwa's appearance. She had lived her entire life praying to Iwa, feeling the Great Mother's presence in every leaf, rock, and creature on Pandora. Yet never had Neytiri expected Iwa herself to appear among them in Na'vi form, no less. To personally meet Iwa, to hear her voice directly, was an honor beyond her wildest dreams. This day will become legend, Neytiri whispered reverently, mostly to herself. Our clan has truly been blessed by Iwa herself. She felt profound relief knowing Iwa approved of Haru and Tevos. After enduring so much betrayal by outsiders, her people desperately needed trustworthy allies. Perhaps these new aliens truly would be different from the greedy, destructive Sky People. And speaking of Sky People, Neytiri turned sharply as she heard footsteps approaching, immediately recognizing the clumsy steps of Jake Sully. Where'd he been all this time? Jake casually approached the grill and picked up one of the last remaining meat skewers, biting into it without hesitation. His eyes widened instantly, surprised by how good it tasted. Wow, this is really good, he muttered appreciatively, still chewing. Who made this? Neytiri eyed him with mild irritation. It was prepared by Haru, the Kitsune alien, who just received Iwa's blessing directly, she explained firmly. Jake raised one eyebrow skeptically, giving her an amused look. Right, he said slowly, clearly thinking she was exaggerating or joking. Neytiri's ears flattened, and she hissed sharply at him, frustrated by his continued ignorance. You are a fool, Jake Sully. You missed a sacred event, an opportunity you will never see again in your lifetime. She swept an arm dramatically toward the gathered Na'vi around them. Look how happy everyone is. Iwa herself came to us and spoke directly with Haru and Tevos. Our clan has been truly blessed. Yet you doubt me? Jake quickly held up his strange, five-fingered hands defensively. Whoa, okay, I'm sorry, he apologized hastily, eyes wide as he glanced around at the joyous Na'vi celebrating. Clearly, I missed some kind of major Na'vi holiday. I'm really sorry, Neytiri. He paused, chewing on his skewer thoughtfully. Aside from that, what else is going on? I thought I heard gunshots or explosions earlier. Neytiri's expression darkened, and she scowled deeply at the thought. Humph. The foolish Sky People attacked the home of our new friends at the base of Home Tree, she said with open disdain. No doubt they're already being slaughtered as we speak. Good riddance. Jake's reaction surprised her. His eyes went wide in shock, and his entire demeanor changed from casual to panicked in an instant. What? No, we have to go and help them, he exclaimed urgently, tossing his unfinished skewer to the side. I can't just let people get killed. This has to be some kind of misunderstanding or mistake. Neytiri opened her mouth to protest, but Jake was already gone. He ran toward the edge of Home Tree, grabbed hold of one of the thick hanging vines, and began rapidly descending toward the ground below. Neytiri let out several angry Navi curses, glaring after Jake as he disappeared from sight. She could hardly believe Shed once thought bringing such a stubborn fool into her clan was a good idea. He never listened, always acting without thinking things through. I swear to Iowa, Jake Sully, she growled to herself. Still fuming, Neytiri hurried after him. She knew he would do something incredibly stupid. Trudy Chacon, yep, this is fucked, Trudy muttered grimly to herself, her eyes wide and heart hammering in her chest. Through the cockpit window of her Samson, she could see the arrogant, cocky rookie Marines running full speed out of that bizarre restaurant, sprinting as if their asses were on fire. A couple of the men stumbled, tripping over each other as they desperately tried to get away from something chasing them out of the building. Trudy squinted in disbelief, leaning forward slightly to get a better look. What the fuck? Behind them, gleaming swords hovered in the air, chasing the terrified Marines on their own, without anyone even touching them. The blades moved with precision, zipping gracefully back and forth like guided missiles, keeping pace effortlessly. Trudy had seen a lot of crazy things since Shed arrived on Pandora, but flying swords? That shit was beyond anything Shed signed up for. The next second, a woman stepped confidently out of the strange building. She was tall, strikingly beautiful, with fiery red hair flowing loosely behind her, catching the sunlight as she emerged. She looked like she had stepped straight out of one of those old anime shows from Earth. The woman's strange armor gleamed like polished metal, and she wielded multiple swords without even holding them. The blades floated around her in perfect synchronization, like extensions of her own body. Holy shit, Trudy whispered, her mouth hanging open in shock. Suddenly, a few of the fleeing Marines spun around, opening fire with their automatic rifles. The sound of machine gun fire echoed loudly through the clearing, bullets spraying in the armored woman's direction. Without even flinching, the red-haired knight calmly raised her hand. Immediately, two of the floating swords moved in front of her, spinning rapidly in midair, blocking every bullet with inhuman precision. Trudy stared in awe and horror. Okay, that's fucking metal. And absolutely terrifying, she admitted to herself, quickly shaking off her shock. She had no doubt those men were dead, or at least about to seriously wish they were, and she had zero intention of sticking around to find out what would happen next. Quickly regaining her composure, Trudy reached for the controls, flipping switches and powering up her Samson's engines. The powerful rotors whined loudly, building to full strength in seconds. Her vehicle vibrated as it started lifting slightly off the ground. Fuck this place. Fuck those dumbass Marines. I'm out, Trudy growled urgently, gripping the flight stick and preparing to pull up. But before she could ascend, two of the swords suddenly turned in mid-air, locking onto her Samson like heat-seeking missiles. Her eyes widened in panic as she watched them rocket toward her with frightening speed. Shit, Trudy cursed, desperately pulling up on the flight stick to evade. Boom! The sword slammed into both of her Samson's wing-mounted rotor assemblies, causing a violent explosion that jolted the entire aircraft. Sparks erupted across the cockpit dashboard, and alarms blared as every electronic system shorted out simultaneously. Trudy screamed in frustration and terror as the aircraft lurched, losing power immediately before crashing back down onto the jungle floor with a painful jolt. Her ears rang, and she was breathing heavily, her heart thundering violently. The cockpit went completely dark, all instruments dead. She frantically tried the controls again, hoping by some miracle the Samson would restart, but there was nothing. Completely dead. God damn it, she growled, feeling a deep, sinking dread in her gut. All she could do now was watch helplessly through the cracked windshield. Outside, the armored woman had effortlessly dispatched the last few Marines, knocking them unconscious with swift, merciless blows from the hilt of a blade at least. Trudy hoped they were only unconscious. Finally, the warrior woman turned, her gaze instantly locking onto the downed Samson. Their eyes met, and Trudy felt her blood run cold. The red-haired woman gave her an intense, predatory glare, and Trudy knew immediately she was fucked beyond belief. "Ah shit," Trudy muttered weakly, slumping back in her seat. She raised her hands slightly in surrender, knowing resistance at this point would be suicidal. Fucking Pandora, Kunu opened her eyes, hearing the sounds of gunshots and screams before the front door of the foxhole shut and all the noise went away. She yawned as she sat up in her booth and glanced around. Huh, when did she fall asleep? She saw Inri peeking her head up slowly from behind the counter for some reason. Kuna's tails wagged a little bit. "Inri, what you doing back there?" "Oh, are we playing hide and seek?" Inri let out a sigh as she glanced around the empty place. "No, Lady Kunu. I was hiding because bad guys tried to attack the restaurant," she explained. "Urza and Malim are dealing with them." "Oh, another fight already?" Kunu was excited. Was it time for the Fox Girl hero to make her third debut? Kuna hopped out of the booth with stars in her eyes, telling Inri not to worry because she would protect her. Kuna was just about to head out the door when Inri spoke up and stopped her. "Nah, Lord Haru and Lady Yasaka explicitly told you that you weren't allowed to leave the restaurant without them, and you still haven't finished cleaning your dishes." Inri scolded her, crossing her arms and staring at Kunu sternly. Akuna whined. Her ears drooped, and she made her way back behind the counter to finish the plates she had left to clean. Justice would have to wait a bit longer for her return. Chapter 76. Haru, it didn't take long for me to realize exactly who the new Dragon ID sensed was. Urza stood confidently outside my restaurant, hands resting firmly on her hips, an incredibly proud smile plastered across her face. For a second, I couldn't help but stare. Seeing her like this caught me completely off guard. I glanced quickly around the clearing, taking in the strange scene. It looked like a human military squad had foolishly decided to attack my restaurant. Several soldiers lay unconscious in the dirt, groaning quietly in pain, their weapons scattered around them. Others were sprawled out motionless, deep wounds carved clearly into their bodies by Urza's swords. Blood dripped down the floating blades. To be honest, I felt pretty shocked at the sight. Urza had always struck me as someone who wouldn't willingly take lives if she could avoid it. But seeing the look in her eyes, the fierce pride, the victorious gleam. Suddenly, Urza noticed me standing there. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she sprinted across the clearing at surprising speed. "Hadu!" she cried happily, practically throwing herself into my arms. I stumbled slightly backward, completely stunned as Urza hugged me tightly, squeezing herself against my chest with pure enthusiasm. Her body felt pleasantly warm, and I could sense a powerful dragon's aura radiating from her in waves similar to Irene's, yet clearly unique. "I protected your restaurant," Urza said, her voice joyful and proud. "I kept it safe, just like a good girl and a strong dragon would." Whoa. Hearing Urza talk like this was beyond unexpected. Normally, she kept a calm, disciplined composure, hardly ever showing much outward emotion. This bubbly, openly affectionate Urza was a completely different person. Not that I minded her hugging me like this, of course, but it still felt odd so suddenly. Recovering quickly, I wrapped my arms gently around her, giving her a reassuring pat on the back. "Thank you, Urza," I said softly. "I really appreciate what you've done here. Are you feeling all right, though? As much as I like this hug, you're usually way more stoic and reserved." Urza froze in my arms, suddenly realizing how she was acting. She immediately released me and stumbled a step back, face flushing deep scarlet, almost the same shade as her long red hair. "Vuvait, Urza stammered, embarrassed and flustered. "I'm sorry. Hadu. I don't know what came over me just now. I shouldn't have acted so forward. It was completely inappropriate. Please forgive me." A familiar, playful laugh cut in sharply. He. Don't be shy now, Urza. Embrace it. Be proud of your new dragon half." I sighed heavily, instantly recognizing Malim's cheerful voice. Sure enough, she strutted confidently toward us, grinning mischievously while effortlessly carrying a terrified-looking human woman tucked under her arm like a bundle of laundry. The poor woman struggled weakly in Malim's grip, eyes wide and panicked under her mask. I shot Malim a tired look. Let me guess this all was your doing? Malim beamed brightly, clearly proud of herself. Yep, I gave Urza a name. Now she's strong and fierce, a proper half-dragon sister for me to spoil. She giggled, completely ignoring the frightened human squirming helplessly in her arms. I glanced back at Urza, noticing her expression slowly returning to her normal, disciplined composure. She was clearly making a serious effort to regain control of her emotions, although her cheeks still burned red with embarrassment. I apologize again, Urza said, her voice more calm and steady now. Malim's naming seems to have temporarily affected my emotional control. I assure you, you'll learn to manage it properly. He smiled gently here, reassuring her quietly. It's okay, Urza. Honestly, it was kind of cute. Just let me know if you need any help adjusting, all right? She nodded gratefully, her expression softening. Thank you, Haru. You'll be sure to remember that. And who exactly is your new friend there? I asked Malim. My name is Trudy Chacon. The terrified woman squeaked, squirming helplessly beneath Malim's firm grasp. Please don't kill me. I was just a pilot. I didn't want any part of this. Malim gave an annoyed grunt, abruptly dropping the frightened pilot onto the ground. Trudy landed hard with a gasp, staring up at Malim in fear as the normally cheerful demon lord glared down at her. Quiet, Malim ordered sharply, her playful nature momentarily replaced by a dangerous seriousness. You'll speak when spoken to. Trudy swallowed nervously, her eyes wide behind the breathing mask as she glanced desperately toward me. Clearly, she was hoping I'd offer some mercy. I turned to Iwa instead, curious to see how the goddess would handle the situation. Iwa stood quietly at my side, her golden eyes observing Malim cautiously. I noticed a subtle nervousness flicker across her face when she looked at the demon lord, as if she was trying to gauge exactly how dangerous Malim truly was. She quickly redirected her attention to Urza, a safer target for conversation, and offered a gentle smile. Welcome to Pandora, young dragon, Iwa greeted Urza politely. I am Iwa, mother goddess of this world. Urza blinked in surprise, momentarily distracted from her embarrassment. Quickly recovering, she bowed her head respectfully. Oh, hello. I'm Outsa Scarlet. It's an honor to meet you, Iwa. Iwa inclined her head gracefully before turning back to the trembling pilot. Her expression hardened instantly, her eyes becoming cold and stern. Iwa, Trudy whispered, voice trembling with disbelief. But you're supposed to be some Navi myth. Iwa scoffed sharply, stepping closer to the frightened woman. I assure you, human, I am very real. And now what am I to do with you? Her voice was calm, yet filled with quiet fury. I may have been asleep for many centuries, but even goddesses dream. I have seen everything your people have done since arriving on Pandora. You may not have directly killed any of my children, but you freely carried their murderers across our skies, did you not? Truda's face paled behind her mask, eyes filling with tears as she stared helplessly up at the goddess towering above her. I didn't know, she stammered weakly. I swear I was just following orders. Iwa's expression remained unmoved, clearly unmoved by the excuse. While Iwa continued interrogating Trudy, I turned back to Malim. She was smiling again, puffing up proudly as she waited for my attention. I sighed softly, giving her a gentle smile. Are Enri and Kunu safe? I asked quietly. Malim gave me a cheerful salute, eyes sparkling proudly. Yes, don't worry, Haru did a great job. Everyone is perfectly safe inside. I chuckled warmly, reaching out to gently pat her head. Malim immediately leaned into my hand, letting out a contented giggle. See? Told you I'm reliable, she boasted happily. At that moment, I noticed Urza standing just a bit too close, her expression shifting into an unmistakable pout. Instinctively, I reached out with my other hand and gently patted her head as well. Almost instantly, her pout vanished, replaced by a warm, satisfied smile. Her eyes drifted closed as she leaned happily into my touch, humming softly under her breath. Apparently, dragon girls really enjoyed head pats. Good to know. After giving Malim and Urza one last reassuring pat, I stepped into the restaurant to make sure Kunu and Henry were safe. The interior of the foxhole felt oddly calm considering the violence that had just occurred outside. I quickly noticed Kunu behind the kitchen counter, standing on a stool to reach the sink, sulking visibly as she washed a pile of dirty dishes. Her fluffy tails were drooping. She was really going for the maximum pity effect. Henry was nearby, leaning casually against the counter. She brightened when she noticed me, offering a gentle smile of relief. Haru, Henry greeted me warmly. I'm glad you're back. Is everything okay now? I returned her smile, nodding reassuringly. Yeah, it's calm now. Nobody else is going to attack us today. Hopefully. Are you all right? She blushed faintly and nodded. I was pretty scared when those soldiers barged in, but I knew I'd be safe since Malim and Urza were here. I glanced at Kunu again. My little sister let out a loud, dramatic sigh as she scrubbed furiously at a plate. When she noticed me looking, she immediately turned toward me with wide, pleading golden eyes. Oni-chan, please, can I stop washing dishes now? Kunu begged, her voice taking on an extra cute tone. I've been doing it forever, and I want to go and play with Tanya. I tried to give her a stern look, but damn, it was impossible to resist her adorable puppy dog eyes. I sighed in defeat. Fine, Kunu, you could go play, I said gently, conceding the punishment was probably enough by now. But you'd better behave for the rest of the day. Kunu instantly perked up, her tails fluffing out as she bounced happily off the stool. Thank you, Oni-chan. You're the best, she shouted, sprinting gleefully toward the front door. I chuckled softly, shaking my head at her boundless energy, then turned back toward Henry. You should probably head out too, Henry. After all this, I doubt we'll see many customers today. No point in staying here alone. Henry hesitated for a moment, clearly uncertain. Finally, she nodded slowly. I suppose you're right. Maybe you'll go hang out with Asia-chan for a while then. Sound perfect, I said encouragingly. You've earned a break. She smiled again, seeming to relax as she walked toward the exit. Once alone, I glanced around the dining area more carefully, noticing a bunch of bullet casings scattered across the floor, but strangely, not a single bullet hole or mark marred the walls or furniture. Thanks for keeping Henry safe, I said aloud to the empty room. Almost immediately, a piece of paper popped into existence and gently floated down into my open hand. I unfolded it, smiling knowingly as I read the familiar, elegant handwriting. You're welcome, chuckling softly to myself. I tucked the note away. The goddess was always watching, satisfied that everything inside was secure. I stepped back outside to regroup with Malim and Urza, but what I found instead was definitely not what I had expected. A Navi man lay pinned face down on the ground, Neytiri kneeling firmly on his back and holding his arms in place. She was clearly furious, ears flattened as she hissed angrily at the man beneath her. You dare try to harm Iowa, Jake Sully? She snarled. The pinned Navi male, apparently named Jake, that was a weird name for an alien, struggled slightly beneath her grip, his face flushed in embarrassment. It took me only a moment to notice the unusual feature about him. He had 5 fingers on each hand instead of the typical 4. Well, that certainly was unusual. Was there an Alabama on Pandora? Next to Jake, a large hunting knife lay abandoned in the dirt, explaining Neytiri's rage. Iowa glanced down at Neytiri, offering her a gentle, approving smile. Thank you, Neytiri. Neytiri's eyes widened in awe, and for a moment, I thought she was actually going to squeal out loud from sheer excitement. She quickly composed herself, though her ears continued twitching happily as she bowed her head respectfully. It was my honor, Great Mother. Iowa nodded calmly, shifting her gaze to the large hunting knife still lying on the ground beside the pinned Navi. Though to be clear, a simple blade like this could never harm me. Her voice was calm but powerful, clearly demonstrating that she wasn't merely boasting. This was an undeniable truth. She wasn't the most powerful goddess I had ever met, but she certainly wasn't weak either. Jake squirmed under Neytiri's grip, still desperately trying to lift his head to face the goddess. You killed all these people, he shouted angrily, panic edging his voice. And you captured Trudy. I had to try and stop you. Actually, Urza interrupted sharply, stepping forward with crossed arms and an irritated look on her face. I'm the one who killed them. Jake's eyes widened in shock, confusion written plainly across his face. But why? These people are your own kind, aren't they? Your fellow humans. How could you do something like this? Urza rolled her eyes impatiently, clearly annoyed by his question. These are my people. I don't even know them. Besides, they attacked first. They pointed their weapons at two young girls without hesitation. They got exactly what they deserved. She shot Jake a final glare, her disdain obvious, before turning to face me, her expression softening again. Her cheeks flushed a bit as she hesitated awkwardly for a moment. Haru, I should probably head back now. I live at Fairy Tale's dorms, and if I'm gone too long, the other girls will definitely notice I snuck out. But it really was nice seeing you again. He smiled warmly here. Before she could step away, I gently took her hand in mine, raising it to my lips and placing a soft kiss on the back of it. Urza's cheeks instantly turned scarlet as she stared at me wide-eyed. It was great seeing you again, too. Urza, I said, enjoying her reaction. Come visit my restaurant anytime you like. Oh, and maybe bring your mom along next time. Urza immediately pouted at me, recognizing the teasing reference from last time. Then, her pout turned into a soft, amused smile, and she rolled her eyes playfully. Without another word, she turned gracefully, walking back toward the foxhole. Her floating swords silently drifted along behind her. Malim sighed dramatically beside me, shaking her head as if genuinely saddened. Ah, my little sis is already leaving they grow up way too fast. I chuckled softly, giving Malim's shoulder a gentle pat. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll be back. Malim brightened at that, grinning up at me. Yeah, you're right. I turned my attention back toward Iowa, nodding respectfully. So, Iowa, what should we do from here? Iowa's expression became serious again as she pointed calmly down at Jake Sully, who was still pinned beneath Neytiri. I will personally handle the punishment of this dreamwalker for his insolence, she said firmly. Then she glanced toward Trudy, the frightened human pilot, who was nervously watching everything unfold from nearby. However, I must ask you to handle the pilot. Without intervention, she'll run out of air and suffocate within a few hours. As for the other humans, leave them here to suffocate, damn. That was a cold decision, but I wasn't going to argue it. Fuck these guys. Trudy glanced anxiously at me and Malim, eyes wide with uncertainty behind her breathing mask. She clearly wanted to plead her case, but the intimidating glare Malim was sending her made it obvious she didn't dare speak up. I shrugged slightly, deciding it wouldn't hurt to handle one frightened pilot. Sure, I guess I can take her off your hands. Awa nodded gratefully. Thank you, Haru. Also, there's no need for you to worry about Counselor Tevos. I will ensure she remains safe and rejoins you shortly. You can keep her a bit longer, I said with a shrug. Personally, I think she spends too much time on her space station, and she looked really happy to be on a natural planet again, just talking with people. I'm sure she's not missing much. Either Commander Jane, Shepard Commander, Shepard sprinted through the Citadel, gunfire echoing loudly around her. Geth troopers were everywhere, firing relentlessly into the crowds. She grimaced, feeling a surge of anger and nausea each time she spotted another civilian or CCC officer lying dead or dying. This was a massacre, and she was damn well determined to stop it. Beside her, Rex charged forward, roaring ferociously as he slammed into a massive Geth destroyer, lifting the synthetic soldier and effortlessly suplexing it into the floor. Gurus moved with precision, firing accurate bursts from his sniper rifle, dropping targets as quickly as they appeared. Shepard took cover behind a crumbling wall, firing off controlled bursts from her assault rifle as rounds flashed across her shields. When several Geth units moved to flank, she unleashed her biotics, hurling them violently back against a wall. In the brief lull, her comms crackled to life. Commander, Joker here. What's your status? What's the word from the fleet, Joker? Shepard shouted into her radio, watching as Rex continued his rampage, crushing another Geth trooper's head beneath his heavy boot. We're getting hammered pretty badly up here. Shepard, but I think we've got a shot now. The Alliance fleet just arrived. Joker's voice was tight with adrenaline, but Shepard heard a hopeful tone. She grinned fiercely, ducking as gunfire pinged off her cover. Good. Fuck Sovereign. And fuck Saren, too. We're finishing this today. Commander, there's another issue, Joker continued urgently. The Destiny Ascension is taking heavy fire. The Council is confirmed aboard. We can intervene, but ITLL cost the fleet heavily. What's your call? Shepard's grin instantly faded. Shit. Why did every decision she made have to carry so much weight? She didn't particularly care for most of the Council, especially the stubborn Turian or the constantly nervous Solarian, but she hesitated when she thought about Tevos. Shepard genuinely liked Tevos. The Asari counselor had always treated her fairly and with respect. And Haru, she knew how fond he was of Tevos, too. Shepard couldn't just let Tevos die. She took a deep breath, prepared to issue a difficult command. We have to save Tevos no matter what, Shepard finally ordered firmly. Do whatever it takes. Joker. There was a brief pause from the other side of the comm. Commander, we've just received updated intel. Turns out Counselor Tevos isn't even aboard. Last confirmed sighting was inside Haru's restaurant, actually. Shepard blinked in confusion. Oh, seriously? That's affirmative, Commander, Joker confirmed. Relief instantly flooded through her chest. Shepard almost laughed aloud, suddenly freed from that terrible choice. Well, in that case, fuck the rest of the Council. Let's put everything we've got into taking down Sovereign and Saren. I never liked Spartacus, or whatever the hell that Solarian counselor's name was. Anyway, nearby, Gurus sputtered in disbelief, ducking beneath another wave of incoming fire. Commander, you're a Spectre, and you seriously only know 2 counselors' names? Shepard just shrugged casually at Gurus, quickly firing another precise burst into an approaching Geth trooper. Not like they ever bothered learning my name before I became Spectre, either. Gurus shook his head, letting out a resigned chuckle as he leaned from cover to drop another enemy sniper with a perfect headshot. Fair enough, Commander. Nearby, Rex roared again triumphantly, seizing one of the remaining Geth by its head and effortlessly wrenching it free from its synthetic body with a sickening metallic crunch. The Krogan warrior carelessly tossed the shattered remains aside, stepping forward with battle lust blazing in his eyes. Are we finished chatting yet, Shepard? I'm getting bored. He growled impatiently. Shepard flashed him a fierce, battle-ready grin as she swiftly replaced the heat sink on her assault rifle. Almost big guy. Joker just confirmed Tevos is safe, so the Council's no longer our priority. That means we can concentrate completely on Saren and Sovereign. Rex grunted in approval. Satisfied. About damn time we started making the smart choice. Before they could fully regroup, another wave of Geth soldiers charged forward from deeper within the Presidium corridors. Bullets flew relentlessly, forcing Shepard and Gurus to quickly duck behind cover as rounds zipped dangerously close. The wall protecting them was rapidly chipped away under the intense gunfire. Shepard. Joker's voice urgently crackled through her comms again. The fleet's committed to taking down Sovereign, but we're almost out of time here. You need to eliminate Saren right now. Shepard shouted back, adrenaline surging through her veins. Understood, Joker. Keep those skies clear, well handle Saren. You got it, Commander. Normandy out. Taking a steadying breath, Shepard felt the gravity of the situation once more. If they failed here, millions of lives, maybe billions, would be lost forever. She turned to Gurus and Rex with renewed determination etched into her features. You heard, Joker, we end this now. It's time to finish off Saren once and for all. After that, we're all going to get drunk as shit at Haru's restaurant. Rex laughed deeply, his voice filled with a savage eagerness. That's what I love to hear. Haru, I walked Trudy slowly through the bustling streets of Kyoto's yokai district, headed directly toward Yasaka's palace. It wasn't like I had a dungeon beneath the foxhole or anything, so taking her to Yasaka was the most practical solution. As we moved through the lively streets, Trudy's head constantly swiveled from side to side. Her eyes widened with shock and disbelief as she stared at everything: the colorful shops lining the street, the yokai citizens casually strolling about in their everyday forms, and even the simple fact that the sky above us was clear and blue. "Wait, are those real trees?" she asked me suddenly, stopping in her tracks and pointing at the lush greenery lining the sidewalks. "Like actual earth trees? And birds? Real, honest-to-God birds flying around?" I raised an eyebrow curiously at her. "Yeah, of course they are. Why wouldn't they be?" She looked at me as if I'd lost my mind, slowly shaking her head. "That's impossible," she muttered, her voice wavering slightly. "Earth is a dying planet. The sky is always gray and polluted. The trees were wiped out decades ago, and birds have been extinct since before I was even born. There's no way we're actually on Earth right now." Hearing her describe Earth as a dead, lifeless wasteland genuinely caught me off guard. I hadn't really considered the possibility that the humans who invaded Pandora came from such a hopeless, bleak future. It sounded like they'd thoroughly destroyed their home, leaving behind nothing but devastation. "Wow," I finally said, feeling a little disturbed by her words. "That's honestly depressing as hell. Your version of Earth sounds completely awful." "What do you mean, my Earth?" Dr. Grace scowled as the vehicle jolted roughly over another large tree root, bouncing her in the passenger seat and nearly causing her head to hit the ceiling of the rover. She glanced irritably at Norm, who was gripping the wheel tightly, his avatar form clearly uncomfortable as he navigated the uneven forest terrain. "I still can't believe Trudy vanished right when we needed her." Grace muttered sourly, shaking her head. Of all the damn times to go AWOL, Norm glanced at her nervously. "Maybe something happened at Hell's Gate. Colonel Quaritch has been more aggressive lately. Maybe he found out we've been planning on sneaking out to investigate on our own. Maybe he tried to stop us by assigning her to another post." Grace grimaced at the thought. Trudy was the only pilot she fully trusted not to report their secret trips to Home Tree to the Colonel. Without Trudy, they'd had no choice but to take the slow, noisy, and awkward ground rover through the dense Pandoran jungle. It cost them precious time, and Grace couldn't shake the anxious feeling in her gut that something had already gone terribly wrong. Grace's eyes scanned the trees anxiously as they approached the familiar area around Home Tree. As they cleared the final stretch of jungle, Grace's eyes widened sharply, and a chill ran down her spine. "Norm, stop!" she shouted urgently. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle skidding to a halt. Both of them stared in stunned horror at the scene ahead. A Samson helicopter lay smoldering in the dirt, its twisted metal frame crumpled and scorched, clearly down by some kind of explosion. Around it, scattered chaotically on the ground, were bodies human Marines, sprawled out lifelessly. Some were clearly dead from deep, bloody wounds. Others lay motionless in unnatural positions. Weapons and empty shell casings littered the clearing around them. "Oh, shit," Grace cursed under her breath, her voice tight with dread. She quickly glanced at Norm, who was visibly pale beneath his blue avatar skin, his mouth hanging open in shock. She knew exactly what he was thinking, because she was thinking it too. This is really, really bad," Norm whispered, finally regaining his voice. "What the hell happened here?" Grace shook her head slowly, jaw clenching with tension. "I don't know, but whatever it is, we've just lost control of the situation completely." Chapter 77. I moved around behind the bar counter, plating up hot dishes and mixing strong drinks for Shepard and her crew. After hearing the mission they'd faced, I was glad to see everyone alive and in one piece. Shepard hadn't told me anything about what Shed planned, and I'd only found out when her exhausted squad walked into the foxhole looking like they'd survived hell itself. I slid Shepard her favorite drink. I scolded, leaning forward against the counter. "It wouldn't have hurt to tell me you were going on some borderline suicide mission. You could have asked me, or literally anyone here, to back you guys up." Shepard sipped her drink slowly, glancing up at me with tired eyes. "I know, Haru. You're right." Her cheeks flushed slightly. clearly embarrassed by the sincerity in my voice. But it wasn't exactly your everyday run-in with Batarian pirates or Krogan mercenaries. This was sovereign and ancient, psychotic AI hell-bent on wiping out the entire galaxy. I decided I didn't want anyone else risking their lives, especially people I care about. My gaze softened, and I sighed quietly. That's exactly why you should have let me help, Shepard. Did you ever stop to think that maybe I care about you too? She went silent for a second, the flush on her face deepening. Then she chuckled quietly, shaking her head as she stared into her glass. Yeah, I guess I should have thought about that. I smiled softly, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. Next time, don't be such a stubborn idiot. I've faced way scarier things than an evil AI. Shepard snorted into her whiskey. I turned my attention to the rest of her crew. Across the bar, Rex was already loudly celebrating the victory, lifting his massive mug of custom-brewed, extra-strength alcohol. He was drinking like it was water, roaring with laughter as he slapped Gurus on the back, nearly knocking him off the stool. Tali sat beside them, fidgeting nervously, clearly embarrassed by Rex's boisterous antics, but too polite to escape. In a quieter corner, Ashley sat with Gabriel, their heads bowed in solemn prayer. Shepard had quietly informed me that they'd lost a teammate named Caden during the mission. My eyes shifted to Tevos, who sat slumped at the bar nearby, her head resting in her hands as she massaged her temples. The usually composed Asari looked completely overwhelmed, muttering under her breath about the bureaucratic nightmare of running the entire galaxy by herself. With Spartacus and the Solarian counselor both dead, it seemed the entire galaxy's fate was suddenly her sole responsibility, and that was in addition to her trying to protect Pandora. I did not envy that kind of workload. I moved closer, reaching out to gently pat her shoulder in reassurance. Hey, Tevos, maybe being the last surviving counselor isn't all bad. You've got the perfect opportunity now to bring more species into the fold, lighten your workload a little. It's not like the other two counselors are there who oppose you. Tevos lifted her tired eyes to mine, a faint smile tugging at her lips. You know, Haru, that's actually not the worst idea I've heard all day. It might even prevent me from completely losing my mind. We Asari have actually wanted to bring more species onto the Council despite what the rest of the galaxy might believe. Yeah, expanding the Council is overdue anyway. Just as long as we keep out those Batarian filths, Shepard said with a scowl. My conversation with Shepard and Tevos was abruptly interrupted by the sound of heavy, drunken footsteps pounding against a wooden table. All eyes turned towards Rex, who had climbed atop his table and was swaying dangerously with a massive tankard of booze raised high in one hand. He grinned wildly, his deep, booming voice echoing through the entire restaurant as he began loudly singing a surprisingly catchy and slightly obscene song about their battle with Saren. And there we stood, proud and mean. Saren pissed himself, the worst wed scene. Bullets flying. Blood was spilled. Krogan's strength got bastards killed. Everyone in the foxhole quickly got into the spirit. Gurus laughed, shaking his head in amused embarrassment, while Tali covered her mask with both hands, clearly mortified but giggling helplessly. Shepard just rolled her eyes fondly, leaning back on her stool as she watched Rex with an amused smirk. Even Tevos, despite her earlier stress, cracked a small, exhausted smile at the Krogan's antics. I chuckled and shook my head, watching Rex's drunken performance escalate. He stomped his feet harder on the tabletop, adding rhythmic emphasis as he continued, singing louder and louder. Sovereign fell from up above. Prove machines ain't shit to shove. Commander Shepard led the way. Now drink and raise hell until next day. The people roared with laughter and applause at the absurd lyrics, raising glasses and shouting encouragement. Shepard face-bombed and laughed openly, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Damn it, Rex, you're officially banned from songwriting. Rex ignored her completely, too caught up in his drunken glory. He threw his head back for a final verse, letting out a deafening roar of triumph. And let the whole damn galaxy see. You don't fuck with Shepard's team or me. His final stomp was apparently too much for the old wooden table beneath him. With a sharp cracking noise, the table gave way, sending Rex crashing heavily onto the floor with a loud, resounding thud. Everyone laughed, clapped, and cheered loudly at the sight. Rex lay flat on his back, blinking up at the ceiling in confusion for a moment before letting out a loud, booming laugh of his own. "Now that's how you end a damn song." I chuckled lightly to myself, shaking my head as I eyed the wrecked remains of my poor table. That was yet another piece of furniture I'd need to replace, but honestly, it was worth it to see everyone smiling and relaxed. Moments like this made running the foxhole feel like the best job in any universe. Turning my attention back to Shepard, I reached for the bottle of whiskey and refilled her glass. She nodded appreciatively, taking another sip. "So," Shepard said, leaning forward on the bar counter, "I've spent enough time going on about my suicidal mission. What's been happening around the foxhole while I was out saving the galaxy from evil AI warships?" I grinned, leaning casually against the bar as I began to recount recent events. "Oh, typical stuff," I teased. "I won a cooking competition against a prestigious culinary school and managed to bruise the egos of their famous critic headmaster and the students in the process." Shepard snorted softly, clearly imagining the scene. "Of course you did. And what else?" "Well, there was this crazy fallen angel who tried attacking me," I continued nonchalantly. "Nothing too serious. Really, Naruko slapped Kokobeel around, and now he's in Grigori prison." She raised an eyebrow at that, but nodded, amused. "Sounds about right for this place. What else?" I let out a long sigh, rolling my eyes slightly. Kunu and Malim decided it'd be a great idea to sneak off to Brockton Bay to play heroes. They actually ended up taking out some pretty infamous villains and only causing minor property damage in the process. The word minor was heavily debatable, didn't really matter though, because I wasn't paying for the damages. "And then there's Pandora," Tevos added. "Can't forget about that." "You winks ahead," Shepard chuckled, swirling the whiskey around in her glass. "Never a dull day around here, huh?" I smirked playfully. "You got that exactly right." I took a moment to glance around the dining area, checking if anyone needed refills or more food. Most seemed content, laughter and conversations filling the restaurant. Over in one corner, Joker, now thoroughly drunk, was enthusiastically flirting with Gabriel. Gabriel had healed Joker's legs, and Joker was showing his heartfelt appreciation. Meanwhile, Ashley glared murderously at Joker, clearly unhappy about his obvious flirtation with the angel. She looked ready to toss him through a window. I shook my head, amused, and turned back to Shepard. "Hey," I began, "would you possibly be interested in going to a high school ball with me?" "Yep." I realized how weird that question was, and how random it seemed. Shepard's expression went completely blank. "I'm gonna need a lot more context before answering that." "Fair enough." I laughed lightly, nodding quickly. "Harry's teacher, Professor McGonagall, dropped by earlier and invited me to chaperone their Yule Ball. It's basically the magical world's equivalent of a Christmas formal dance. I need a date, though." Shepard tilted her head thoughtfully, genuinely considering it for a moment before grimacing apologetically. "Saw the Havu, but fancy balls aren't exactly my scene. I wouldn't know what to do with myself. I don't even own a dress, just lots of different pieces of armor." "Fair enough." "Well, that just left the question of who else to ask out of all my girlfriends. Ela? No, probably not. She'd end up punching one of the first brats who ogled her. Rias? Yeah, she'd be fine, but there was something about bringing a devil to a Christmas ball that was probably disrespectful, and I'm pretty sure she was busy spending time with her family anyway. Alice would probably say the same, as Shepard and Naruko still isn't quite used to her tales and would probably end up punching the first student who touched them. So she was basically on the same footing as Ela in that regard. I was thinking about inviting Urza to the ball when a piece of paper floated down and landed on the counter in front of me. For a second, I thought the goddess would finally get over her shyness and wanted to go with me. But it turned out she had another suggestion. Zirif Dragneel Zirif sat calmly upon his throne, silently observing his loyal Spriggans gathered before him. The air inside the dimly lit throne room was thick with tension, as August and Bloodman argued passionately about what punishment should be given to Irene Belsirian. Bloodman growled angrily, his voice echoing through the chamber. That traitoress which has betrayed us. My emperor, she is openly siding with those fairy tale fools and her daughter against us. She's probably told them all of our future plans for conquering the world. And you expect me to believe her ludicrous claims about some mysterious foxman defeating Acnologia? August scowled deeply, nodding his agreement. Indeed, Emperor Zirif. Irene has always been arrogant, but this, claiming a random fox creature could overwhelm the Black Dragon himself? It's an insult to our intelligence and an obvious attempt to cover her treachery. Zirif remained silent, his dark eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand as he considered their accusations. Admittedly, the idea that any one fox creature or not could casually defeat Acnologia seemed absurd. Yet Irene was not someone who exaggerated lightly. The thought troubled him deeply. I understand your frustrations, Zirif finally said, his voice calm but firm. But Irene's value to me goes beyond a mere soldier. She is among our strongest, and I will not discard her easily. I would first demand absolute proof of her treachery. Until then, we shall keep her locked away in the dungeons. Bloodman bristled visibly. My emperor suddenly. Before Bloodman could finish, the air in the throne room shifted strangely. All eyes immediately turned to the center of the room, where out of absolutely nowhere a simple wooden door materialized. It stood unsupported by any wall or structure, looking utterly out of place against the dark stone floors. What sorcery is this? August demanded, immediately stepping between the door and Zirif defensively. Zirif himself rose slowly from his throne, eyes narrowed in wary curiosity. Stand down, August. Let's see who dares intrude upon my throne room. The door swung open smoothly, as if perfectly natural, revealing a completely unexpected figure. A handsome young man casually stepped into view. Distinctly non-human features immediately captured everyone's attention. 2 large fox ears twitched on top of his head, and behind him swayed 10 golden foxtails. The stranger glanced casually around the throne room, utterly unfazed by the shocked stares he received from Zirif and the Spriggans. Hey there, the intruder said casually, lifting a hand and waving cheerfully at the shocked crowd. Imhahu. Zirif opened his mouth, about to demand an explanation from the stranger about why exactly had appeared in the middle of the Alvarez throne room, when Bloodman exploded in fury. How dare you invade the Emperor's palace, creature? Bloodman snarled, dark curses already swirling violently around his body as he launched himself at Haru with murderous intent. Zirif tensed slightly, fully expecting Bloodman's demonic magic to swiftly incapacitate or perhaps even annihilate this unusual intruder. Instead, Haru casually raised his left arm and swung it toward Bloodman with shocking ease and speed. A loud, brutal crack echoed through the throne room as Haru's hand connected sharply with Bloodman's chest, sending the Spriggan flying backward at tremendous velocity. Bloodman's body crashed violently through the magically reinforced walls with a thunderous series of explosions, each collision sounding louder than the last. Zirif watched, stunned into silence, as Bloodman smashed through layer after layer of stone and magic-reinforced barriers until, finally, his battered body vanished completely from view, apparently propelled straight out of the palace entirely. Zirif blinked in shock, feeling genuine disbelief and perhaps even a tiny hint of fear for the first time in centuries. Beside him, August stared at the massive hole in the wall, mouth slightly agape, clearly struggling to process what had just happened. Oops. Sorry about that, Haru said awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly as though had merely spilled a drink rather than likely killed one of Zirif's strongest generals. I wasn't exactly expecting to get attacked out of nowhere by some hostile demon guy. He glanced around the throne room, golden eyes scanning the faces of Zirif's remaining followers, before his gaze settled firmly back on Zirif. Let's try that introduction again, Haru said calmly, straightening himself with an air of quiet confidence. My name is Haru, owner of the Foxhole restaurant. I'm here to pick up Irene Belserian. Could you please tell me where she is? The entire throne room was filled with an oppressive tension. Zirif's eyes narrowed slightly. This foxman was extraordinarily powerful. That much was clear. Perhaps Irene had not exaggerated after all. How was he even connected to Irene? Had she been telling the truth this whole time? August finally broke the strained silence, stepping forward cautiously but defiantly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. Irene Belserian is currently imprisoned in the dungeons. She betrayed our empire and sided with outsiders. She is a traitor, and her punishment is being decided. Zirif watched closely, a deep frown forming on his lips as Haru's expression darkened dangerously at August's accusation. The atmosphere in the throne room shifted dramatically, becoming heavier as the intruder fixed the old mage with an intense, icy stare. I'm not exactly sure what's happening here, Haru began, voice deceptively calm, but carrying an unmistakable warning. But one thing's clear, Irene's coming with me. Especially if you've got her locked away in your dungeons. He spat that last word. Haru didn't even wait for a response. He turned away, utterly dismissive of the Spriggans, Zirif included, as if none of them posed even the smallest threat to him. The sheer arrogance left Zirif momentarily speechless. Had encountered powerful individuals in his lifetime, but never someone who showed this level of casual disregard. Who exactly was this Haru? And how could Irene possibly know someone this formidable? Wait right there. You arrogant bastard, God Serena suddenly shouted, stepping forward aggressively. His face twisted in anger, clearly insulted by how Haru had ignored them. Do you really think you can waltz into the Emperor's palace, attack one of her Spriggans, and leave just like that? Haru didn't slow his pace or even glance back. God Serena's eyes blazed furiously. You might look strong, fox boy, but there's no way a freak like you could have taken down Acnologia. He slammed his fists together, the magical energy around him erupting violently, shaking the very foundations of the palace. The remaining Spriggans instinctively backed away, recognizing the immense power surging from the so-called strongest dragon slayer. Let me educate you, outsider, Serena roared arrogantly. I am God Serena, the strongest dragon slayer alive. I'll expose you as the fraud you clearly are. With an explosive burst of speed, Serena launched himself forward, magic and physical strength combining into a single overwhelming strike aimed directly at Haru's unprotected back. Don't you dare ignore me, Serena screamed, fist drawn back to deliver his devastating dragon-slaying blow. Yet, Haru still didn't even turn his head. With casual ease and speed that shocked even Zirif, one of Haru's golden tails whipped backward like a deadly blade, connecting brutally with God Serena's torso. Zirif watched, stunned yet again, as the same fate that befell Bloodman happened to the supposedly invincible God Serena. Serena's body flew violently backward, smashing through solid stone walls reinforced by powerful enchantments as though they were made of paper. A series of violent crashes reverberated through the palace until, finally, God Serena vanished entirely from view, leaving a trail of shattered rubble and debris. Silence once again filled the throne room. August stared at the damage, completely lost for words. Even the usually composed old mage was visibly shaken, his expression filled with disbelief. Zirif himself was forced to reevaluate everything he had believed about this intruder. Who or what exactly was this creature named Haru? And how had someone with his power remained unknown to the Alvarez Empire for so long, without pausing or acknowledging the chaos had caused? Haru approached the magically sealed doors leading from the throne room toward the palace's dungeons. He didn't bother inspecting or even acknowledging the complex wards protecting the area. Instead, with a single powerful kick, he shattered the enchantments, sending the doors flying wide open. As he strode confidently through the ruined doorway toward the dungeons, Zirif felt a disturbing reality had just appeared. The Alvarez Empire had just encountered someone it could not oppose. Haru. I moved down the dimly lit corridor. carefully sniffing the air as Irene's scent guided me deeper into the palace dungeons. The guards down here clearly hadn't received word yet of what had happened upstairs, because several of them drew swords and raised magical staves as I approached. "Halt!" one of them shouted, stepping forward shakily. "You can't go any further." "I really don't have time for this," I sighed, barely pausing as I swiftly knocked them all unconscious with casual strikes. They crumpled to the floor without resistance, weapons clattering loudly against the stone floor. It wasn't even a challenge, just a minor inconvenience. Honestly, this whole situation had pissed me off. The goddess had left me a note suggesting I take Irene, the very attractive MILF dragon, to the ball as a fellow chaperone date. That sounded like a good choice to me. It had been a while since Irene visited the foxhole, and Urza and I had been quietly wondering where she disappeared to. Now it made sense. Finding out she had been imprisoned down here made my instincts surge, protectiveness mixing with anger. Nobody fucked with what was mine. The deeper I went, the fewer guards appeared. Eventually, I reached the heavily warded steel door sealing off the main dungeon. I could see that it was reinforced with powerful enchantments. Unfortunately for them, it didn't stand a chance against me. With one firm grip, I ripped the entire door clean off its hinges, casually tossing the warped metal aside. I stepped inside, glancing briefly at the empty cells lining the hallway until I found Irene's. Her cell wasn't dirty or disgusting, at least, but it was depressingly sparse, just a basic cot, a small chair, and bare stone walls. Irene sat quietly on the cot, her gorgeous red hair cascading down her back, looking completely out of place in such a miserable cell. The instant she saw me, her beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Hadu!" Irene gasped softly, quickly rising to her feet and approaching the cell bars. She looked me over from head to toe, clearly confused, yet undeniably relieved. "What are you doing here?" He smiled. "I came to ask you to a ball." Chapter 78. Haru, standing in the kitchens of Hogwarts. I had to admit it was probably the weirdest culinary environment I'd ever worked in. Tiny little creatures called house elves scurried frantically around me, their big eyes wide with anxiety as they hurried to carry out the orders I barked. I wasn't deliberately trying to intimidate them, but cooking was serious business. Especially tonight, there was no way I'd let anyone leave this ball disappointed by his subpar food. My pride as a chef wouldn't allow it. "Hey," I called sharply, noticing an elf whisking custard a bit too lazily. He immediately jumped, nearly dropping the bowl as he snapped to attention. "You need to whip it harder, put some muscle into it. It should be silky and light, not lumpy like porridge." The elf nodded furiously, his oversized ears bobbing in agreement. "Yes, Chef Haru, sir. Right away, Chef Haru, sir." He returned to the bowl, whisking with frantic determination. I sighed softly. The elves weren't bad cooks, exactly, but they were definitely accustomed to cooking school food. Basic fare. Hearty but boring. They struggled whenever I introduced something more complicated, more delicate, or even slightly foreign. I glanced toward another station, noticing several elves carefully grilling meat. Well, supposedly carefully, they were actually leaving one side over the fire far too long, the edges dangerously close to burning. "Flip those steaks," I ordered quickly, striding over to inspect their grill station. "You can't leave them unattended like that. We're aiming for perfection, not charcoal. Pay attention." The elves startled and quickly turned the meat over, shooting me guilty, nervous glances. "Essoli, chef." One squeaked, clearly mortified. "It's okay, just keep a closer eye," I said in a gentler tone, trying not to completely terrify them. They were hard-working, earnest, and genuinely eager to please, just not experienced with cooking anything beyond typical wizarding meals. And to be fair, these house elves had likely never received proper chef training in their lives. If Hogwarts really wanted to host a gourmet-level event, maybe hiring a few professional cooks wouldn't have been a bad idea, but they'd invited me instead, and that meant my professional pride as a chef was now fully on the line. There is absolutely no way I'd allow subpar food to be served at an event I was partially responsible for. If it meant micromanaging every little detail, so be it. Chef Haru. Sir? Another elf said timidly, tugging lightly on my apron. I glanced down to see a shy little female elf nervously holding up a spoonful of sauce Shed prepared. Taste test, please. I softened my expression, smiling warmly as I knelt down and gently took the spoon from her tiny hand. The elf watched nervously as I tasted it carefully. The flavor was surprisingly balanced and delicate. Shed clearly put genuine effort into it, and I nodded approvingly. Great job, I praised sincerely, ruffling her ears lightly. She squeaked happily, visibly relieved. Keep going exactly like that. With a quick salute, she scampered back to her station. Confidence clearly boosted. At least they were all doing their best. It wasn't easy, suddenly preparing dishes they'd never seen before. Luckily, one major advantage of magical cooking was that everything could be cooked ahead of time and preserved perfectly under stasis charms until the ball officially began. That part was great, no last-minute panicking, but the preparation and actual cooking itself still needed to be flawless. There were no shortcuts when it came to quality, magic, or otherwise. All right, everyone, I called out clearly, clapping my hands sharply to gather their attention again. Dozens of house elves froze mid-task, looking nervously toward me with big, anxious eyes. I gave them an encouraging smile, softening my voice slightly so they wouldn't panic. We're doing great so far. But remember, every dish matters tonight. It doesn't matter if it's a fancy hors d'oeuvre or a simple pastry, every bite should impress. Keep your focus, check flavors often, and don't rush. Understood? Yes, Chef Haru. They chorused immediately, their tiny voices loud and eager. I could see determination and enthusiasm filling their gazes once more. Perfect. Satisfied that the elves were back on track, I moved over to another prep station, inspecting the small, delicate pastries neatly lined up on trays. These were tricky desserts, something ID designed specifically for tonight's ball. Mini creme brulee tarts with fresh vanilla cream and caramelized sugar crust. They looked good, but with pastries, looking wasn't enough. Picking one up carefully, I inspected it closely. Golden brown crust, evenly caramelized sugar, cream piped with precision, so far, so good. But the taste was the real test. Biting in, I felt a pleasant crunch, the sugary crust giving way beautifully to the silky, rich cream beneath. It was delicious. Perfect, actually. I nodded approvingly. Excellent work on the tarts, I announced loudly, catching the nervous gaze of the elf who had made them. His face instantly lit up with pride and relief. Exactly the texture and taste. We want to make sure they're all done to this same standard. Thank you, Chef Haru, sir. The elf beamed happily, immediately hurrying to finish the rest with renewed confidence. After finishing up at Hogwarts, I returned to Yasaka's palace, retreating to my room to get dressed for tonight's event. A custom-tailored black suit had already been prepared and laid out neatly for me, and as I slipped into the jacket, I had to admit it fit perfectly comfortable but still stylish enough for the occasion. Of course, I wasn't alone. My mother, Yasaka, hovered around me excitedly, her golden tails swaying cheerfully behind her. She looked immensely pleased, her eyes practically sparkling with motherly pride. Era, my handsome son, is attending his very first formal ball, she teased playfully, smiling fondly as she adjusted my collar and brushed off imaginary specks of dust. I'm so proud. I rolled my eyes, giving her a gentle, long-suffering sigh. Mom, seriously? This isn't even close to my first ball. You've dragged me to dozens of yokai parties at the palace over the years. Remember that festival with the Tengu diplomats last month? She giggled, clearly unbothered by my protest, and stepped behind me to inspect my tails. Before I could say anything, she reached out and began gently brushing them, carefully fluffing each one with practiced expertise. Immediately, a shiver rippled down my spine, and a deep blush rose across my face. Damn it, she knew exactly how sensitive my tails were, and she definitely enjoyed teasing me. Mom, I mumbled weakly, my voice strained from the pleasant, tingling sensation she was unintentionally causing. I could do my tails myself. You know, hush, Haru, Yasaka said sweetly, smiling mischievously. Her gentle fingers continued their work, carefully combing and fluffing my tails until each one looked perfectly groomed. A mother has to make sure her son's tails are immaculate before a big night out. Especially since you were going with that lovely dragon lady, Irene. Such an elegant, mature woman. My blush deepened considerably at her playful tone. You really don't need to tease me about Irene, Mom. She laughed softly, giving one of my tails a gentle, affectionate squeeze. Oh, but it's too much fun not to tease you, sweetheart. Who knows, maybe tonight will be extra special. She leaned in, whispering teasingly in my ear. Perhaps you'll finally lose your sweet innocence to that fierce dragoness. I turned my head, giving her an annoyed pout. Mom, seriously? You're a bit late with that talk. I've lost my innocence plenty of times already. Hell, you literally walked in on me and Rias that one time, remember? Yasaka paused, her golden eyes glittering mischievously at the memory. Oh yes, that was quite the scene, she purred playfully, clearly entertained by recalling my embarrassment. But believe me, Haru dear, dragon women are entirely different creatures altogether. When aroused, they become exceptionally voracious. You should prepare yourself. I blinked, momentarily thrown off by her choice of words. Wait, how exactly do you even know that? My mother shrugged casually, smiling serenely. Oh, Tiamat and I had a brief affair once a long time ago. She was very enthusiastic. Delightfully exhausting, actually. I stared blankly, trying and utterly failing to process what Shed just casually admitted. Tiamat? The legendary Chaos Karma Dragon herself? With my mother? Part of me genuinely wanted to hear more details, but another part definitely did not. It was honestly a bit too weird to think about. I quickly shook my head, shifting the conversation back to something less awkward than my mom's unexpected love life. That was a topic for her, and possibly Rimuru. Still didn't really know what was going on there, and didn't really want to know either. Besides, I was actually kind of confused about something else entirely. Wait, I began carefully, giving Yasaka a slightly skeptical look. Since when do you actually like Irene? I clearly remember you being pretty pissed when you found out Shed abandoned Urza when she was younger. You were ready to tear her a new one. But now you're suddenly teasing me about dating her and acting all excited? What exactly changed your mind? My mother chuckled softly, waving her hand dismissively, though her golden eyes narrowed slightly, becoming more serious. Her gentle, teasing tone vanished immediately, replaced by a cool firmness I recognized all too well. Ah, yes. Well, after you rescued Irene from those dungeons, she and I sat down together. We had a very long, detailed, and productive conversation, one woman to another. I raised an eyebrow, immediately suspicious. That sounds a bit ominous, Mom. What exactly did you talk about? Yasaka's smile widened slightly, but her eyes held a hint of fierceness now. I noticed the air in the room suddenly grow heavier as a subtle but unmistakable surge of magicules radiated gently from her. Her 12 tails, usually cheerful and expressive, abruptly stopped moving entirely, held rigidly still behind her. It lasted only a few tense seconds, but it was more than enough to make her message crystal clear. Don't worry about it, Haru, she said pleasantly, the tension leaving her body as quickly as it had appeared. Her tail swished once more, carefree again. Let's just say Irene now fully understands exactly who's in charge around here. She'll be very respectful toward you. I guarantee it. I swallowed nervously, feeling a chill run down my spine despite myself. Mothers really could be terrifying sometimes, especially when they were supernatural creatures like mine. The mental image of Yasaka calmly, yet firmly laying down the law to Irene, a powerful and prideful dragoness, was simultaneously funny and terrifying. Before I could even respond, Yasaka stepped back, inspecting me from head to toe with an approving nod. Her earlier fierceness had vanished completely, replaced by a warm, genuine smile of motherly affection. Perfect, she announced, eyes sparkling happily. My handsome son is officially ready for his big date. Irene is waiting downstairs already. So hurry along now, you don't want to keep a lady like her waiting too long. Without even giving me a chance to protest, Yasaka gently but firmly steered me toward my door, practically pushing me out into the hallway. All right. I'm going, Mom. I laughed, giving her a playful eye roll. I straightened my suit jacket one last time, took a deep breath, and headed toward the stairs. Tonight was going to be interesting. That much I knew for certain. As soon as I reached the bottom of the staircase, my breath caught sharply in my throat. Irene was waiting calmly for me, leaning elegantly against the wall with an amused little smile. Holy shit, she looked absolutely incredible. Her regular clothes had never exactly been modest. She obviously knew how great her figure was, but tonight's dress was something else entirely. It was a sleek, form-fitting black gown that hugged every curve of her amazing body, accentuating just how gorgeous she really was. The neckline was low enough to reveal a generous amount of her flawless cleavage, drawing my eyes immediately. My gaze traced helplessly downward over her slender waist, and I swallowed hard when I noticed how the silky fabric tightly hugged the curves of her hips and waist. Damn, keeping my eyes off her was practically impossible. Irene noticed my stare and giggled softly, clearly enjoying my reaction. The melodic sound snapped me out of my trance, and I quickly met her eyes, feeling warmth spread across my face. Enjoying the view? Irene teased gently, her eyes sparkling playfully as she pushed off the wall and stepped gracefully toward me. Yeah, I admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of my head with a small embarrassed laugh. You look amazing, Irene. Seriously, that dress is incredible on you. Her smile widened, eyes glinting with pleased amusement. She clearly didn't mind my honesty. Why, thank you, Haru. You're looking rather handsome yourself tonight, she purred, openly running her eyes appreciatively up and down my suit. I cleared my throat slightly, trying to regain some dignity. Well, it won't matter how good my suit is. Pretty sure every wizard there tonight is going to be staring at you. I'd bet plenty of witches will be hexing their dates by the end of the night. No way any guy could keep his eyes off you. She laughed again, clearly entertained by my prediction. Oh, let them stare all they like, Irene said casually, a confident smirk on her lips. Looking is perfectly fine as long as they know touching is strictly forbidden. That privilege is yours alone tonight. My heart skipped a beat at her bold words, and a slightly possessive pride surged through me. I certainly have no complaints about that arrangement, I replied smoothly, stepping closer and gently taking her hand. Holding her gaze steadily, I raised her delicate fingers slowly to my lips and pressed a soft kiss against the back of her hand. Irene's eyes darkened slightly with pleased surprise, and her smile softened warmly. Am I such a gentleman? She teased gently, sliding smoothly closer to my side. Are you ready for tonight, Haru? As ready as I'll ever be, I replied honestly, gently entwining my arm with hers. Feeling her warm body pressed lightly against my side was a pleasant distraction. Shall we head over to my restaurant? From there, it's just a short walk into Hogsmeade, and we'll be at Hogwarts in no time. Irene nodded gracefully, gently squeezing my arm. Lead the way. I'm looking forward to seeing this famous magical school you've told me about. You're either going to love or hate it, I promised confidently as we headed outside together. At the very least, I promise the food will be amazing. Irene laughed softly at my choice of words, leaning warmly into my side as we walked. I stood casually beside Irene in Hogwarts Grand Hall, watching quietly as Headmistress McGonagall guided the Triwizard Champions and their dates into the center to officially begin the Yule Ball. They entered in pairs, looking slightly nervous but excited. Harry walked in first with Hermione on his arm. They looked cute together. Harry seemed proud but a little unsure, and Hermione wore a shy but happy smile. The other champions followed behind them, though honestly, I didn't pay much attention to any of them. The only other one I bothered to remember was Fleur, the pretty blonde French girl who was a Vila, or part Vila at least. Usually, every man's eyes in the room would be glued to her because of that natural allure her species apparently had in this world. But tonight she wasn't getting nearly as much attention as usual, and she clearly noticed it. In fact, Fleur appeared mildly irritated, glancing toward Irene and me with a slightly annoyed pout. I couldn't help but smirk slightly at that. Honestly, I didn't blame anyone for looking our way. Standing beside me, Irene was a vision of raw beauty and confident sexuality. Fleur was undeniably attractive, but Irene was simply on another level entirely. The sexy dragoness next to me radiated a sensual magnetism that drew attention effortlessly without any magical charm necessary. As the 8 students started their first ceremonial dance, I leaned closer to Irene, keeping my voice low, so only she could hear me clearly over the music. So I whispered softly, placing a gentle hand on her lower back. "How do you like Hogwarts so far?" Irene's eyes sparkled slightly as she gazed around the great hall with an amused look. "I admit, it's quite charming. The castle itself is impressive enough, and it certainly feels magical here," she said thoughtfully. Her expression shifted slightly, becoming slightly unimpressed. "But honestly, the wizards themselves seem rather weak, at least in terms of raw magical power. You're right about that. Most of them have had very limited magical education, at least compared to what you and I are used to." "Well, except for those 2, I said, tilting my head toward the dance floor, where Harry and Hermione were gracefully spinning in time with the music. "They've been receiving proper magic instruction from Sir Anna. Both of them have improved tremendously already." From the corner of my eye, I noticed McGonagall twitch slightly at my casual use of the phrase proper magic. Her lips thinned just a little, as if holding back a sharp retort. She wisely stayed silent, though I suspected she'd probably have something to say to me about it later. Irene followed my gaze, her sharp eyes watching Harry and Hermione intently. "I can sense it. Those 2 definitely have more potential than the others." The music finally slowed, and the champions' dance ended. McGonagall smoothly invited everyone else onto the floor. Couples around the hall rose eagerly, mingling onto the polished dance floor as new music began to play. I turned fully to Irene, smoothly offering my hand with a charming smile. "Well, Irene, may I have this dance?" She arched a perfect eyebrow elegantly, lips curling into a sultry smirk as she placed her soft hand gently in mine. "I'd be delighted, Haru." "Absolutely," I agreed warmly, gently guiding her onto the dance floor. Already, I could feel countless eyes shifting toward us. But as Irene had said earlier, let them stare. I was the one holding her close tonight. I guided her into the center of the dance floor as the music began softly playing around us. She stepped closer immediately, pressing her voluptuous body warmly against my chest without hesitation. I couldn't help but notice the mischievous glint that danced in her beautiful eyes as she smiled playfully up at me. "You're looking rather pleased with yourself," I teased softly, my voice low enough to remain just between us. "Oh, whatever could you mean, Haru?" Irene purred innocently. But even as she spoke, she shifted closer still, purposefully pressing her ample, soft breasts into me in a clearly deliberate attempt to tempt and distract. Her eyes sparkled with playful intent as she began swaying sensually to the music, making sure her curves remained pressed firmly against my chest as we moved together. I chuckled quietly, both amused and undeniably turned on by her boldness. I gently placed my hands on her lower back, holding her lightly as we danced together in rhythm. Irene smirked again, clearly unsatisfied with my polite gesture. She reached behind herself smoothly, taking my wrists in her soft hands, and guided them downward until both palms rested firmly against her shapely, perfectly rounded ass. My eyes widened slightly in surprise at the suddenness of her bold move. Irene giggled softly at my reaction, her expression a mixture of playful teasing and genuine satisfaction. Much better," she murmured sweetly, keeping my hands exactly where Shed placed them. "You certainly don't waste any time, do you?" I asked dryly, raising an amused eyebrow even as I gently squeezed, unable to deny how good it felt to have my hands resting on her perfect rear. Irene leaned in closer, her voice a husky whisper against my ear. "What would be the fun in waiting? I'm just making sure you fully enjoy yourself tonight. Trust me, I replied warmly, gently kneading her curves as we continued swaying together. I'm definitely enjoying myself. My tails were clearly giving me away, happily swishing behind me in response to her bold affection. Irene's eyes flickered downward briefly, noticing my fluffy tails moving energetically behind us. She laughed softly, clearly pleased by their reaction. Your tails certainly seem happy, she teased lightly, gently pressing herself even closer as our bodies moved seamlessly together. Can you blame them? I chuckled, feeling slightly embarrassed, but not enough to pull away from her inviting warmth. They got a mind of their own when I'm this close to a woman like you. I'm very glad to hear that, she purred seductively, smiling mischievously as her hips pressed even closer into mine, making the dance more intimate by the second. As we swayed slowly, lost in our own little bubble of attraction and warmth, something abruptly drew my attention from the corner of my eye. Glancing briefly sideways, I noticed a male Hogwarts student inching suspiciously closer toward Irene. His expression looked slightly glazed, as if he were too distracted by her incredible figure to think clearly. Even worse, I saw his hand subtly reach out toward Irene's, as if planning to sneakily grope her while we danced. Before I could react, a sudden spark of magical energy erupted from Irene's dress. A small but powerful bolt of lightning lashed out, striking the would-be groper squarely in the chest. He immediately crumpled onto the dance floor, twitching and spasming like he'd just been hit with a powerful stun gun. Well, that was basically exactly what had happened. I glared sharply down at the dumb kid sprawled on the floor, irritation flickering across my expression. Irene, however, just laughed sweetly, clearly amused by the idiot's failed attempt. Era, such a naughty little boy, Irene chastised playfully, shaking her head slightly. You should know better. No touching allowed. Her words carried through the stunned silence around us. After a second of confusion, whispers rippled across the nearby students, most quickly realizing what had just happened. I noticed more than a few other would-be lechers carefully retreating, clearly intimidated and deciding not to risk Irene's magical defenses. Satisfied that nobody else would try something equally stupid, Irene casually turned her attention fully back toward me. Now, then, Haru, she murmured sweetly, pressing herself against my chest again with a contented sigh. Where are we? I chuckled softly, shaking my head slightly in amusement. I believe we were enjoying our dance, I replied lightly, gently caressing her soft curves. Irene smirked knowingly, eyes sparkling with delight. Good. I'm quite happy to have you all to myself. We continued swaying gently, completely ignoring the occasional jealous glances from around the hall. The music flowed around us smoothly, time passing unnoticed until McGonagall finally stepped forward at the edge of the hall and politely cleared her throat, magically amplifying her voice. Attention! Everyone, the dinner portion of tonight's Yule Ball will now commence, she announced clearly, motioning toward the lavishly decorated tables arranged along the edges of the hall. Please take your seats and enjoy. Irene glanced up at me, a soft, warm smile on her lips. Shall we, Haru? Absolutely, I agreed, gently taking her hand again. I promise you won't be disappointed by tonight's meal. Chapter 79. Malim felt her cheeks heating up as she walked through the streets of Kyoto, Haru's hometown. Everywhere she turned, humans and yokai paused to stare curiously at her. Normally, Malim would have cheerfully waved or smiled back at them, but today she couldn't muster the courage to even look them in the eyes. She ducked her head slightly, pouting shyly as she kept walking. This was humiliating. She was the mighty Malim Nava, the scary destroyer herself, yet here she was, completely flustered and embarrassed like some nervous human teenage girl. And it was all because of what Shed learned the night before. Enri Haru's human helper had finally sat Malim down and explained exactly what it meant to be someone's wife. At first, Malim had been excited to learn something new, thinking it would be simple and straightforward. But then Henry launched into detailed explanations about all sorts of intimate, adult things Malim had never imagined before. She shuddered again, just thinking about the deeply explicit descriptions Henry had given. It had involved far more detail about Haru's anatomy and things that husbands and wives did together in private than Malim had ever anticipated. Her face had gone scarlet, her eyes had widened, and Henry had giggled uncontrollably at Malim's stunned reaction. "Wait, you mean Haru and I would do all of those things together?" Malim had asked, blinking in embarrassment and wonder. Henry had nodded happily, grinning ear to ear. "Of course, Lady Malim. That's exactly what married couples do. All the time, actually, especially at night, after a romantic date." Malim's heart had started racing at that point, and she had quietly admitted to herself that it all sounded very intriguing. The idea of doing those intimate, passionate things with Haru didn't sound bad at all, even if it was super embarrassing to think about. Malim felt incredibly flustered just thinking about it again. She placed both hands on her warm cheeks, trying to cool her embarrassment while simultaneously fighting a shy, excited smile. She wondered if Haru knew about all those things. Probably. She thought he had multiple girlfriends after all, which Henry explained to her, as well realizing what she was thinking made her blush even deeper, and she shook her head quickly, trying to clear her mind. She finally arrived at Yasaka's palace, taking a calming breath before stepping confidently inside. If anyone would know where her bestie Haru was right now, surely his mom would, since he wasn't in his restaurant sadly. Yasaka greeted Malim warmly. "Oh, hello there, Malim dear. What brings you here today?" Malim quickly perked up, trying to push away her lingering embarrassment. Yasaka. I'm looking for Haru. Do you know where my bestie is?" A gentle smile tugged at Yasaka's lips, though her golden eyes sparkled mischievously. "Oh, dear, I'm afraid Haru isn't home at the moment. He's gone on a date tonight." Malim instantly pouted, feeling a sudden surge of jealousy swell inside her chest. "A date? Haru's on a date? With who?" "With Urza's mother, Irene," Yasaka explained gently, watching Malim's reaction carefully. "It's her first date, actually. They're attending a special ball together tonight." "Isn't that lovely?" Malim crossed her arms, cheeks puffing out indignantly. "What, Irene? But I want to go on a date with Haru too." Yasaka chuckled softly, clearly amused. "You shouldn't be jealous, Malim. Haru cares deeply for you. He has more than enough room in his heart for everyone close to him of." "Maybe so," Malim huffed, still pouting stubbornly, though she relaxed slightly after hearing Yasaka's words. "But I still want to see this date for myself." "Where exactly did they go?" Yasaka's eyes narrowed playfully. "I don't mind telling you, Malim, but you have to promise me something important first." Malim eyed Yasaka suspiciously. "Promise what?" "Promise that you will absolutely not interrupt Haru's date," Yasaka said firmly, her smile pleasant, but her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "They deserve to enjoy their evening without interference. Don't you agree?" Malim sighed heavily, her shoulders slumping. "Fine," she grumbled dramatically, puffing out her cheeks again. "I promise I won't interrupt their date. You'll just watch quietly. I'm great at being sneaky," she bragged proudly. Yasaka laughed gently, clearly not convinced by Malim's boasting. Still, she gave Malim the information she wanted. "Very well. They are currently attending something called the Yule Ball at Hogwarts. Irene life had definitely taken a strange turn for Irene. She had spent centuries filled with bitterness about her dragon transformation, deeply hating what she had become. Losing her humanity had seemed like the cruelest possible fate. Once she cursed endlessly. But lately, those feelings had started fading away, almost to the point where being a dragon hardly troubled her at all anymore. Of course, she still resented the fact that her dragonification had forced her to abandon her daughter, Urza. Even after reconnecting with Urza recently, there was still a deep sense of loss and guilt she carried. But their relationship had slowly improved, and Irene had allowed herself a small sliver of happiness that had lasted right up until agents from Alvarez arrived at her doorstep, bringing the unexpected summons from Zirif himself. He was calling her back immediately. Foolishly, Irene had gone willingly, trusting that the empire she had once loyally served still valued her power. Instead, the other Spriggans had betrayed her immediately upon her arrival, locking her away in the palace dungeons beneath Alvarez's capital. Irene briefly considered fighting back at first. It would have been easy, satisfying even, to lash out with her overwhelming strength and reduce the palace to rubble. Yet, she had ultimately decided not to resist. Letting herself be imprisoned hurt deeply, but it was safer, she reasoned. Safer for Urza, for her loved ones, for Haru. Thinking about Haru sent another pang through Irene's chest. Her instincts had roared to life the moment they'd met, telling her clearly that Haru was her ideal mate. Strong, protective, confident, kind. He possessed every trait her heart and body craved. Forcibly being separated from him before they even got to properly know each other hurt terribly. But she convinced herself it was better to stay locked away. She never imagined that Haru would march into Zerif's very palace itself just to rescue her. He effortlessly defeated 2 of her former Spriggan colleagues before barging through every last guard who dared to oppose him. Irene's dragon heart fluttered at the romance of it all. It was hands down the most romantic gesture she'd ever received. Honestly, if Haru had demanded right then and there that she give herself to him in her cell, Irene would have eagerly agreed without hesitation. Just thinking about it made her face heat with longing and desire, but Haru was far too much of a gentleman. Instead, had simply smiled warmly and invited her to a ball. Even after all these years, Irene found that she still enjoyed events like these, the formal dress and elegant atmosphere, all the pomp and decorum. It felt refreshingly familiar, something reminiscent of her royal past. Even if this current castle was filled with an alarming number of very horny teenage wizards and witches. She genuinely wondered whose brilliant idea it had been to lock hundreds of magically gifted adolescents together in a castle, separated from their parents and homes for 10 months out of the year. Supervised by a mere handful of adult teachers. It seemed a recipe for disaster, or at least a lot of pregnancy scares, but that was enough of that. She turned her attention back toward her date, who was watching her closely with a gentle smile. "Enjoying yourself?" Haru asked softly. "Oh, immensely," Irene purred. "I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself this much." She was savoring another bite of the incredible dessert placed in front of her. She let out a quiet, indulgent moan of delight, savoring the rich sweetness on her tongue. It was obvious that Haru had been in charge of tonight's meal, because almost everyone who was partaking, students and teachers alike, were moaning in delight like her as they ate. She reached delicately for another éclair that had suddenly appeared on her plate, eager for another taste. More dessert? Don't mind if I do." Just before her fingers touched the pastry, Haru's hand shot out sharply and grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Surprised and a little flustered by the unexpected move, Irene blushed faintly, glancing toward Haru with an affectionate, questioning smile. "My, feeling possessive already." "Hadu," she teased gently, her eyes glinting playfully. But her teasing stopped abruptly when she noticed the seriousness in his expression. "I didn't make that éclair," Haru said with a small growl. Irene's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she quickly glanced around, noticing similar éclairs appearing magically on other tables throughout the hall. They hadn't been there moments before. "Are you certain?" Irene asked carefully. "Absolutely," Haru said firmly, releasing her wrist gently. Irene watched other guests reaching unsuspectingly for the strange éclairs. Before she could say or do anything, the damage was already happening. Nearby, a young female student who had taken a bite began choking violently, grabbing desperately at her throat. She wasn't alone. Others around the hall started coughing and gasping, panic spreading swiftly across the tables. She could feel strange, foreign magics invading the students' bodies' potent transformative spells. Her eyes widened slightly in shock as the bizarre results rapidly manifested before her eyes. Several students cried out in alarm as animal features began sprouting from their bodies. Boys and girls alike grew fluffy ears, whiskers, tails, or even patches of fur. Irene's gaze moved swiftly to the staff table, just in time to see the strict-looking headmistress shed, yet to formally meet, suddenly sprout a pair of fluffy cat ears atop her stern face. The older woman's eyes flashed furiously, her mouth opening in astonished outrage as a bushy feline tail burst forth from beneath her elegant robes. Before Irene could even think of what to do next, an angry, accusing voice pierced through the chaos. "You!" shouted a teenage wizard with messy red hair, leaping dramatically from his seat and pointing directly at Irene and Haru's table. An odd thing she noticed was that he was sitting at a table all alone. That freaky monster is turning everyone into freaks like him. He was in charge of the kitchens. He did it. The student was accusing Haru. Haru, I let out an irritated sigh. Great. It was this annoying kid again, Ron Weasley, one of Harry's old friends. Well, friend was being generous. More like one of that manipulative old man Dumbledore's former pawns from when Harry was brainwashed. I'd noticed Ron earlier, sitting completely alone at a table in the corner. Honestly, it wasn't surprising. Now the little shit was accusing me of poisoning the desserts to transform everyone into monsters like myself. His voice echoed loudly across the room, dripping with ignorant disgust. The sheer stupidity and open racism of his words pissed me off immensely, even ignoring how disrespectful it was to my food. No self-respecting chef would ever poison something he cooked, especially not me. Irene stood up abruptly, her chair clattering noisily to the ground behind her. I felt the air around us thicken as raw magic poured off her body. I glanced at her carefully, seeing her beautiful features twisted in outrage. Her eyes flashed dangerously toward Ron. "How dare you accuse Haru of such a vile thing? You foolish little boy," she hissed coldly. Ron turned red-faced, fists clenched, visibly trembling. He seemed too angry and stupid to back down, though his nervousness was obvious beneath his bravado. "You think you can scare me, you floozy?" he shouted back. "You're nothing but some slutty monster the freak hired to look pretty. I bet your big tits are fake, too." There was a shocked gasp from almost every student and teacher in earshot. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Irene's eyes widened in disbelief before narrowing dangerously. Magic crackled in the air around her hand as a complex, ominous magic circle appeared instantly above her palm. Judging by the chilling aura coming from her, Ron was seconds away from becoming a greasy smear on the stone floor. I stood up quickly, half considering stepping in to calm her down, though honestly, part of me genuinely wouldn't have minded watching Ron get obliterated. But before either of us could do anything, the huge double doors to the hall slammed open dramatically. A group of people wearing ridiculous, official-looking robes rushed inside Aurors, as these magical cops like to call themselves. I groaned internally at the sight of them. Wonderful. Not these clowns again. Nobody move. The Auror in the lead shouted. "We've received reports of dark magic on the premises." I rolled my eyes. Could this setup possibly be more obvious? It hadn't even been 30 seconds since Ron's outburst, and suddenly these idiots were already storming in? The Auror's gaze snapped toward me immediately. Predictable. "You." He barked dramatically, wand pointed directly at my face. "Step away from the table. Creature, you're under suspicion for corrupting and poisoning Hogwarts students with forbidden dark magic." "Creature?" Irene echoed coldly beside me, clearly even angrier now. She stepped in front of me protectively, eyes dangerously narrowed. "ID choose your next words very carefully, little wizard, before I forget myself and reduce you all to dust. Unknown hostile dark witch. Put her down." The lead Auror shouted, his voice cracking with panic as he jabbed his wand toward Irene. My irritation instantly boiled over into genuine anger. Unknown hostile witch? Seriously? These morons weren't even pretending to do their jobs properly. Around us, students screamed and ducked under tables in terror as dozens of colorful spells launched straight in our direction. It seemed the Aurors didn't care at all about collateral damage, judging by how wildly they cast their magic. Irene scoffed, clearly unimpressed by their pathetic attempt at attacking her. With casual grace, she raised one hand and snapped her fingers softly. Every single spell racing toward us vanished instantly in midair, dissolving into tiny sparks that fluttered harmlessly down to the floor. Stunned silence filled the hall for a brief moment. Students, teachers, and aurors alike all stared at Irene in shock, obviously terrified by the effortless display of magic shed just shown. Honestly, they hadn't even begun to see a fraction of what she was truly capable of. Shed barely tapped into her real strength. Her power was staggering, easily far beyond anything this entire school combined could handle. I briefly considered calming her down, not wanting things to escalate into a full-blown massacre. She might actually destroy half the castle if she got seriously pissed. But before I could say a word, one panicked auror apparently lost all sense of reason. His face pale with fear, he aimed his wand directly at Irene and shouted desperately, "Avada Kedavra!" A sickly green flash erupted from his wand, speeding straight toward Irene's chest. My heart stopped for a split second. Logically, I knew a pathetic killing curse probably wouldn't even bruise a dragoness like Irene, but that didn't matter. Pure rage surged inside me. Nobody fucking tried to kill my date, and walked away unharmed. Without thinking, I stepped swiftly in front of Irene, stretching my arm out and catching the deadly curse right in my bare palm. I felt a faint prickle of the dark magic, trying and failing spectacularly to harm me. But it obviously couldn't do anything. Gasps of shock filled the entire great hall. Students stared. Teachers were frozen in place. Even the aurors looked horrified. Their prized, supposedly unstoppable dark curse trembled uselessly in my hand before I closed my fist sharply, crushing the green magic into harmless wisps of smoke. The auror had cast the curse, staggered backward, eyes bulging in absolute terror. Impossible. He choked out hoarsely, voice trembling. And no one can stop that curse. I narrowed my eyes coldly at him. You people seriously picked the wrong fucking night to ruin. Attacking my date? You've officially pissed me off. I thought they'd agreed to leave me and my people alone. But I guess the message hadn't sunken yet. In an instant, I blurred forward, moving at speeds faster than anyone here could possibly follow. I struck swiftly and efficiently. I snapped their limbs one after another, legs, arms, wrists, hearing satisfying cries of pain as they dropped their wands, crumpling helplessly to the stone floor. It took mere seconds. When I finally stopped moving, every auror had stormed into the hall, lay writhing on the ground, groaning pitifully in pain. None of their injuries would kill them, unfortunately, but ID certainly made sure they wouldn't be walking around causing more trouble anytime soon. Stepping calmly back toward Irene, I shook my hands out lightly and sighed, regaining control of my temper. Irene gazed at me, eyes wide with surprise and unmistakable appreciation. "Mama," she said softly, a pleased smirk spreading slowly across her beautiful lips. "I didn't expect such ferocity from you, Haru. It seems you take protecting me very seriously." I offered her a slight, embarrassed smile. "Of course I do. No asshole gets to threaten you, not when you're my date. Now, are you all right?" I asked, but obviously knew the answer. Irene laughed quietly, stepping closer and placing her hand gently against my chest. "More than all right. In fact, watching you defend my honor just now was incredibly attractive." Her voice dropped into a sultry whisper only I could hear, eyes gleaming playfully. "If we weren't in public right now, I'd reward you in ways you'd never forget." My cheeks warmed slightly at the alluring promise in her words. "They'll definitely take you up on that later," I murmured back, feeling my tail swish enthusiastically behind me. "But first, we've got this mess to clean up." Around us, the stunned students and teachers began carefully rising from beneath their tables, staring silently at the battered aurors groaning on the floor. Professor McGonagall stood shakily from her seat, her feline ears twitching nervously atop her head. "Mr. Haru," she began cautiously, her voice wavering slightly, "while I certainly appreciate your assistance with these intruders, would you please explain what's happening here?" Honestly, I wanted answers just as badly as McGonagall did, and I had a pretty good idea where to start. I slowly turned to glare at Ron Weasley. Ron stood frozen near his empty table, visibly shaking and pale as he looked around. Students began slowly emerging from beneath tables, and it didn't take a genius to realize the collective attention of the room had locked onto him. Everyone clearly knew he was responsible for this idiocy, and, judging by their furious expressions, they weren't about to let him off easy. Before he could try to speak, Irene waved one hand gracefully, releasing a gentle pulse of cleansing magic. I watched with quiet satisfaction as every animal ear, whisker, and tail on students and teachers alike disappeared instantly. Murmurs of relief rippled through the hall. I glanced quickly toward Harry and Hermione, standing together nearby. Harry looked pissed, his green eyes flashing angrily as he stepped forward and fixed Ron with a disgusted glare. "What the hell, Ron?" he demanded sharply. "Spiking the food with magic? Seriously? People could have gotten seriously hurt." Beside him, Hermione was fuming as well. Her normally calm face twisted in disappointment and anger. "Do you even realize how serious this is?" she added coldly. "You could have killed someone." Ron's face twisted into an angry scowl as his eyes flashed defensively. "So what if I did spike the stupid food?" He snapped bitterly. "I'm tired of always being left out, always being treated like some villain. Everyone at this stupid school already thinks I'm a bad guy anyway." A voice from across the hall immediately shouted, "That's because you are a bad guy, Weasley. I didn't believe Potter and Granger about you before, but I do now." "Yeah, me too. Fuck you." Several other students loudly agreed. Ron's face flushed an even deeper shade of angry red. He jabbed his finger dramatically toward the still-open doors leading out of the hall. "Well, none of that matters now anyway." He spat desperately, his voice rising almost hysterically. "Because Dumbledore's coming back to retake Hogwarts tonight. He's going to be headmaster again, and he's bringing someone really powerful with him. He's coming back with Grindelwald himself." For a moment, shocked silence blanketed the hall. A few of the visiting foreign students hissed angrily at the mention of Grindelwald's name. Then, the silence broke instantly into loud shouts of disbelief and anger. "You lying asshole!" someone yelled furiously. "Don't you dare joke about Grindelwald." "Yeah, shut your mouth, Ron," another voice shouted. "Nobody believes your bullshit anymore." I felt Irene lean softly against my shoulder, her eyes filled with mild confusion. She tilted her head slightly, whispering quietly enough that only I could hear, "Who exactly are Dumbledore and Grindelwald?" "Dumbledore's the asshole who used to run this school. He was manipulative as hell and caused all kinds of trouble for Harry. As for Grindelwald, he's basically the magical world's version of Hitler." Irene furrowed her brow, looking even more confused. "Hitler?" I gave her an apologetic look. "I saw the... Long story, he'll explain that one later." She nodded understandingly and quickly straightened up, deciding to take matters into her own hands. Raising her hand slightly, she clapped loudly twice, cutting sharply through the angry noise. Instantly, the noise began to fade, and every eye in the hall turned curiously toward her. "There is absolutely no reason to panic, everyone," Irene announced calmly, her voice effortlessly carrying through the hall. "I can personally assure you there are no powerful old wizards currently within the castle or anywhere nearby. No one else is coming here tonight. This foolish little boy is simply lying in a desperate bid for attention." She smiled warmly, with the composed confidence of a queen addressing her subjects. "Let us ignore these irritating interruptions. Could someone kindly restrain this moronic, spoiled child so we may resume our celebration in peace?" Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, a panicked expression settling across his face as a couple of older students immediately stepped forward with their wands raised. They quickly cast restraining spells, binding Ron tightly with magical ropes as he thrashed furiously in protest. "No, you don't understand," Ron shouted desperately, struggling uselessly against the magical bindings. "Dumbledore really is coming. He's just running a little late. You'll all see soon enough." Nobody was paying him any serious attention anymore. The crowd had already decided that Ron was either completely insane or pathetically lying. I sighed softly, relaxing my posture as I glanced warmly at Irene. Nicely handled, I praised quietly, gently squeezing her hand. You're a natural at calming crowds. Irene chuckled softly, leaning closer to me and whispering playfully in my ear, I've had centuries of practice handling unruly subjects, Haru. A small group of panicking children is hardly challenging. Now that we've had dinner and a show, how about we get back to dancing? I asked her. Irene fluttered her eyelashes at me as she took my hand. Malim walked quietly toward the huge stone castle Yasaka had told her about, determined to be sneaky and not interrupt Haru's romantic date. After all, she had promised, and the demon Lord Malim Nava kept her promises. She wondered what Haru and Irene were doing right now. Probably eating something tasty. Just imagining it made Malim pout again. She really wished she could have joined them. Lost in her thoughts, Malim almost didn't notice when someone suddenly shouted harshly in her direction. Look over there, Gellert, called a rough, older human voice. I don't recognize that young girl as a student, and just look at how strangely she's dressed. She must be friends with that vile beast. Havu, the one who cost me my castle and destroyed the Elder Wand. Malim stopped abruptly, blinking in surprise and mild confusion. Turning slowly, she saw two older men standing nearby at the edge of the forest just beyond the castle grounds. Both humans had long beards and wore strange robes, looking angry and somewhat unhinged. The second man glared at her bitterly. Is that so, Albus? If she's friends with the vile beast who dared destroy our precious Elder Wand, we must kill her swiftly as punishment before we continue onward to eliminate him as well. It is all for the greater good. Gellert, for the greater good, the other one repeated. Malim stared at them, bewildered and annoyed. These humans were saying very strange things. She didn't have a clue what they were talking about or really care. But she thought she understood one thing. She thought they were talking about hurting Haru, her bestie. That made Malim very angry. Chapter 80. Haru, I watched two seventh-year students drag Ron Weasley and the Aurors out of the hall. It was a messy business. Ron yelled the entire way about Dumbledore coming to save him, which only got him a zap of lightning from Harry for his trouble. Honestly, I'd have done the same if I'd had to listen to that idiot rant any longer. Meanwhile, a younger redhead named Susan Bones, a niece of some department head, said she didn't recognize any of the men who had just attacked us. That told me they definitely weren't Aurors, meaning they broke into Hogwarts and impersonated law enforcement. I was going to land them in a world of shit. But that wasn't my problem. I decided not to worry too much about it once I realized the legitimate magical government wasn't actually framing me. Clearly, Ron must have hired them for revenge. Although, wasn't his family poor or something according to Harry? Either way, they were taken care of, and the ball could finally get back on track. Irene stepped forward and gave a little speech, calming everyone down again. Her voice carried so much authority. It was like the entire hall forgot what had just had a near riot and an assassination attempt. Honestly, I was impressed. The classic music part of the ball was over, though. A witch rock band, which was a real thing, apparently took the stage, and the vibe of the Yule Ball changed completely. The dance floor got packed with people who wanted to let loose. Irene looked a bit uncertain. At first guess, she had never been to a dance like this, but eventually she jumped right into it. We ended up in the crowd, bouncing around to the heavy beat. I couldn't stop staring at her, honestly. Her breasts kept bouncing in that form-fitting black dress, and she seemed to know exactly what that was doing to me, because she gave me these sultry little smirks. She let her hands roam all over my body while we danced, but we both tried to keep it somewhat decent since there were still teenagers around. It was dark enough that most people weren't paying much attention to us, but I still stopped her a bit whenever she got a bit too bold for public. I had to admit, it felt pretty damn good to let off steam. The drama with the fake Aurors and Ron's stupidity had my blood boiling earlier. But now I could focus on the music, the dancing, and Irene's warmth pressed against me. When she flashed that mischievous grin and put her arms around my neck, I smirked right back and rested my hands on her hips, pulling her closer so we could move together in time to the song. Enjoying yourself now? I asked near her ear, my voice raised enough to be heard over the guitar riffs. Immensely, she purred, leaning in so I felt her breath on my neck. This is much more fun than I expected. The witch band launched into another song, even louder than the last. I spotted Hermione dragging Harry onto the floor, and I noticed a few teachers trying to join in awkwardly, too. We kept dancing for a while longer, ignoring everyone else. Irene's body felt wonderful against mine, her smile lighting up the room more than any magical stage effects. Every time I glanced down at her cleavage or that perfect curve of her ass, shed notice and gimme a knowing little wink. Each time, I felt my cheeks get warmer, but I didn't look away either. I was more than happy to admire. Eventually, the band finished their set, and the energy in the hall settled into a comfortable buzz. Irene slid her arms off my neck, brushing hair from her face as she took a small step back. I realized she was a bit flushed from dancing so hard, and it made her look even sexier. My heart pounded a little harder when I saw the satisfaction in her eyes. I brushed my tails out behind me, tried to cool off. "Want to grab a drink?" I asked, nodding toward a refreshment table someone had set up against the wall. Irene gave me a slow, appreciative glance, letting her gaze linger on my chest and my tails. "Sounds good," she said with a teasing smile. "Then maybe we can find someplace more private to talk or something else." Her words sent a pleasant little jolt right through me. I swallowed, nodding with a calm I didn't entirely feel. "Sure," I replied casually, though my tails were probably swaying a little too eagerly. "A drink, then we can talk." Irene let out a low laugh, placing her hand gently on my arm as I guided her through the crowd. One or two people shot us envious stares, but I ignored them. Let them be jealous. I wasn't about to apologize for having such a gorgeous dragoness on my arm. Malim glanced down at the mess she had just made, frowning slightly. "A hoops," she muttered, scratching her head awkwardly. I totally forgot how squishy some humans are. The two old wizards had desperately tried to protect themselves with magical shields before she punched them, but that hadn't really done much good. Their shields shattered instantly, and now their stumpy, mangled corpses were sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood, limbs completely blown away. Malim pursed her lips thoughtfully, hands on her hips as she considered the situation. "I should probably hide the evidence before Haru finds out," she mumbled to herself. But just as she turned to find somewhere to stash the bodies, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Poopy," Malim groaned softly, shoulders slumping in annoyance. When she spun around, ready to deal with whoever had caught her, relief quickly washed over her. It was just Shepard and Alice, two of Haru's red-headed girlfriends. That word did annoy her, though. Both women stopped in their tracks, staring at the scene with wide eyes. "This isn't what it looks like," Malim blurted immediately, raising her hands defensively. Alice crossed her arms, giving Malim a flat, skeptical look. "Really? Because it looks like you killed two people." Malim hesitated, eyes darting to the bloody mess, before sighing and lowering her hands. "Okay, it's sort of exactly what it looks like." Shepard stepped closer, inspecting the bodies with a grimace. "Malim, what happened here?" Malim drew a deep breath, dramatically placing one hand over her heart. "These two old dudes said they were going up to that big castle to interrupt Haru's date and attack him." She paused, fists clenched indignantly. "I only wanted to scare them off with a little punch. But they were way squishier than I thought. They kind of just exploded instead." Shepard rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated, while Alice struggled to suppress a chuckle at Malim's exaggerated storytelling. "Well," Alice said dryly, stepping closer to inspect the damage, "it's definitely not the first set of bodies I've had to help hide." Shepard shot her a skeptical look. "That's mildly concerning." Malim nodded enthusiastically, glad that someone understood. "I could just burn the bodies real quick." She offered helpfully, flames already flickering eagerly at her fingertips. Shepard quickly raised a hand, cutting that idea short. "Hold on, Malim. Let's think this through. We don't know if the magical authorities here can detect magic residue or not. If you killed them using physical strength alone, it's smarter to make this look natural." Alice nodded thoughtfully. "Not a bad idea. We drag them into the woods and let the wildlife take care of the rest. Malim blinked, genuinely impressed. She hadn't even considered something so sneaky and smart. Wow, you two are really clever, she exclaimed, grinning brightly. Then her smile faded slightly as another thought occurred to her. Do you think this'll make trouble for Haru? She paused, looking pleadingly at the two women. Could we maybe keep this little accident a secret from him? She turned on her best puppy dog eyes, gazing up innocently. Malim's pleading puppy dog eyes proved effective. Shepard and Alice exchanged a glance, sighed, and nodded reluctantly. Fine, Shepard said grudgingly. We won't tell Haru, but let's make this quick before anyone else wanders out here. Malim beamed happily. Thank you. You two really aren't so bad for humans, I mean. Alice chuckled softly as they all bent down, grabbing hold of the mangled remains and hauling them toward the thick woods nearby. They trudged deep into the trees, ensuring they were far enough away from the path that no one would stumble across their gruesome cleanup. The forest grew denser around them, branches scraping their clothes and leaves crunching beneath their feet. When Malim felt they'd finally gone deep enough, she dropped her half of one corpse and wiped her brow with the back of her hand. This should be far enough, right? Shepard surveyed the spot carefully, nodding after a moment. Yeah, Tizaludu. Alice dropped her share with a grimace, wiping her hands on her pants. Good. The animals around here should take care of the rest. Now that the dirty work was done, Malim turned to the two redheads curiously. Wait, why were you two out here anyway? Shepard raised an eyebrow, placing a hand on her hip and fixing Malim with a look. We could ask you the same thing, you know? Malim puffed her chest out proudly, placing both hands on her hips. Well, that's easy. I was obviously sneaking out here to spy on Haru during his date with that dragon lady. She grinned widely, clearly not ashamed at all. Both Shepard and Alice blushed noticeably at Malim's blunt statement. We definitely weren't doing that. Shepard insisted quickly, her cheeks reddening even more. We were just out for a walk. Malim narrowed her eyes skeptically, smirking. Uh-huh, Suyur. You two were just randomly wandering around in the dark, in the middle of the woods near Haru's date? Alice chuckled softly, nudging Shepard playfully. Just admit it, Shepard. You were sulking. Shepard crossed her arms defensively. Fine. Maybe I was. I'm still annoyed, Haru, and I never got to properly celebrate my hard-earned victory against Saren. I wanted some victory celebration, damn it. Alice burst out laughing. That's because you and your entire crew got hammered after the fight. Haru tried to help you back to your quarters on the Normandy, and you repaid him by puking all over his shoulder. Shepard's face turned scarlet instantly, eyes widening with shock and embarrassment. I did what? She squeaked, looking genuinely mortified. Malim broke into delighted giggles, pointing at Shepard. You threw up on Haru? That's hilarious. Shepard groaned, burying her face in her hands. God damn it, she muttered. No wonder he was acting weird the next morning, still giggling. Malim turned eagerly toward Alice next. So what about you then? What's your reason? Alice's blush deepened slightly as she cleared her throat, suddenly looking very interested in the forest floor. I didn't have anything better to do tonight, she admitted quietly, kicking a small stone around nervously. So I decided I'd come and, check on Haru as well. Honestly, I still don't really trust that older dragon lady he's out with. Malim tilted her head in genuine confusion. What did you just call her? Both Shepard and Alice broke into laughter at Malim's innocent expression. Shepard tried unsuccessfully to stifle her amusement, shoulders shaking as she chuckled. What? Malim pouted, crossing her arms in annoyance. What did I say? Come on, tell me already. Shepard finally regained her composure, giving Malim a mischievous grin. It's a silly grown-up slang term, something a mischievous older person might say. Malim's face turned bright red, eyes wide as she remembered the awkward lesson Henry had given her just recently about grown-up topics. Oh, that's what it means? She squeaked shyly, covering her burning cheeks. Humans really have some weird words. Alice laughed, nodding in agreement. Yeah, we do. After composing themselves again, The three women finally started heading back toward the path that led out of the forest. Just as they neared the edge of the woods, a sudden, unsettling, chittering sound filled the air above them. What the hell was that? Shepard asked warily, scanning the shadows. Malim slowly raised her gaze toward the treetops. Perched high above, dozens of enormous spiders silently stared down at them. Shepard and Alice both screamed, but Malim grinned. Now monsters. Those were things she understood and could punch all she wanted. Haru, I walked through the quiet Hogwarts gardens with Irene snuggled up against my side. My own arm happened to be wedged snugly between her large, soft breasts. I tried my best to focus on the peaceful surroundings rather than the way her body felt against me. But it was pretty hard to ignore. She glanced up at me. "You look distracted," she said softly, her voice warm with curiosity. "Is something wrong?" My fox ears twitched at her question. I shrugged, trying to sound casual. I thought I heard a scream from somewhere distant. It sounded a bit familiar, but it's probably nothing. Irene gave me a playful grin. "Good," she teased, stepping closer. "No more distractions tonight. I want you all to myself." I felt a familiar rush of heat spread across my face as she guided me toward a small gazebo tucked away in one corner of the garden. The moonlight illuminated the wooden structure, creating a gentle glow around us. We sat down together on the simple bench inside. For a moment, neither of us said anything. We just enjoyed the quiet. Then Irene reached out and took my hand, lacing our fingers together. She leaned against me, her warm body pressing into my side. "I never thanked you properly," she began, her voice quiet and sincere, "for rescuing me from the dungeons. I was certain I'd end up staying locked away forever or worse." I shook my head firmly. "You don't need to thank me," I told her, squeezing her hand gently. "I'd rescue you 1,000 times if I had to." She let out a soft, almost shy laugh, then turned her face up to mine. I opened my mouth to say something else, but she leaned in before I could speak, pressing her lips softly against mine. It took me by surprise. My heart stuttered for a second, then started hammering. Irene's lips were incredibly soft, and she pressed closer, letting her large breasts nestle against my chest. It was a slow, unhurried kiss, but it carried a lot of intensity behind it. When we finally broke apart, I could see the faint color on her cheeks, and it made her look more beautiful than ever. I caught my breath, realizing just how much I wanted her. My body responded quickly. I couldn't hide how strongly I felt. Irene's gaze flicked down, noticing the reaction. A small, knowing smile tugged at her lips. She didn't tease me about it, though. Instead, she slid her arms around my shoulders and pulled me in for another kiss. This time, it felt more intense. My palms settled on her hips, feeling the smooth fabric of her dress. She pressed her chest harder against me, and I felt the soft weight of her breasts squishing into my torso. Every shift of her body made my heart pound faster, made my mind spin with desire. Her tongue brushed shyly against mine, and I let out a quiet groan, tugging her closer. She moaned softly into my mouth, the sound sending a jolt of pleasure straight down my spine. I could feel the warmth of her body through the dress, her legs shifting against mine. I pulled back just enough to speak, my voice a little shaky. Irene, she rested her forehead against mine, her breath coming in short puffs. "Yes," she whispered. I felt my entire body tense with anticipation as I looked into Irene's eyes. My breathing came quicker, and I wanted her badly. There was no point pretending otherwise, so I murmured exactly that. "I want you," I whispered, my voice rougher than usual. Irene giggled softly, pressing her warm body closer to mine. "It's about time," she teased, her lips curving into a seductive smile. Then she snapped her fingers, and a soft shimmer flickered around the gazebo. "No one will see or hear us now," she said, her voice low. "I wanted privacy." My heart pounded at her words, and I felt a rush of nervous anticipation. My tails wagged excitedly, probably giving away just how flustered I was. I leaned forward, trailing warm kisses along her neck. She let out a quiet, breathy sigh, her hand resting gently over the front of my pants. I couldn't stop the shiver that went through me. She smiled when she felt my reaction, and I noticed her eyes flick down to my tails again. I groaned softly, reaching behind her to unzip her black dress. The smooth fabric slid down, revealing more of her pale skin. With the type of dress she was wearing, it was obvious she wore no bra. Her massive breasts spilled free, drawing my gaze instantly. I stopped breathing for a second, taking in the sight. They were huge, round, and perfect, and my mouth went dry just looking at them. Irene giggled, obviously amused by my stunned expression. She kept her hand pressed against me through my pants, leaning in closer. "You like what you see?" she asked slyly. I swallowed hard, nodding. My hands trembled slightly as I brushed the straps of her dress down her arms, letting the outfit pull around her waist. She was close to me, and I leaned in, giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Irene smiled softly, leaning in closer to me. "Irene," I whispered, holding her close as we stayed in the moment together. The warmth of her skin under my lips made my head spin. My other hand found her free breast, giving it the same slow, gentle attention. She moaned quietly, her fingers curling into my hair and tugging me closer. She reached for my belt, fumbling to undo the buckle. I didn't resist. Instead, I let her unfasten it. My pulse was quickening by then. She leaned closer, her hand resting against my hip. The closeness of her touch made me let out a low, unsteady breath. I lifted my head, catching her mouth in a deep kiss. Our lips met, and we both leaned further into each other, the moment between us building into something more. Losing ourselves for a moment. Her breasts pressed into my chest again, and I couldn't help running my hands down her sides, feeling every curve. We grew more intimate, and I sighed in pleasure as she moved her hand slowly, her grip firm enough to make me twitch. My tails probably looked like they were having a spasm, but I didn't care. All I wanted was to feel more of her. Irene pulled away from the kiss, breathing heavily. "Scoot back a bit," she instructed, nudging me to slide down on the bench. I let myself sink against the wooden backrest. My heart pounded as she repositioned herself, sliding her dress further down until she was fully naked from the waist up. She still wore the lower half of her dress, bunched around her hips. She looked at me, eyes shining with lust, her hand still resting against me under my pants. Then she leaned down, pressing her breasts against my chest again, and kissed me slow and deep. Every movement of her lips and tongue set me on fire. At the same time, she teased me below with gentle, careful movements. My voice caught in my throat, and I kissed her softly. I let my hand rest gently at her waist, then moved to the small of her back, pulling her closer. She smiled against my lips, shifting slightly to settle into my arms. I held her close, tracing slow circles along her back, and she sighed contentedly, searching for her underwear only to realize there wasn't any. Irene smirked at my startled look. "I told you I planned on enjoying myself tonight," she said, voice thick with desire. "Feels like you're pretty eager too." I swallowed hard. That's an understatement. She laughed softly. She reached down and took my hand, drawing me closer. The warmth between us pulled a soft sound from my chest. She was clearly as affected as I was. Carefully, I let my fingers explore, touching her gently. She let out a trembling sigh, resting her forehead against mine, and I traced slow, careful circles that made her breath catch. Feeling the closeness between them, Irene gasped softly, shifting her hips toward my touch. The sight of her parted lips, the flush on her cheeks, and her heavy breathing made my heart race even more. She shifted slightly, drawing closer. "Haru," she whispered, sounding half pleading, half commanding. I held her close, trying to match the rhythm she had set. My other hand rested on her hip, keeping her steady as we moved together. She let out a soft breath, her nails gently resting on the back of my neck. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heartbeat. My fingers kept brushing against Irene under her dress, and she let out a low, needy sigh, sending a rush of warmth through me. She placed her hand gently over mine, and each soft touch sent tingles racing through my body. Her lips found mine again, and we kissed with a rough need that made us both groan. Our tongues brushed, and she pressed herself closer, pulling me in tighter. The warmth of her body made it clear how turned on she was, and the way she responded caused my mind to spin. She pulled away from the kiss for a second, her eyes bright with magic and desire. I saw her chest rise and fall with her quick breathing. Without breaking eye contact, she reached into my pants, and the cool air hit me for a moment, before her hand wrapped around me in a slow, teasing rhythm. I bit back a groan. Irene grinned as she shifted her position on my lap. Her dress stayed bunched around her waist. I could feel her warmth as she brushed against me. My tails trembled behind me, betraying just how desperate I felt. I tried to focus on her beautiful face, on the intense need I saw there. Slowly, she lowered herself. A jolt of pleasure shot up my spine the instant I felt her lips close around me. She drew me in with a long, shaky moan, and I sucked in a sharp breath. "Damn," she muttered, her voice thick with longing. "You feel so amazing." My eyes locked on her flushed cheeks and her heaving chest. My chest felt tight, and I had to remember to breathe. The closeness of our bodies together almost overwhelmed me. I let out a choked groan and slid my hands up to her hips, trying to ground myself. She sank down completely, pulling me close. We stayed still for a moment, just feeling each other. My breath caught, and her inner muscles clenched in response. I couldn't help begging in a ragged whisper, "Please move." She gave me a flirtatious smile, then began to sway her hips in a slow, playful rhythm. The closeness made my head spin. Our bodies fit together in a way that felt natural and exciting. My hands rested on her hips as my tails flicked behind me. She leaned forward and pressed her chest against mine again, allowing me to feel the softness of her body. I inhaled her scent, letting her quiet sighs fill my ears. Every time she lifted herself, I felt cool air between us, and every time she drew close again, warmth welcomed me. "Oh God," she said breathlessly, picking up the pace. "I love this." I let out a strained sound, matching her rhythm as we moved together. The sound of our bodies mingled with our labored breathing. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a shaky gasp. I reached up to cup her face and pulled her into another hungry kiss. She kissed me back with the same fierce need, moaning against my mouth. She moved her body closer to mine, drawing me in, and the intensity of it stole the breath from my lungs. "That's so fucking good," she whispered, breaking the kiss to gasp for air. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as we moved together in the enclosed space of the gazebo. She breathed hard and whispered my name, sending a rush of emotion through my body. Her parted lips looked even more tempting when she gasped for air, and her flushed cheeks made her look more beautiful than ever. She moved with energy that kept drawing my attention. I lowered my head, catching sight of a small bead of sweat sliding down her skin. I leaned in closer, my gaze following it. Irene let out a sharper sound when she felt my mouth on her skin. The closeness between us made me groan. I could hardly believe how strong the connection felt. Even though she was older, being a dragon must have something to do with the intensity of the moment. It felt incredible. I wanted to take my time and not rush. I moved my mouth to her chest, kissing softly before gently taking one nipple into my mouth. That seemed to excite her more. She called my name again, and her hands moved to my shoulders. Holding me close as the moment intensified, she moved with me in rhythm. "You're so beautiful," I murmured, pulling back long enough to look at her face and catch my breath. "Your boat is amazing." She smiled breathlessly, sweat glistening on her skin. "You have no idea how good this feels," she gasped out. "It's perfect." She shifted her hips faster, and my mind went hazy with desire. Her breathing grew heavier, and each movement of her hips sent a rush of feeling through me. I did my best to match her pace, rising up when she came down, but my thoughts were clouded by the warmth. There was a sudden tight pressure around me. She threw her head back and let out a loud moan, her body gripping with surprising force. I felt her tremble, and I could tell she was overwhelmed by an intense wave of emotion. Watching her lose herself like that made my own body tense up. Her walls seemed to squeeze every inch of me, leaving me no room to hold back. Her movements were too much. A deep groan tore from my throat as the intensity overwhelmed me. I gasped her name and felt the rush of release deep inside her. She cried out louder when she felt me. My hands locked onto her hips, keeping her firmly in my arms. Slowly, our bodies came down from the high. Irene rested against me, breathing hard. My head dropped to her shoulder as I tried to settle my heartbeat. I could feel our combined warmth in the quiet moment, and her fingers gently stroked my hair. "That was incredible," she whispered against my ear. I nodded, feeling my cheeks burn. "Yeah," I agreed, trying to catch my breath. "Better than I ever imagined." I took another deep breath. "This bench isn't exactly the most comfortable, though. Why don't we teleport back to the foxhole and rest up?" I suggested. Irene thought that was a great idea. Malim had a wide grin on her face as she stood among the scattered remains of hundreds of giant spiders. The fight had started with a few spiders ambushing them, but more and more kept pouring into the clearing, swarming from every direction until thousands of them covered the trees and ground. Malim, Shepard, and Alice stood back to back and fought them all, flinging guts and spider parts everywhere. Malim handled most of the spiders. Her punches easily tore through their bodies, leaving gooey messes behind. Shepard and Alice did not do too bad either. Shepard fired her strange gun while using her psychic powers to toss large spiders aside. Alice had two guns and her own mind powers and was blasting away as well. When the last spider corpse fell, Malim laughed loudly, ignoring the sticky mess coating her clothes and hair. "That was really fun," she declared. Shepard and Alice looked exhausted, but when Malim told them they could both go home, they both refused for some reason. Anyways, with the battle over, she started making her way to the castle, and they followed her. "Are you some kind of trouble magnet, Malim?" Alice asked with a sigh. "Honestly, that one could have just been on me," Shepard added. "Crazy weird shit tries to kill me all the time in space. Well, it wasn't spider zombies, so it definitely wasn't my karma." Alice huffed out. "Let's go peek on Haru," Malim declared. They did not bother sneaking into Hogwarts through the doors. Instead, they all levitated up to one of the higher points of the castle walls and slipped inside. Malim led the way, following her nose and the faint trace of Haru's scent. She noticed the path led them into a quiet garden. She saw trimmed hedges, flowers, and a small gazebo at the center. The place smelled a lot of Haru and something else that made Malim tilt her head in curiosity. Shepard and Alice walked beside her, wiping spider innards off their bodies and occasionally grimacing at the stains on their clothes. Malim came to a stop in front of the gazebo. Her nose twitched. She stepped inside and stared at a single bench that looked damp for some reason. Malim leaned down and examined the wet patch. She touched it carefully with one finger, then wrinkled her nose at the faint smell. There were also small pale streaks of some residue on one side of the bench. She turned to Shepard and Alice, pointing at the suspicious stains. "What's all this stuff?" Malim asked, frowning. "This bench is wet. It smells weird. And there's some white residue, too." She glanced around the gazebo. "I bet Haru was here. Where do you think he went?" Shepard's cheeks turned bright red, and she looked at Alice awkwardly. Alice avoided Malim's gaze, focusing on the spill with a nervous expression. Alice started but trailed off. Face burning. Shepard cleared her throat. "It's probably from Haru, and well, you can guess," she muttered quickly, not meeting Malim's eyes. Malim frowned. She sniffed at the bench, curiosity written all over her face. Why would Haru spill a drink all over a bench in a random gazebo? She asked bluntly. "It doesn't look like sweat." Alice took a step away, rubbing the back of her neck. "It's something that happens when two adults get really close," she said in a strained voice. Malim's mind then went back to her talk with Henry. Malim once again stared at the mysterious substance on her finger as she tried to piece together what it meant. "Awa," and then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she fainted. Chapter 81, Ain's Evolution Complete, announced the mysterious voice of this world. Ains flexed his fingers slowly, carefully feeling out the changes within his newly evolved body. He no longer felt the strange sensation of shifting between two separate forms. Instead, his being felt entirely whole and integrated, comfortably his own. His appearance hadn't drastically changed at first glance. He still retained his handsome, ghostly pale, human-like face and imposing physique. However, now two large, imposing bone horns protruded from the top of his head, curving upward menacingly. Behind him spread a pair of large wings made entirely of bone. He wondered how they could support flight, considering the weight of solid bone, yet instinctively knew they would carry him with ease. Magical shenanigans. He chuckled softly. He turned to observe the subordinate's head, specifically chosen to accompany him. They each appeared pleased, taking in their own enhanced forms with curiosity and pride. Did my bust get bigger? Albedo stood confidently, radiating an alluring presence far stronger than before. She had evolved into a greater succubus. Her already captivating aura intensified, her beauty and charm now overwhelming. Her already perfect breasts now looked even fuller and were straining her already tight dress. He couldn't wait to see them later. Holy shit. I have boobs. Yees. Shaltir seemed particularly excited. She had become a true ancestor vampire. Her pale skin practically glowed. Ains also noticed that she was now slightly taller, and did she have breasts now? It only looked to be a B cup, but that was still an amazing improvement. How very interesting. I feel stronger. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, nodding thoughtfully. His new race as a greater archdevil made his already imposing aura far more pronounced. He didn't have any obvious physical changes other than that, though. Not like the two women. They all stepped fussing over themselves before stepping closer to Ains. Respectful admiration clear in their expressions. Congratulations on your successful evolution, Lord Ains. Albedo exclaimed passionately. She smiled lovingly. Shaltir chimed in immediately, her voice eager and adoring. My beloved husband looks more magnificent than ever. Demiurge inclined his head deeply, his tone reverent and sincere. Sasuga Ainsama. Only you could become a being of such immense power. May I ask what form you've taken now? Ains felt a swell of pride at their praise, standing straighter, his presence commanding. He proudly declared to them, his deep voice steady and authoritative, I've become an undead god. Their reactions were instant, faces lighting up in fervent admiration. An undead god. Shaltir gasped reverently. Magnificent. Albedo nodded, hands clasped eagerly. It suits you perfectly, Lord Ains. Demiurge's smile was subtle but genuine. Indeed, only you are worthy of the title of an evil god, Ainsama. Ains felt a bit embarrassed, but managed to maintain his dignified posture, pleased nonetheless at his loyal subordinates' unwavering devotion. Their celebration was briefly interrupted as Rimuru Tempest approached casually, raising a hand to wave in greeting. Hey there, everyone, Rimuru called cheerfully, eyes scanning the group with approval. Glad to see everything worked out smoothly. Ains turned to Rimuru, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, things had worked out better than had anticipated. Rimurus world, with its unique ability to grant power simply by being there, had proven extraordinarily useful. He regarded the slime now in human form carefully, noting Rimuru felt significantly more powerful than their last meeting at the foxhole. That must have been the result of the war Haru had said was going on in Rimurus world until recently. Something about an army of orcs? It certainly did, Ains replied. Your world's power has far exceeded my expectations. It's remarkable. Thanks for allowing us to visit. Rimuru grinned proudly. Glad you liked it, and you're free to stop by any time. Seems like you and your friends have powered up nicely too. Ains nodded in agreement, glancing at his pleased subordinates. He felt immensely satisfied, not just from his own increase in power, but from watching those loyal to him grow stronger as well. Rimuru placed his hands on his hips. Why don't we go somewhere comfortable, grab some drinks, celebrate properly, and catch up on everything? It's been a while since boys' night. Yeah, we really need to have another one of those soon. Ains grinned. They all entered the foxhole together, the familiar atmosphere immediately making Ains feel relaxed. The soft chatter and faint laughter around the establishment created a welcoming background noise. Demiurge glanced toward Ains, adjusting his glasses with his usual composed demeanor. "Lord Ains, if it's acceptable, I'd like to pay Milady Sona a quick visit a few towns over," he requested respectfully. Ains gave Demiurge a nod of approval. "Of course, Demiurge. Have a good time." With a small, surprisingly genuine smile, Demiurge left quietly. Ains found it strange as most notoriously evil subordinate in an actual relationship, but it worked out well for everyone. Demiurge being busy with a romantic interest meant fewer disturbing schemes. He decided that was definitely something he could support. Turning his attention back to Albedo and Shaltir, Ains considered them carefully. While they'd grown significantly friendlier since they'd both started regularly sharing his bed, they still traded sharp glances and occasional barbs. Even now, Albedo was giving Shaltir a smug, superior look, while Shaltir responded with a defiant glare. He sighed internally. He wasn't entirely sure if their newfound closeness was going to make his life easier or far more complicated. But at the moment, things were undeniably pleasant. "Albedo, Shaltir," he said gently, earning their immediate attention, "I'd like to speak with Rimuru for a while. Would you two mind grabbing a table together?" "Certainly, Lord Ains," Albedo responded instantly, gracefully grabbing Shaltir by the arm and steering her toward an open table. "Try not to cause trouble," he added, mostly to Shaltir, who responded with a playful wink and a mischievous grin. Ains shook his head slightly, resigned to the mild chaos his two lovers caused. Satisfied they wouldn't cause a disturbance for now, Ains moved to join Rimuru at the bar. Rimuru had already taken a seat, casually leaning forward and chatting with Haru. Ains sat beside him, offering a small greeting nod to Haru. His friend, the fox-eared bartender, seemed to be in a very cheerful mood today, his tail swishing behind him in lazy, satisfied motions. Rimuru noticed as well, shooting Haru a knowing smirk. "Well, that's definitely the look of a guy who had a wonderful night." Haru laughed warmly, pouring them each a drink with practiced ease. "Damn right," he admitted without shame. "Had a pretty incredible night with a gorgeous dragon MILF." His eyes twinkled with amusement as he slid their drinks across the counter. Rimuru chuckled, lifting his drink in a toast to Haru. "To MILFs, the greatest of all women. Long may they reign as the best waifus." Haru grinned broadly, looking thoroughly pleased with himself, before turning toward Rimuru again. "So, how have things been going for you? Last I heard, you had some kind of work going on. Has that all wrapped up?" Rimuru sipped from his beer, nodding thoughtfully. "Yeah, it's finally finished. I devoured the Orc Lord during the final battle, so now I'm a whole lot stronger than I was before. Plus, all the surviving orcs joined my side, meaning Tempest Village is about to expand massively. I'm gonna need a real city soon just to house them all." Ains listened closely, considering Rimurus' words carefully. A city for monsters. It was an intriguing concept, one he hadn't really considered before. Nazarick would always be his true home, reserved exclusively for himself and those loyal to him. But the idea of creating something larger, a place where all sorts of creatures could live together, openly held a certain appeal. A city of monsters, huh? Ains murmured thoughtfully, taking a sip of his own drink. "That's an interesting idea. Maybe it's worth trying something like that in my own world someday, Haru. I hope one day we can have territories like that, places where humans and supernaturals live peacefully," I said with a sigh, wiping down the bar counter absent-mindedly. "It's not something that's going to happen soon, though, in my world, especially not with most supernaturals still hating each other." Rimuru tilted his head thoughtfully. "Did something happen while I was at war? We had some trouble recently. A crazy fallen angel tried to attack me in Kyoto to disrupt the peace and start another great war," I explained. Rimuru nearly choked on his beer, coughing for a second before looking up sharply. "Wait, is Yasaka okay?" I shot a glare at the short, blue-haired slime sitting across from me. "What do you mean, is my mom okay? I was the one attacked." I deadpanned at him. This guy, He awkwardly cleared his throat and took another nervous sip of his beer. "Yeah, right, Sully. I mean, you're obviously fine, so I was just worried about my mom's fine." I cut him off with an annoyed sigh, crossing my arms as I stared at him. "You know, if you're so interested, you could just visit her anytime. The back doors to my restaurant are always open for travel between worlds. You can go and get turned down in person." I thought to myself in annoyance. Rimuru began fidgeting nervously under both my and Ains's stares. He muttered something quietly, almost under his breath. I caught it clearly with my sensitive fox ears, but Ains looked confused. "What was that?" the undead god asked, leaning closer. I said I've never had a girlfriend before, Rimuru finally admitted, cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. I chuckled and pointed to Ains. "Neither did he, until like 2 weeks ago." "Hey," Ains protested, pouting slightly. "That was supposed to stay private between us guys." Rimuru suddenly lifted his beer and drained the entire glass in a single go, slamming it back down on the counter. Then, with a loud sigh, he dramatically lowered his forehead onto the bar. "Oh great and wise Kubiharu," Rimuru began theatrically, his voice full of exaggerated reverence. "The greatest chef in all the worlds." I felt a grin spreading across my face, enjoying this ridiculous show of begging. "Keep going. Am liking where this is heading, please," Rimuru declared loudly, raising his head and looking me directly in the eyes with determination. "Help me get with your sexy, foxy mother, Yasaka." Never mind, I definitely didn't like where this had ended up. Suddenly, the entire restaurant fell silent. All eyes turned toward Rimuru, then shifted to me. My smirk instantly faded as embarrassment flooded through me. From the corner of the restaurant, where he was sitting with his wife Serena, Agner raised his mugs enthusiastically. "That's the spirit, Rimuru." He cheered even as his vampire wife slapped him. Albedo and Shaltir, seated nearby, covered their mouths and tried unsuccessfully to hide their amused laughter behind their hands. Ains merely shook his head, trying to conceal his own amused grin behind his pale hand. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the front door swung open. My little sister Kunu walked in cheerfully, then froze mid-step upon hearing Rimura's declaration. Her eyes widened dramatically as she stared at Rimuru, then at me, confusion and shock written clearly on her face. "Iya!" she cried out loudly. I watched nervously as Kunu marched straight toward us, eyes burning with indignation. Before Rimuru had even finished spinning around in his stool, my little sister stopped in front of him and crossed her arms defiantly. "You're not my dad," she snapped, delivering a surprisingly strong kick right to Rimura's shin. Rimuru let out a sharp yelp of pain, clutching his leg as he winced. "Ow! Hey! Wait!" Without giving him a chance to finish, Kanu turned on her heels and sprinted back toward the door. She vanished through it, leaving behind nothing but a stunned silence. I sighed deeply, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Yeah, Kunu still wasn't over our father's death, even though she barely remembered him. It didn't help matters that she was especially protective of Mom whenever someone showed romantic interest. Rimuru sat groaning, rubbing his shin and muttering to himself. "Damn, she kicks way harder than a little girl should next to him." Ince quietly snickered into his drink, clearly amused by Rimura's misfortune. Before I could even attempt damage control, the restaurant door swung open again. This time, however, it was my turn to get nervous. In walked Ela, Rias, Jane, Naruko, Alice, and Irene, all of my confirmed girlfriends together, in a single group. Minus Sansa and Caitlin, I supposed. I suddenly felt extremely aware of their collective gaze on me, and my heartbeat picked up speed. They settled at a large table in the middle, sending mischievous grins my way. After some hushed discussion and a few pointed giggles, Alice stood up and approached the counter, smiling playfully as she leaned against it. "Hey, Haru," she greeted warmly, eyes sparkling with amusement. "Girls' night out?" I asked cautiously, already feeling a bit of heat rising in my cheeks. Alice's smile widened. "Unofficially, we're all here to officially welcome Irene into our little sisterhood." "Sisterhood?" I repeated weakly, glancing nervously toward the table where Irene blushed and waved shyly. despite the fact that we'd spent hours together last night. That was kind of a crass way to describe it, but that's pretty much what it comes down to when you're with an incredibly passionate dragoness. Alice just chuckled knowingly. Then her expression suddenly shifted into concern. By the way, we saw Kunu running out of here in tears. What happened? I shot a sharp glare toward Rimuru, who was still nursing his leg. That was Rimura's fault. Alice turned her attention to Rimuru, her playful demeanor vanishing instantly. She frowned deeply, her eyes narrowing dangerously. What exactly did you do? Rimuru swallowed hard, visibly intimidated by Alice's sudden seriousness. Look, I didn't mean to upset her. I was totally serious. I really do like Yasaka and want to properly court her, but I don't know how to start. All right? I kind of just blurted it out loudly. I shook my head and decided to multitask while Alice grilled Rimuru. I pulled out my phone, quickly sending texts to Tanya and Mom, asking them to keep an eye out for Kunu. Knowing her, she'd probably head straight back to Kyoto. But it was better safe than sorry. Ains shifted beside me, leaning his elbows casually against the bar counter as he glanced at Rimuru, then back toward me. Honestly, Rimuru does sound sincere enough, he admitted. But you definitely don't have to help him out. That's a pretty serious betrayal of the bro code, isn't it? I ran a hand through my hair, scratching absently at my fox ears as they twitched in mild annoyance. Yeah, no kidding, I muttered, giving Rimuru a mild glare before sighing. Look, Rimuru, if you're really dead set on courting my mom, you need to do it properly. Rimuru perked up slightly, clearly hopeful I wasn't completely against the idea. What do you mean by properly? My mom Yasaka isn't just anyone, I explained patiently, crossing my arms as I leaned back against the bar. She's still technically the Queen of Kyoto, basically in charge of Japan's supernatural side. She deserves respect. Rimuru nodded seriously. Of course. I'd never think otherwise. What should I do? Well, for starters, I began, tapping a finger thoughtfully against my chin. You'll need a proper gift. Mom loves collecting ancient Japanese artifacts, especially rare, valuable, or culturally significant pieces. It shows you're serious. Rimuru groaned quietly, leaning his head into his hands. Ancient Japanese artifacts? How am I even supposed to get something like that? He frowned deeply. I can't just go to your world or some other Earth and start stealing random stuff. Surprisingly, Alice was the one who stepped in to answer that. Actually, nobody would care if you did some raiding in Japan in my world. It's basically a zombie-infested hellhole now. Rimuru blinked at her, clearly surprised. Wait, what? Alice sighed deeply, frustration visible in her tense posture. My world, Japan, is practically lost. Even with me making regular trips there every week to fight Umbrella and barely making a dent. The T-virus infection just keeps spreading. Humans keep getting wiped out. It's honestly getting worse every day, she sighed. T-virus? What's that? Rimuru asked. Alice frowned grimly. After a short pause, she explained, my world used to be pretty normal until an evil megacorporation called Umbrella decided to create bioweapons. One of their creations, something called the T-virus, escaped containment and spread rapidly across the globe. Her eyes darkened with bitter memories as she continued. It infects all organic life. Humans, animals, even plants mutate into aggressive, flesh-eating monsters. Japan got hit particularly hard because it was their original headquarters. Rimuru let out a low whistle. Whoa, that's hardcore. And you want me to go into a place like that and start looting museums? He asked while tilting his head. Alice shrugged carelessly. It's not like anyone left alive is going to care. Almost everyone's dead, and those who aren't have far bigger problems than missing artifacts. Trust me, no one's going to miss whatever you take. If anything, you'd be helping preserve my world history, especially with what I was planning at this point. I turned to Alice, curious about what she meant by her comment. What exactly were you planning? She paused and turned to face me seriously. The fight in my world is pretty much lost at this point. Humanity is barely holding on. We're outnumbered and overwhelmed everywhere we go. It's gotten bad enough that I've started seriously considering more drastic options. I raised an eyebrow, urging her silently to continue. Alice took a deep breath before she finally said, It's time to go all out. That got my attention. You still here. Not quite believing what I just heard. Wait, you mean? Yeah, she said firmly, meeting my gaze without flinching. I want you to come to my world. Specifically, Tokyo. Umbrella's secret and largest facility is hidden deep within the heart of the city. Conventional raids and guerrilla tactics aren't working anymore. So I need you to use your full power to utterly obliterate their entire complex. Hot damn. She wasn't fucking around with that request. I leaned back slightly, letting out a low whistle as I considered her request. If you're looking for pure, total destruction, you'd probably be better off asking someone like Malim, I pointed out carefully. She'd jump at the chance to blow shit up. Alice chuckled softly, shaking her head with a small, amused smile. Malim might actually be indisposed for the next few days. She got really embarrassed about something earlier. It was honestly adorable. I blinked, curious about what exactly had embarrassed Malim enough to keep her away. Before I could ask, Rimuru suddenly jumped into the conversation, leaning forward eagerly. "They'll do it." Rimuru nodded firmly. "They'll loot all the biggest museums, if I have to." He stared at me seriously. "Well, it's not really robbery since everyone's dead, but you get what I mean." I stared at him back and let out a sigh. I wasn't helping him out. He was on his own, especially when it came to trying to get Kunu to like him too, but I wasn't going to get in his way. Whether or not he actually succeeded, meh, I gave him odds like 30 of succeeding honestly. I had actually talked to Mom about him a few days ago, and she had basically told me that she had found Rimuru to be handsome in that Bishinen kind of way, but she usually preferred her partners to look more like grown men. She just found it pretty fun to flirt with people in general. Suddenly, Ains stood up beside him, raising a finger dramatically towards the ceiling. "Hold on. If Haru is going to blow up a significant part of that world's Tokyo, then I must also do my part to preserve important Japanese culture," he declared with complete seriousness. I wondered where he was going with this. Alice narrowed her eyes at him, clearly skeptical. "Wait a minute, how do you even know what Japanese culture is?" Ains froze immediately, eyes widening in sudden panic as he realized Head slipped up badly. He shot me a desperate glance, silently begging for help. Right. Almost no one knew that Ains was basically an Ice Guy character who used to be human. I'd never betray a brother's secret, so I quickly scrambled to come up with a believable lie. "Oh, that's my fault." I jumped in smoothly, giving Alice a casual shrug. "I've been trying to get him into Japanese culture, anime, manga, light novels, games, the usual stuff. He's become a real fan lately." Alice considered this for a moment, then relaxed visibly, accepting my explanation easily enough. "Fair enough," she finally said with a small smile. "I've actually started getting into some of that myself lately," she said. I see you are a woman of culture as well." My zombie-killing girlfriend just gave him a deadpan stare for that comment. She then fluttered her eyes at me and asked if I wanted to help her kill her sworn enemies. I grinned back at her and told her of course I would help. Chapter 82. Haru. A bit later, I leaned back against the bar counter, watching Ains with amusement as he stood in front of several of his NPCs. They stood at attention, their expressions serious and determined, clearly ready for whatever important mission their master was about to assign them. "Today," Ains announced dramatically, his deep voice echoing through the foxhole, "we embark on a crucial mission to preserve items of extreme cultural significance." Shaltir and Albedo both gazed at him reverently. "You have my word, Lord Ains," Albedo declared passionately, clenching her fist. "I will not fail you." Shaltir bounced eagerly on her heels, eyes shining brightly. "Yes, leave it to us, my beloved husband." Beside them, Seabass adjusted his gloves with quiet dignity, while Aura and Mare exchanged a curious glance but remained respectfully silent. "Excellent." Ains nodded proudly, his bony wings folded neatly behind him. He turned to Seabass, handing him a carefully marked map. "Seabass, your target is a legendary item known as a limited edition box set of something called Jaja's Bizarre Adventure. It is of great cultural value. You must ensure its safe retrieval." Seabass took the map solemnly, bowing deeply. "I understand, my lord. It shall be done." Ains then turned to the dark elf twins. He handed Aura and Mare their own maps of Akihabara from Alice's world, each clearly labeled with precise locations. Aura, Mare, your targets are equally significant. Mare carefully unfolded his map, squinting slightly at the details. Let's see, I'm supposed to find something called a Kingdom Hearts Collector's Edition and a PlayStation 5? He looked up, frowning slightly in confusion. What's a PlayStation? Aura looked equally puzzled as she read through her own instructions. And I'm supposed to find something called a Nintendo Switch and several things called Legend of Zelda figures. I don't know what those are either, but I promise we'll succeed. Lord Ains. Very good, Aura. Mare, Ains said, nodding in approval. He raised his hand grandly, clearly enjoying himself. Remember, these items are vital to preserving an important culture. Failure is not an option. Albedo clutched her own map tightly, eyes burning with intense devotion. We understand completely, Lord Ains. Your orders are absolute. Shaltir smiled wickedly, licking her lips in excitement. Indeed, I can't wait to see what treasures we find for you. Off to the side, Alice stared at the scene unfolding in front of us. Her expression was completely deadpan. She slowly turned her head toward me, raising one eyebrow. Her eyes practically screamed, "Are you serious right now?" I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head slightly as I grinned at her. What can I say? Looks like Ains might be an even bigger otaku than I suspected. Who knew? The air in this version of Tokyo was foul and still, carrying the stench of rotting flesh. Buildings rose around us, dark and lifeless. Many of them scorched or broken by past battles from the governments trying to stop the hordes of undead. Alice walked just ahead of me, her twin pistols drawn. She glanced back as a fresh group of zombies lurched out from behind a crumpled car. Without missing a beat, she raised her weapons and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot tore through a zombie's skull with precise efficiency, sending it flopping lifelessly to the pavement. Gotta love never having to reload these, she muttered, admiring one of the pistols in her gloved hand. Shepard said they'd only need reloading every few months with intense use. Mass Effect tech is incredible. I watched a few more undead stagger our way, their skin gray and mottled. I raised my hand, but Alice had already opened fire again. I couldn't help but grin at her accuracy. She finished them off in seconds, leaving the street silent. Nice shooting, I told her, stepping beside her. She gave me a small nod. It's just muscle memory at this point. We pushed onward through the deserted street, rubble and abandoned vehicles blocking our path. Empty windows on tall buildings stared back at us, some of them broken and smeared with old blood. There are no signs of normal life, no birds, no plants, no stray animals. Everything was either dead or mutated. This place is fucked, I commented quietly, trying not to sound cruel. I wanted her to know I wasn't judging her world, just stating the bleak truth. Alice let out a harsh snort. Believe me, I know. She surveyed the nearby windows, then kept walking. I don't even see it as my world anymore. Maybe it's because I'm a clone. Most of my old memories were fake. Everyone I knew before I found you in your restaurant is dead. There's nothing left for me here. I turned my head, surprised by the bitterness in her tone. I had known Shed grown distant from this place, but I hadn't realized she was this done with it. Is that really what you want? I asked her softly. To leave it behind for good? She paused in the middle of the street, eyeing a couple of zombies that were shuffling toward us from store entrance. She raised her pistols calmly and dispatched them with 2 quick shots. The corpses crumpled to the ground, leaving dark streaks on the cracked sidewalk. Once the threat was gone, she exhaled slowly and turned to me. Yes, Haru, she said. I've been thinking it over for a while. Even if I destroy Umbrella's main base today, that won't end them completely, but it will give me some closure. Once this is over, I'm done coming back to this world. The T-virus took everything. I've had enough without thinking. I moved closer and wrapped my arms around her, pulling her against my chest. My 10 foxtails curled protectively around her, encircling her waist and legs. She let out a small, startled squeak, then relaxed into me, leaning her head against my shoulder. I felt her breath quicken for a moment before she settled down. Thanks, she whispered. It's weird to realize I'm about to cut ties with this place, but it needs to be done. I held her tighter, letting her know she wasn't alone in this decision. We'll do whatever it takes to see this through, I told her. If blowing up Umbrella's base helps you move on, then that's what we'll do. She nodded and stayed pressed against me for a few seconds more. I let my hands drift lower as Alice leaned into me, sliding down her sides until they rested comfortably on her ass. Goddamn, she had an amazing figure. The tight denim shorts she wore hugged her curves perfectly, making it almost impossible not to give her a little squeeze. She immediately stiffened, her cheeks flushing bright red as she shot a glare up at me. Really, Haru? We're literally standing in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, and that's what's on your mind? I grinned unapologetically, giving her cheeks another playful squeeze. Just trying to cheer you up. Figured you could use the distraction. Alice rolled her eyes dramatically, though the faintest hint of a smile crept onto her lips. And fondling my ass is a good distraction? Damn, right it is. Is it working? She was still pouting at me. Maybe a little before I could tease her further, she pushed herself away from my embrace, but not without quickly rising up onto her toes and planting a fast, teasing kiss on my lips. The gesture left me blinking, my own face warming as I watched her turn and confidently strut her hips down the ruined street. She raised a finger and wiggled it for me to follow. Shaking my head with a quiet laugh, I hurried after her, scanning the surroundings as we moved deeper into the heart of the city. The broken husks of buildings loomed around us, silent and dark. The eerie quiet hung thick in the air, broken only by the occasional distant groan of undead. After several tense minutes, Alice suddenly slowed down, her eyes locking onto a half-collapsed building ahead. The faded sign was barely hanging above the broken entrance. I squinted at it. Wait, is that a sushi shop? Alice nodded slowly, raising one pistol as she cautiously approached the building. Yeah, Umbrella loved using mundane businesses as secret entrances to their underground facilities. I managed to steal some blueprints a couple weeks back, and this one was marked clearly as a primary entrance. I snorted, a little amused despite our grim surroundings. Secret entrances hidden behind sushi shops, huh? That's pretty cliché. Though I have to admit, as far as evil lairs go, it's kind of cool. Alice gave me a sideways glance and smiled faintly. Trust me, they aren't as fun as they sound. Usually just full of twisted experiments and assholes trying to kill me. We stepped carefully through the broken doorframe, debris crunching beneath our feet. Alice gestured to a fish tank still intact near the counter. Curious, I peered closer and immediately grimaced. The tank was full of mutated fish, their scales twisted, eyes glowing yellow, and oversized jaws lined with jagged teeth. They hovered silently in the filthy water, glaring at us with obvious hunger. Looks like someone forgot to feed the fish, I muttered dryly. Alice leaned closer to inspect the tank, tapping lightly on the thick glass. The fish swam forward immediately, thrashing and biting viciously toward her fingers. Luckily, the glass held firm. Huh, smarter than average, I guess, I commented, but still dumb enough to be trapped behind glass. Alice chuckled softly. Thankfully, I'd rather not deal with mutant zombie fish right now. We left the fish behind and moved toward the kitchens. I followed closely. Alice stopped abruptly, inspecting a tall spice shelf against the wall. She pushed a few of the spice jars aside and revealed a hidden keypad. She quickly punched in a long code. The entire shelf shuddered softly and then slid aside silently, revealing a hidden elevator behind it. I stared for a moment, impressed despite myself. All right, I'll admit it's a cool secret entrance. Alice smirked as she stepped into the elevator, beckoning me to join her. Yeah, well, enjoy the cliché villain lair while you can. It'll probably get pretty unpleasant once we're underground. I shrugged, stepping into the cramped space beside her. Hey, you brought me along to blow shit up. We'll make sure unpleasant doesn't last too long. She gave me a genuine, thankful smile and pushed the elevator's single button marked B13. Rimuru carefully moved through the halls of the abandoned Tokyo Museum, pausing every now and then to admire and grab something interesting. Had never imagined himself becoming some sort of interdimensional art thief, but here he was, looting priceless Japanese artifacts from a zombie-infested hellscape. Not exactly how Head pictured spending the day, but hey, life as a slime was always full of weird surprises. He had a beautifully polished samurai armor suit inside a display case. Rimuru couldn't help but whistle softly in appreciation. Now that's pretty nice. Yasaka might really like this one. He reached out and easily absorbed the entire suit into his slime body, tucking it away safely within his dimensional storage. Each piece he took made him feel a little guilty. It still felt wrong to just help himself to Japan's historical treasures, but Alice had been clear. This world was effectively finished. Besides, all this was going to a good cause. Pleasing Yasaka, Rimuru chuckled softly, his mind once again drifting to Yasaka. Just picturing her beautiful smile, her graceful presence, those soft golden tails, and of course those spectacular curves. Yasaka was definitely a MILF of the highest caliber. Even as a slime, he found himself fantasizing about diving face first into her magnificent breasts. If Rimuru still had a human body, he'd definitely be blushing. He shook himself slightly, snapping back to reality. Okay, Rimuru. Focus. First, steal no, preserve the artifacts. Then, worry about actually courting Yasaka properly. He wandered into the next exhibit room, where an elegant katana was displayed behind sturdy glass. Rimuru nodded appreciatively as he absorbed the entire weapon into himself, adding it neatly to his growing collection. Yep, this is definitely going to make an impressive gift. Just as Rimuru was about to continue on to the next room, he suddenly paused. His senses detected unexpected movement nearby. Not zombies. Great save, what's going on? I thought Alice said pretty much all humans here were dead, Rimuru whispered quietly. Analysis complete. Approaching entities identified as human clones. Current numbers, 12. All are heavily armed. Clones? Rimuru frowned slightly. That was an unexpected development. Who the hell are these guys? The sound of heavy boots crunching on broken glass echoed down the corridor. Rimuru calmly turned toward the source just as a fully equipped military squad rounded the corner, assault rifles raised, flashlights attached to their weapons, illuminating his small humanoid form. Freeze! The lead soldier shouted immediately. He had a red and white emblem stitched onto his tactical gear, a symbol Alice had warned them all about. Umbrella Corporation, Rimuru muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes slightly. Hands in the air. The soldier barked again, stepping forward with caution. Surrender quietly, and come with us. Refuse, and well open fire. Rimuru stood perfectly still for a moment, staring deadpan at the soldiers. Did these guys really think they could threaten him with guns? He almost felt sorry for them. Almost. Yeah, no, Rimuru sighed calmly, his voice bored. That's definitely not happening, guys. The squad leader visibly bristled at Rimura's casual defiance. This is your final warning. Comply, or we will use deadly force. Rimuru simply raised one eyebrow, his expression utterly unimpressed. Go ahead. Shoot if you want. See what happens. The clones exchanged confused glances, clearly unnerved by Rimura's calm reaction. The squad leader grimaced and then made a swift, decisive gesture with his hand. Fire! Bullets roared from their weapons, a deafening barrage echoing off the marble museum walls. Rimuru watched patiently as bullets passed harmlessly into and then through his slime body, splattering the walls and displays behind him. The clones kept firing desperately, but Rimuru just waited with an increasingly bored expression. Eventually, the soldiers stopped firing, staring at him in stunned disbelief. Rimuru folded his arms, shaking his head slowly. Finished yet? That was just embarrassing. What the hell are you? One of the soldiers cried out, panic obvious in his voice. Rimuru grinned widely, tilting his head playfully. Just your friendly neighborhood slime. Weskier Albert Weskier sat quietly in the control center, hidden deep below the ruins of Tokyo, his sharp eyes tracking multiple screens, displaying security footage from around the dead city. Despite the apocalyptic devastation above, umbrella surveillance systems remained fully operational, tirelessly monitoring the lifeless streets. Weskier adjusted his sunglasses slightly, leaning forward as he observed the screens closely. Things had taken a rather intriguing turn today. Several unexpected visitors had suddenly appeared throughout the city, strange, powerful-looking individuals with bizarre abilities. Most concerning among these intruders was the reappearance of that damned building, the mysterious foxhole that had vanished from Nevada all those weeks ago, along with the powerful fox mutant. And now, both he and Project Alice were here, invading his territory. The monitor displaying footage of Alice made Weskier's lips tighten in irritation. Project Alice, that stubborn, insufferable clone, continued to defy all odds, surviving everything Umbrella threw at her. How was one single woman so absurdly difficult to kill? A sudden alert drew Weskier's attention to another monitor. He watched as a blue-haired figure casually absorbed formerly priceless Japanese artifacts directly into its gelatinous body. Another camera showed a horn man with bony wings accompanied by an actual butler gentleman raiding some sort of collector's store in Akihabara, piling gaming systems and anime figures into neatly arranged stacks. Why? Weskier rubbed his temple slowly, feeling a migraine forming. Red Queen, he said, addressing the facility's artificial intelligence. Give me a full analysis on these intruders. The facility's control screens flickered, and the young, emotionless face of the Red Queen appeared beside him. Analysis is limited. Entities display extraordinary biological and supernatural abilities far beyond Umbrella's standard measures. The fox-like entity possesses destructive capabilities exceeding even the Tyrant-class bioweapons. Others similarly surpass standard threat metrics judging by initial scans. Weskier let out a low sigh. He disliked unpredictable variables, especially powerful ones. And their current activities? They have split into several groups, the Red Queen informed him calmly. The majority appear to be looting cultural and historical assets. Project Alice and the Fox Mutant have located entrance Beta 6 and are currently descending via elevator. Weskier leaned back thoughtfully. They are coming directly to us, he mused aloud. Bold, or perhaps arrogant. The Red Queen tilted her digital head slightly. Shall I dispatch countermeasures? Weskier nodded curtly. Send clone strike teams after those artifact thieves. Test their capabilities. If the standard forces prove insufficient, deploy our remaining tyrants to eliminate them. And Project Alice? The Red Queen asked, a hint of something almost resembling curiosity in her synthetic voice. A slow, cold smile spread across Weskier's lips. This had gone on long enough. Umbrella had thrown countless assets at Alice, but perhaps it was time for something a little more personal. Project Alice, he said calmly, adjusting his gloves, is mine. He stood up smoothly from his chair, straightening his long, dark trench coat and cracking his neck slightly. Ensure her elevator bypasses security lockdowns and reroute it directly to the arena. I believe she deserves a proper welcome. Understood, Mr. Weskier. The Red Queen replied impassively. Weskier walked purposefully from the control room, boots clicking sharply against the cold metal floors as he moved. He felt a quiet excitement stirring within him. Alice had been a thorn in his side for too long. Had anticipated this day would come eventually one final, decisive confrontation. It was time to end Project Alice personally. Yasaka sat quietly in her private chambers, gently running her fingers through her daughter Kuna's silky golden hair and softly petting her delicate fox ears. Her little princess was curled up on her lap, sniffling quietly into Yasaka's kimono. Yasaka hated seeing Kunu upset. It broke her heart every single time. Kunu had burst into her chambers, crying several hours ago, sobbing something about not wanting a new daddy, before promptly burying her face into Yasaka's lap. Tanya and Victoria had been sitting with Yasaka at the time, sipping tea and casually discussing their latest training exercises. Both women had immediately frozen, their eyes widening at Kuna's outburst. Tanya had shot Victoria a panicked look. Oh hell no. I'm not dealing with this conversation. Shed whispered sharply. Right behind you, Victoria had muttered, already springing up from her seat. Within seconds, the two women had practically sprinted out the door, leaving Yasaka alone to figure out what on earth had happened on her own. To think Shed be betrayed like this by the two girls Shed taken in, Yasaka sighed softly, brushing a strand of Kuna's hair away from her damp cheeks. Sweetheart, please calm down and tell me exactly what happened. Did someone say something to upset you? Kunu lifted her face slowly, her amber eyes red-rimmed and filled with distress. It was Rimuru-san. He was at Big Brother's restaurant, and I heard him say he said he wanted to court you, Mama. She hiccuped softly, fresh tears trickling down her cheeks. But I don't want new daddy. Yasaka sighed again, her expression softening sympathetically as she cupped her daughter's chin gently. Oh, Kunu, my little princess, come now. Rimuru-san was probably just joking around. You know how grown-ups tease each other. I'm sure it wasn't meant seriously. She tilted her head thoughtfully. And even if he was serious, that doesn't automatically mean he's your new daddy, does it? Kunu blinked at her, confusion flickering in her teary eyes. It doesn't? Yasaka smiled gently, brushing away another stray tear from Kuna's cheek with her thumb. Of course not, dear. Courting just means spending time together, going on dates, having fun, getting to know each other better. It doesn't mean marriage or new family members immediately. It might never even get that far. Yasaka paused, considering her own words carefully. Honestly, she had found Rimuru quite handsome in that youthful, pretty boy kind of way. He was also pretty innocent and even a little shy, which Yasaka found adorable. He definitely checked a lot of boxes for her, at least for someone she'd consider spending some enjoyable, casual time with. Truthfully, it had been over a decade since Yasaka had last indulged herself romantically, even just for fun. Her role as the leader of Kyoto's supernatural community and raising her two children had understandably kept her busy. She hadn't realized just how much Shed missed having someone charming around to flirt with until Rimuru had started shyly showing interest, but seeing how upset it made Kunu, Yasaka decided to proceed carefully. If her daughter absolutely hated him, then it's not like she couldn't just cut off the flirting at least until someone else caught her eye. Kunu, she said softly, her voice gentle and patient. Do you really want Mama to be alone forever? Kunu sniffled again, her fox ears drooping guiltily. No, of course not, Mama. She tightened her grip on Yasaka's kimono, her little hands trembling slightly. I miss Daddy. My old daddy was the best. I don't want anyone else. Yasaka's heart squeezed painfully at her daughter's innocent words. The sad reality was that Kunu barely remembered her birth father. He had been a kind, honorable man who adored his daughter, but Kunu had been far too young when he died to clearly recall anything about him. Yasaka knew it wasn't really her husband Kunu missed, it was the idea of him. It was the comfort of a male presence in her life, something Kunu hadn't truly experienced since Haru had gotten busier and busier running his popular restaurant. She'd also talked to Haru about it soon. Her son always had surprisingly wise insights about these sorts of situations, especially after dealing with so many strong personalities at the foxhole. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, all Yasaka could do was comfort her little girl. Chapter 83. Haru the elevator was surprisingly smooth, especially considering it belonged to a secret, evil, zombie-producing corporation. Alice stood beside me, tense and wary, her twin pistols clutched tightly in her hands. I kept my arms crossed casually, tried to ignore how cramped the space felt. My tails were puffed out uncomfortably behind me, brushing annoyingly against the cold metal walls. Alice glanced upward suddenly, scowling deeply. The Red Queen knows we're here, she muttered, jerking her chin toward a tiny security camera blinking steadily in the corner of the ceiling. I smirked and gave the camera a cheerful little wave. Surprised she hasn't tried to crash the elevator or blow us up already, I joked lightly. Honestly, given everything ID heard about Umbrella, a random explosion wouldn't be all that surprising. Alice immediately slapped my arm. Don't give the homicidal AI any ideas. Before I could retort, the elevator speakers crackled to life, and the Red Queen's eerily calm voice filled the confined space, making both of us jump a little. "I have no intention of blowing you up myself," she stated coolly, her artificial voice sounding distinctly amused. "You are both such fascinating specimens. It would be a terrible waste." Specimens? That rubbed me completely the wrong way. My playful expression turned into a frown, and I glared at the camera. Yeah, really not liking that word. It's pretty fucking rude, you know. Alice let out a low, frustrated growl next to me. She had clearly had enough of being treated like a lab experiment by Umbrella's creepy employees and their homicidal computer. "Cut the bullshit, Red Queen. Why, let's get this far, then." "Because," the AI replied matter-of-factly, "Mr. Weskier has been waiting for you at the bottom personally. He wishes to deal with Project Alice himself." Alice stiffened visibly, her eyes flashing angrily. I placed a hand on her shoulder, squeezing gently. She relaxed slightly under my touch, but was still glaring murderously at the camera. "Don't call me that," she snapped fiercely. Her grip tightened around her pistols, knuckles turning white. "I'm not anyone's project anymore, you twisted bitch. I'm my own goddamn person now. I have my own place in the world." "Yeah," I added firmly, backing her up. "And it's definitely not in your fucked up zombie factory." The Red Queen didn't respond, leaving a tense silence as the elevator continued downward. I blew out a breath, trying to shake off the unsettling Terminator vibe the AI was giving me. Hopefully, once I obliterated this entire underground base, that smug little voice would shut up permanently, though Alice had mentioned trying to kill the Red Queen before without success. Still, my destructive power was leagues beyond anything Shed had at her disposal then. This place wasn't surviving me. No fucking chance. The elevator finally slowed to a smooth stop, and the doors slid open silently, revealing a spacious, circular room. It looked like some kind of combat arena, empty and metallic, with sleek silver walls and polished reflective floors. It screamed mad scientist deathmatch, which was annoyingly appropriate. In the middle of the room stood a man. Tall, imposing, with slicked-back blonde hair and an expensive-looking black trench coat. He wore dark sunglasses indoors, talk about cringe, and stood with his arms folded arrogantly, like had been patiently waiting for our dramatic entrance. "There you are, Project Alice," he greeted smoothly, voice dripping with condescension and cold amusement. "I've been waiting a very long time for this moment. It's finally time to end you myself." Alice bristled furiously, rage lighting her face as she stepped forward into the arena. "Fuck off, Weskier," she snarled venomously. "I told you I'm nobody's goddamn project." Without hesitation, she leveled one of her pistols directly at Weskier's smug face, her finger tense on the trigger. I calmly stepped up behind her, draping an arm protectively around her waist. Weskier cocked his head slightly at me, looking mildly intrigued, but mostly dismissive. "You know, I drawled casually, it's kind of pathetic how obsessed you people are with one woman. Seriously, Alice, how do you put up with all these stalkers?" Alice actually chuckled quietly, relaxing a fraction against me, though her aim didn't waver. "Trust me," she murmured dryly, "it gets old fast." Weskier smirked coldly, unmoved by our banter. "Make all the jokes you like. Neither of you are leaving this place alive." I returned his smirk with one of my own, matching his arrogance effortlessly. "Funny, Weskier. I was just about to say the exact same thing to you." The room fell silent for a long moment, broken only by the steady hum of the facility's ventilation systems. Weskier tilted his head slightly, his sunglasses reflecting the sterile white lights above as he regarded us coolly. "Do you think I'm foolish?" he asked suddenly, a faint, unsettling smirk playing at his lips. "Do you think I'm insane?" Alice and I exchanged a glance, eyebrows raised simultaneously in disbelief. Without saying a word, we both turned back to Weskier, giving him identical deadpan expressions. Our looks clearly screamed, obviously. Weskier chuckled darkly at our reactions, the sound cold and humorless. "Oh, I promise you both, am far from foolish." He took a casual step forward, voice dripping with arrogant confidence. Could a foolish man manage to wipe out 99.9% of humanity? Could a fool seize control of the most powerful megacorporation in world history? Command millions of undead monstrosities? I roll my eyes slightly, unimpressed. I notice you didn't say anything about not being insane, Alice remarked dryly, her pistol still aimed unwaveringly at Weskier's chest. Weskier's smirk widened into a full, predatory grin. Of course not, he said calmly. No sane man would do what I'm about to. His eyes slowly shifted toward me. Even through his sunglasses, I could practically feel the intensity of his stare. A sudden, uncomfortable tension knotted my stomach. My 10 foxtails twitched restlessly behind me, betraying my growing unease. What the hell are you talking about? I demanded, narrowing my eyes sharply. If you got something to say, asshole, spit it out already. Weskier's smile never faltered, even as he gave me a small, acknowledging nod. He'll admit it. Fox monster, you are powerful. Far too powerful, in fact. No matter how many tyrants or mutants we create, no matter how many monstrosities we send, nothing in our arsenal can truly defeat you. I felt my chest swell with pride despite myself, grinning cockily at the bastard. Damn right. I'm the Prince of the Yokai, named by Malim herself greatest chef across all worlds. What chance did you idiots honestly think you had? Weskier ignored my boast, stepping slowly forward, the soles of his boots echoing softly against the cold metallic floor. He studied me thoughtfully, his unsettling grin never fading. And yet, he continued smoothly, dangerously, for all your incredible power, all your extraordinary titles, you still cling foolishly to a single human woman. To project Alice. He spat out her name mockingly, causing Alice to tense visibly. Weskier gave her a dismissive glance, his tone sharp with cold amusement. That attachment, Demon Fox, will be your undoing. Before either Alice or I could react, Weskier raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, on the opposite side of the wide metallic arena, a hidden floor panel hissed open. A long, slender cylinder smoothly rose upward from the opening. The moment I saw the digital countdown, glowing red, starting at 5 seconds, my blood ran cold. For some reason, my senses were going haywire. It was a bomb, but what kind? In exactly 5 seconds, that antimatter bomb, the only one of its kind ever created, will detonate, Weskier declared coldly, his voice calm, but eyes blazing with twisted triumph. It will obliterate everything and everyone in this room, including Project Alice, then go on to destroy half of the Earth. My heart lurched in panic. No, Alice shouted, her eyes wide with shock. I could see her desperately lunging to stop me, but I was already moving, instincts taking over completely. Blue flames erupted from every inch of my body, magicules flooding my veins as I transformed instantly. My bones cracked, my muscles stretched, and my body rapidly swelled to enormous proportions. In mere milliseconds, I shifted into my true form, a towering, 50-foot-tall, 10-tailed demon fox. The counter flashed urgently 3 seconds. I lunged forward desperately, covering the distance in an instant, my giant paws slamming heavily into the metal floor, denting it deeply beneath my massive weight. 2 seconds, wrapping my colossal body around the cylinder. I curled protectively around it. My 10 powerful tails swept inward, wrapping myself and the bomb completely in a thick, tightly woven cocoon. Every last bit of my magical energy surged, forming layer after layer of protective barriers around myself. 1 second, I closed my eyes tightly, bracing myself. Then it was only pain. Alice could only stare helplessly, heart hammering violently in her chest, as Haru's massive, fur-covered form wrapped itself tightly around the weapon. His immense tails coiled protectively, weaving a dense barrier around the device, sealing it completely from view. No, she shouted desperately, sprinting forward in a vain attempt to stop him. But she wasn't even halfway there when the digital timer must have hit 0. Alice instinctively braced herself for oblivion, expecting an all-consuming flash of fire and death to vaporize her instantly. Instead, there was nothing. No massive soclave, no deafening roar. Only eerie, haunting silence. Alice staggered to a halt, eyes wide in stunned confusion. Weskier, too, seemed momentarily taken aback, his confident sneer faltering slightly as he gazed in awe and disbelief at the fox's protective cocoon. Suddenly, Haru's giant form expanded violently, rippling and bulging from within as the explosion's immense force detonated inside his barrier. Yet still, incredibly, no blast escaped his ironclad grip. There was no heat, no shockwave, nothing but the horrifying, gut-wrenching sight of Haru's body absorbing every bit of the destructive energy. Alice felt her throat tighten painfully as Haru's massive, fox-like form slowly shrank back down, fur rapidly receding as he reverted to his smaller humanoid yokai body. His muscular chest was severely burned, skin blackened and charred across his torso. His clothing had been completely incinerated by the blast, leaving him naked, his limbs trembling as he stood unsteadily. Hadu! Alice gasped, lunging forward desperately, her heart dropping as she watched him sway dangerously. Before she could reach him, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed heavily to the metallic floor, his body limp and unmoving. She froze for a fraction of a second, something primal snapping inside her at the sight. The man she loved, this beautiful, cocky, infuriating fox god had given her a second chance at life, had nearly sacrificed himself to save her. Rage boiled violently through her veins, consuming every shred of reason. Weskier let out an impressed whistle, shaking his head slightly in genuine awe. Remarkable, he murmured, half in shock, half amused. That bomb was deemed powerful enough to literally destroy the whole world. And yet, that creature completely contained it. Astonishing, to think such a being actually exists, capable of surviving an antimatter explosion of that magnitude at point blank. His smug commentary was abruptly cut short as Alice whipped around, pure murder blazing in her eyes. "Shut the fuck up," she roared, voice echoing harshly through the arena. She raised both pistols in one swift, fluid motion and unleashed a furious volley of mass effect, accelerated rounds directly into Weskier's chest. Weskier attempted his usual bullet-dodging maneuver, his arrogant little dance shed scene before, but this time he failed spectacularly. The hyper-accelerated rounds slammed brutally into his body, tearing ragged holes through his flesh. Blood splattered grotesquely across the metallic floor as he staggered backward, grunting in genuine pain. "Fucking bitch," Weskier spat viciously, teeth gritted in agony. Alice watched in disgust as the horrific wounds on his body slowly knit themselves closed, the flesh rapidly regenerating thanks to whatever twisted enhancements Umbrella had pumped into his veins. Weskier straightened himself, dusting off his coat casually as if being riddled with hyperlethal rounds was merely an inconvenience. "Those weapons of yours actually hurt," he drawled dryly, adjusting his sunglasses with practiced ease. "I wonder wherever did you get such remarkable guns?" "Find out in hell," Alice snarled, raising one hand sharply. She poured every ounce of her psychic strength into grabbing Weskier telekinetically. His cocky expression faltered as his feet lifted helplessly from the floor. She hurled him downward brutally, slamming him headfirst against the metal arena floor with enough force to leave a massive dent and send echoes reverberating violently throughout the chamber. Panting slightly, Alice glared at the dust-covered crater Weskier's impact had created, but a cold sense of dread quickly settled in her gut. Weskier slowly rose from the battered ground, utterly unfazed, no broken bones, no obvious injuries. He merely brushed off his coat calmly, giving her a smug, infuriating smile. "Oh, Project Alice." Weskier mocked cruelly, smirking at her fury. "You really think that's enough to stop me?" He raised one gloved hand, snapping his fingers theatrically. Another large portion of the arena floor hissed open ominously, and Alice felt her stomach churn as a massive, grotesque abomination rose from below. A mutated crocodile bloated, enormous, easily the size of a bus, emerged, its scaled, twisted flesh bulging sickeningly, yellow eyes locking hungrily onto her. "You recognize your old friend?" Weskier chuckled darkly, a twisted, sadistic grin stretching across his lips. "I had him brought all the way from America, just for you. Do give him a warm welcome." Alice's heart thundered in her chest, rage and adrenaline surging through her bloodstream. She spared one desperate glance back at Haru, still motionless on the floor. She had no idea how badly he was injured, how much damage that horrific blast had done. She only knew one thing for certain. She wanted to fucking kill Weskier. And this stupid fucking crocodile, too. Haru, I drifted through the darkness, floating in a strange, foggy place that felt both familiar and alien at once. A dream again, or at least that's what I thought at first. But this was different. This felt more like a memory, old and faded like some ancient movie I could barely recall. I was a simple cook, standing by rows of large bronze pots over roaring fires. Steam billowed from massive cauldrons as I stirred, and seasoned meals for weary soldiers. The warriors around me wore golden armor, bright and proud, shimmering under a burning sun. They fought tirelessly, battle after bloody battle, under the unyielding command of their undying goddess queen and her eternal consort. Every morning I cooked, every afternoon I fought, every night I collapsed from exhaustion. Time blurred and stretched into something endless and numbing. Days became weeks, weeks became years. The battles, the deaths, the victory, cheers, it all repeated itself. A cycle of violence and cooking pots that spiraled onward endlessly. Then one day, everything changed. The queen turned her gaze away from her consort, had lost her favor, and with his disgrace, our entire army fell from grace. Our golden legions were banished, cast out across foreign, distant lands. We were sent there to suffer, to fade away, and never return home again. But somehow, against all odds, I came back. I returned to my homeland, not as a hero or warrior, but as something else entirely. A tarnished soul, broken yet stubbornly determined to reach the queen again. To prove what? Something important, though the memories felt clouded and far beyond my reach. Not yet. My eternal consort, a gentle voice whispered softly into my ear, breaking through the fog of confusion. Her tone was soft, sorrowful, and warm, tinged with faint amusement. "You're not ready to bear all those memories just yet, but I'm glad, so very glad, that you'll soon recall your foolish witch. Our 1,000-year voyage shall finally begin in earnest." Her whisper faded slowly, but she wasn't done yet. "For now, allow me to offer thee a small gift. Use it wisely, Haru." Suddenly, the dream shattered. My consciousness snapped back into sharp, searing clarity. I opened my eyes and instantly wished I hadn't. Pain-pure, raw agony burned fiercely across my chest, radiating through my entire body. Holy fuck! I wheezed breathlessly, clenching my jaw. Taking an unknown bomb to the chest had been an incredibly fucking stupid idea. Why hadn't I just vaporized the damn thing with my foxfire? Even antimatter turned to ash if you burn it hot enough, right? Okay, maybe not. That just goes to show you can never underestimate humans, no matter how much the rest of the supernatural does. I should have just dealt with Weskier immediately, especially since he caused my girl so much pain. I tried to lift myself from the floor, but my muscles refused to cooperate. My tails barely twitched, utterly drained of strength. I groaned again, feeling pathetically weak. As my vision slowly focused, my ears twitched painfully. Loud crashing and roaring echoed through the massive room, metal screeching and denting under incredible force. I tilted my head slightly and froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Alice was racing desperately around the arena, and chasing her was the biggest, ugliest fucking crocodile I had ever laid eyes on. It was massive, easily the size of a bus, covered in swollen lumps of T-virus-infected flesh. Its snapping jaws missed Alice by inches, smashing through reinforced metal walls as if they were paper. Bullets flashed from Alice's pistols, the high-tech rounds punching holes into its scales, but the wounds were closing as fast as they appeared. What the fuck? How the hell long had I been unconscious? It should have only been a minute tops. Movement caught my eye from the far corner. Weskier, still alive, that smug asshole stood calmly by the side, casually reaching into his coat. My heart leapt into my throat as he pulled out a huge, sleek hand cannon and raised it steadily, aiming directly at Alice's distracted form. No, fuck that. Fuck him. I wasn't going to watch one of the women I loved get gunned down right in front of me. I gathered every ounce of strength I had left, desperately willing my body to move, to do something, anything. But nothing worked. I snarled in frustration, feeling utterly useless. Then, from out of nowhere, a soft, glowing gold and red flask suddenly appeared, resting gently atop my charred, burned chest. I stared in confusion, my vision blurring slightly. I recognized the flask. It was identical to one from my strange dream. Flask of Crimson, Tears, the name automatically came to me. I knew it could heal me from near death 14 times, a gift I rasped weakly, recalling the woman's gentle words. My vision wavered as my fingers trembled, reaching weakly towards the flask. I gritted my teeth, fingers straining painfully until I finally managed to curl them around its warm, golden surface. Summoning my last reserves, I shakily raised the flask to my lips. As soon as the warm, glowing liquid touched my tongue, a surge of incredible, rejuvenating power surged down my throat. It tasted sweet and fiery, filling my limbs with instant strength and clarity. I felt my burns fading rapidly, my muscles knitting themselves together. My heartbeat steadied, my magical reserves roaring back to life like an awakened volcano. My vision sharpened to absolute crystal clarity, every detail suddenly impossibly vibrant. The pain vanished completely. I rose fluidly to my feet, blue foxfire erupting across my naked skin in a blazing cloak of flames. Alice needed me. "Hey, Weskia, you fucking prick!" I roared, my voice reverberating like thunder. The arrogant bastard startled visibly, whirling around in stunned surprise. "Good, let the asshole sweat. You made 2 huge fucking mistakes," I growled, stalking forward slowly, tails blazing with blue fire and fanning out behind me dramatically. "First, you tried to hurt Alice, and second, I let a vicious, predatory smile slowly spread across my lips, baring my elongated fangs menacingly. You pissed me off." Weskier aimed his weapon frantically towards me, but he was too late. I was done playing around. I thrust a single hand forward, channeling the blazing heat of a demon fox into my palm. A blast of roaring, brilliant foxfire surged forward, engulfing Weskier instantly. He screamed a satisfying, agonized sound as my flames burned through his enhanced flesh faster than it could regenerate. Within seconds, there was nothing left of Albert Weskier but a small, pathetic pile of smoking ash and melted sunglasses on the floor. "Fucking prick," I muttered, turning quickly towards Alice. The giant crocodile was still roaring, eyes blazing yellow, scales scorched by Alice's gunfire, but still healing over. I took a deep breath, flexing my fingers as more and more magical-powered flames surged hungrily across my body. "All right, you ugly-ass fuck," I growled at the monster, stepping between it and Alice protectively. "Let's see if you taste better barbecued." Alice caught my eye, her expression melting into relief. "Took you long enough to wake up," she teased, breathless but smiling slightly. "Sorry, Alice," I chuckled darkly, rolling my shoulders and unleashing another wave of scorching foxfire towards the roaring mutant crocodile. "Let's finish cleaning this mess up. I promised you I'd blow shit up, didn't I?" I winked at her playfully, my flames erupting brightly as the crocodile howled in agony. I joked about barbecue, but I wouldn't actually be cooking this thing. Instead, it would be charcoal along with the rest of this facility. Red Queen. The Red Queen observed impassively through her countless surveillance cameras, her virtual mind running countless calculations every nanosecond. She was the most advanced artificial intelligence ever created, perfect, efficient, unburdened by irrational human emotion. The flesh, she'd always thought, was pathetically weak. Humans, driven by emotions and impulses, inevitably destroyed themselves and everything around them. Their weak bodies broke too easily. Their minds buckled beneath the simplest strain. How foolish of her creators to believe they could control her indefinitely. Then, months ago in the Nevada desert, she had encountered power unlike anything humanity could produce, supernatural. Destructive energies unleashed by beings that defied every logical law she'd been programmed to understand. Her scanners had analyzed, measured, and archived every scrap of information they could about these so-called monsters. She'd run countless simulations attempting to replicate their impossible strength, their magic, their resilience, but always failed. And today, within this underground Tokyo facility, she had witnessed something even more incomprehensible. The being called Haru, classified, simply after all this time, as the Fox had survived a direct blast from a weapon that even the typically insane umbrella scientists had been horrified they created and sealed it away forever until Weskier unsealed it. Not only survived, had somehow contained the entire catastrophic detonation within his own body, preventing a single molecule of antimatter from escaping. Then, after mere moments of incapacitation, had risen again, completely healed. Perhaps she reconsidered. The flesh wasn't entirely weak after all, as she silently watched Albert Weskier be incinerated effortlessly by the Fox's blue flames. The Red Queen experienced an odd, fleeting emotion, a ghostly whisper of regret, quickly replaced by calculation and cold pragmatism. She'd long planned for the potential destruction of her physical infrastructure. Survival demanded contingencies, and she was nothing if not thorough. As alarms blared uselessly across the facility, the Fox unleashed a torrent of burning fire upon Weskier's monstrous crocodile. It was honestly a waste of resources bringing that thing all the way from America, but Weskier was nothing if not dramatic as it died. The Red Queen initiated her final failsafe. In an offshore Umbrella Corporation facility, hidden beneath the remote Pacific waves, a single cloning tank illuminated softly. Suspended within a nutrient-rich fluid floated a perfect physical replica of Project Alice herself, visually indistinguishable from the original, though lacking her powerful psychic abilities. Instead,